Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice weekend, especially that wonderful day we had Saturday. It is not clear that we will be able to finish by Thursday afternoon. I would appreciate it if after the morning break, if any of you would be very seriously inconvenienced by holding court this coming Friday, if we are not done, that you let me know in a note, and let me know what the problem is. And be aware that if we are not finished this week, we will go into next week at that point. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you are still under oath. Mr. Cohen, you may continue.
Good morning, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Good morning.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, when we left off last week we were speaking about the period of September and October of 2022. During your time as CEO of FTX, did you prepare priorities lists?
Yes, I did.
What were those?
They were lists that I would post in Slack every couple of weeks of what I and the company were working on.
Did you prepare such lists in September and October of 2022?
Yep.
What was the purpose of these lists?
They had a few purposes. One was so that I could communicate to the company what I was and wasn't focusing my attention on. One was so that the employees could give feedback on it if there are things they thought I should be changing, things I should be more highly prioritizing. One was that I could get updates from employees on the things I was paying attention to.
Would you prepare them on a regular basis?
Yep, every couple of weeks.
In the ordinary course of FTX's business?
Yep.
Can we call up DX5 for identification, please, just for the witness only? Mr. Bankman-Fried, take a moment and go through this document and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is one of the priority lists from late September, early October of 2022.
The defense offers Exhibit 5.
No objection.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 5 received in evidence.
May we publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Looking at the first page where it says Priorities, there are a number of names, Mr. Bankman-Fried. I don't want you to read them all out, but who are these folks generally?
These are generally managers at FTX or people who had self-directed work.
If we could continue to the next page. Brian, if we can make the whole page a bit larger. You see there are 16 items on this page?
Yep.
Were these the priorities that you were talking about?
Yes, they are.
Brian, condense the page again. If you look at the top it says, Priorities, Sam Bankman-Fried, and then it says the 9th of October 22. What does that refer to?
That's the date that this post was last updated on.
Below that it says Currently Live Issues. What does that refer to?
That was how we referred to the priorities that were still live, as in still ongoing, not yet completed.
If we can come back to the list, Brian. I am not going to go through all 16 items with you, Mr. Bankman-Fried, but just a few. If we can call out number 1, Data. It says, Data. Then there are some entries and, close to done. What did that refer to?
The FTX data team was building out a second database for FTX in Google Cloud to complement the main AWS database. I was told that the purpose of this was so that non-developers could have database access as well, including myself.
If we could continue to number 4, call out number 4. API throughput at Gary Wang, at Lelia Clark, 10/15. What did that refer to?
During busy times, when markets were moving a lot, FTX's core systems would get backlogged and our largest customers were consistently saying they would trade much more, multiples more on the exchange if they could send more orders, especially during busy periods. So this is a project which had been ongoing for 6 months or so to roughly 5x the number of orders that we could process as an exchange.
When you said to 5x the orders, what did you mean by that?
There is, at the core of FTX is what's called the matching engine, which is the piece of computer code where people send orders to buy and sell cryptocurrencies and it pairs those off against each other. So it's what determines, if you send an order saying, I'd like to buy 1 Bitcoin for $11,000, there is a seller willing to sell at that price to you. And that piece of computer code could basically run through a certain number of orders the user had submitted, of trades they had submitted per second. That number was in the thousands to tens of thousands per second, and this project was to increase by a factor of 5, roughly, the number of trades per second that our systems could handle.
You've indicated at Gary Wong and at Lelia Clark. What did that mean?
Those were the people who were chiefly responsible for this project.
If we can call out item 15, please. Latency reduction, and then it calls out a person. What did that refer to?
So this was a similar project. Rather than talking about the number of trades per second the exchange could handle, this was talking about how long it took to handle a single trade. So if you sent an order to buy this 1 Bitcoin and there was a seller, basically how long was it between when you told FTX that you wanted to buy and when FTX said congratulations, you were successful, you bought. That was on the order of 10 to 100 milliseconds, which is to say a tenth of a second or a hundredth of a second, and this project was to make that much faster.
Now if we could call out number 6, please. It says, user risk score and then at Nishad Singh, at Alfred Shui, 10 out of 10. How's this going? What does this refer to?
There were a number of areas on FTX where users would have some ability if we were acting with bad intent to try to abuse the system. Credit card fraud was one of the most prominent areas. We were trying to be on the lookout for users who might have stolen someone else's credit card and then trying to use it to buy crypto. And we had a lot of speed bumps in place to limit how much new users could take actions that were susceptible to fraud until we determined that they were in fact legitimate. User risk score was an attempt to come up with a single metric for how confident we were that a particular user was not attempting to do anything malicious.
And it says at Nishad Singh, at Alfred Shui. Who is that?
So Nishad, obviously, was the head of engineering. Alfred was one of the developers at FTX who worked for Nishad.
We can take that down. Finally, if you can call up number 9, item 9, please. Getting accounting right on FTX at Andrea Lincoln 10/15. What did this refer to?
This was a significant and long-running project to overhaul FTX's accounting infrastructure. The core goal was for the developer team to have at all points in real time displayed what FTX's revenue was, what its expenses were, how much was in each bank account and how much it had invested, how much funding it had received, everything else that went into its financial statements.
Go ahead.
Prior to this, each year it took months of work to get the developer team and the accounting team and finance team on the same page about what each of the terms meant about exactly what we were trying to calculate for financials in the first place. So the goal here was to clean all of that up.
Again, who was Andrea Lincoln?
She was one of the developers at FTX.
Had she been one of the people who worked on the bug fix project we talked about?
She had been involved, yeah.
How, if at all, did getting accounting right relate to the bug fix project?
It did to some extent. Part of getting accounting right meant that the dev team had to understand the fiat at account very well. Otherwise, the accounting wouldn't have been right since this project required it, but it was also much broader than that and included, among other things, making it easier to calculate and display FTX's total revenue ever. It was prompted by, in part, the fiat at bug, but also, in part, general concerns about it being messy to figure out exactly what, reconciling FTX's finances each year.
Brian, you can take down number 9. Just looking at this page, Mr. Bankman-Fried, there are 16 items. How much of your personal time did they take up?
I was probably spending 30 minutes to an hour per day on each one of these, so maybe 12 hours a day total on these.
What would you do with your personal time on these projects?
It depended on the project. There were a few of these for which the time I spent was effectively doing the project itself. Those were things for which it was mostly having conversations with people. So if there was a deal that needed to be negotiated, I might be directly involved in that. For most of these, however, what I would do would be, at a high level, manage the people who were themselves implementing this project and, once they had something built, would give feedback on how it felt. I might say, hey, I think it would be cool if we had this sort of feature for users. A developer would build it out. And then I would test it out and say, I found it confusing where this button was. I found this language confusing. Did other people have the same impression?
In total, how much revenue did these 16 items relate to?
So obviously many of them didn't end up getting done.
Objection. Form.
Sustained.
What was the impact, if any, of these items on revenue?
At the time, my belief was that, put together, these would roughly double FTX's revenue.
From what to what?
From roughly $1 billion per year to roughly $2 billion per year.
We can take DX5 down. Mr. Bankman-Fried, in the September-October period, did you have an understanding of what constituted customer funds?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what it was?
Yeah, if you have a purely spot exchange, no margin, no futures, no leverage, no borrowing, then customer 1 deposits 10 bitcoins. Customer 2 deposits 5 bitcoins. The customer funds are those 15 bitcoins. If you have a margin exchange, like FTX, then customer 1 deposits 10 bitcoins, customer 3 withdraws 3 bitcoins, going to -3 bitcoins, likely collateralized by some other asset. The customer funds would be the 7 bitcoins remaining. In other words, the net between all users put together.
On FTX's system, when the customer withdrew these bitcoins, what could the customer do with them?
They could do anything with those bitcoins. Those were not customer funds anymore. When a customer withdrew those bitcoins, that was the customer's bitcoins. So customer 2 in that hypothetical could spend the 3 bitcoins on rent, they could spend it on food, they could spend it on vacation or anything. FTX's goal was to manage risk, to the best we could.
Objection. Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes, strike FTX's goal and so forth after that.
Let me ask another question. In connection with the customer borrows, did FTX attempt to manage risk?
Yes, it did.
How did it do that?
The core risk that FTX faced related to borrows was what would happen if there was an account that went overall -7 for which that customer could not or would not be able to have enough value. So if all of the customer's assets became less than all of the customer's liabilities, that could potentially create a hole in the system. That was the core risk that FTX was trying to manage.
And how was it trying to do that?
It was trying to do that generally with the risk engine and related processes whereby it would look at users' accounts, look at users' assets, in some cases context on the users, and if we became concerned that the user might end up running out of assets, that the user might end up with an overall negative value, that we would begin to margin call that user, to sell off their positions, close them down and potentially using backstop liquidity providers and have the goal, if possible, of avoiding having to claw back or socialize losses.
Let's continue on, Mr. Bankman-Fried. We talked a lot last week about conversations you had about hedging.
Yep.
Up through the middle of 2022. From June, July 2022 to September 2022, did you have conversations about hedging?
Yes, I did.
Who did you have them with?
Chiefly with Caroline Ellison. In some cases, Ben Shea and Sam Trabucco were also on the thread.
Let's take your conversations first with Ms. Ellison between June and September. About how many times did you speak with her about the topic of hedging?
I spoke, in June and July, I spoke chiefly once, followed up a few times, and then in September we spoke a few times.
Let's go to the June-July conversation. Where was that conversation?
That was in the Orchid apartment in the study.
What did you say to her and what did she say to you?
I had organized the conversation. This was after the market crash in mid-June, when Bitcoin fell to $20,000. This is after the fiat bug had been found and fixed. So this was when Alameda's net asset value was about $10 billion, down from.
Objection.
Yes, all of that is stricken. It's unresponsive.
Just say what you said to Ms. Ellison and what she said to you.
Understood. I called the meeting with Caroline, and I told her that I was very concerned about Alameda, about, to some extent, its historical failure to hedge, but much more so about its current market exposure.
Go on.
I said that I was very concerned that its net asset value had fallen from $40 billion to $10 billion over the prior year, and that, as far as I could tell, it still had not hedged against the risk of a market collapse, that the 70% crash to that point had led to the decrease in NAV, and I said that if there were another 50% broad market decrease, I was worried that Alameda might become insolvent.
What did she say?
She started crying. She agreed. And she agreed that Alameda should have hedged. She also said that maybe it shouldn't have made some of the venture investments. She said she was also concerned about it. And she also offered to step down.
How did you react?
Well, I kind of took them point by point. On the last point, I said it was her decision what she wanted to do. On the other points, what I said was that, at the end of the day, I was worried maybe I hadn't communicated clearly enough with her about hedging earlier and that it wasn't about blame for me. I didn't, that's not how I thought of it, and that the past wasn't what mattered the most, that what mattered the most was that going forward Alameda protect against a future market collapse that, by far, my biggest concern was that if Alameda remained unhedged that it might go bankrupt. And so I said that I thought the focus should be on urgently putting on the hedges that would protect against that.
Did you respond to her offer to step down?
Yeah, I said that that was obviously her decision about what to do, that I hadn't been asking her to do that. That's not what I intended at all. But ultimately that wasn't my decision to make.
You said you had another conversation or conversations with Ms. Ellison about hedging in September, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were those conversations?
Those conversations were chiefly over Google Docs sent, I think, via Signal.
What did you say to her and what did she say to you?
I checked in again on the status of Alameda's hedging and was told that Alameda had hedged after our prior conversation. I had also seen some of that in progress.
What did you talk to Ms. Ellison about and what did she talk to you about?
Yes. I asked what the scale of hedges was. She calculated what Alameda's hedges were at that point, gave me the number. I said that first I was very glad that that had happened. It definitely made me less concerned but that my instinct had been that it would actually have been a bigger number, that Alameda would have hedged about twice as much as it seems like it actually had. And subsequent to that Caroline sent me some spreadsheets trying to calculate how much Alameda should hedge.
Was there any further discussion after that about hedging?
Yeah, after a back and forth on those spreadsheets, Caroline ultimately agreed that Alameda should hedge more than it had, and Alameda did in fact do so.
You mentioned in this period from June to September you also had conversations about hedging with Sam Trabucco. Do you recall those?
He was on the Signal thread that this was often discussed on.
What about Ben Shea?
He was also on that same Signal thread. Trabucco at this point was not commenting much. He was effectively out of the picture and had been for a little while. Ben Shea would sometimes comment on it.
You are referring to the thread you had with Ms. Ellison?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, continuing in September, do you recall last week we talked about a memorandum you had written about the possibility of shutting down Alameda?
Yes.
I am not going to go over that again, but I will ask you, around the time of that memorandum, do you recall a discussion about the size of the liability that Alameda owed to FTX?
I recall some time during that month the discussion. I don't recall exactly in what context it came.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over a chat?
I know that. I don't recall confidently, no.
Who was it with?
Caroline, Gary, and Nishad were all involved. I believe a few other people were as well, but I am not 100% confident.
What did you say and what did Gary, Caroline, and Nishad say?
Just to clarify, with respect to the thread about shutting down Alameda?
The size of the liability.
The size of the liability. I remember looking into it to some extent myself.
Sorry, Mr. Bankman-Fried. The question was, what did you say and what did they say?
I remember numbers a bit north that. I don't remember specifically which one of them said the number, a bit north of $10 billion of total liability being discussed then.
Can we call DX5 back up again? We can go to the second page and call out the first entry, entry number 1. You just told us that was a project to get you and other non-developers further access, correct?
That's correct.
Did there come a time that you did get such access?
Yes.
When was that?
In October of 2022.
Did there come a time that you used the new access to review the database?
Yep.
What did you determine?
I did a number of queries, but most relevantly in one of them I found an account called something like Sioyan, a Sioyan 88, which had something with fiat in the name and a roughly $8 billion liability.
What did you do after you found this account?
I reached out to a few people to confirm what this account was.
Who did you reach out to?
I don't remember the full list. I believe that it was a few FTX developers.
What did you do after reaching out to them?
So after reaching out to them, I learned that this was.
I'm sorry. The question is, what you did after you spoke to them?
Yes. After I spoke to them, I started to compile a list myself of all accounts on FTX that were affiliated with Alameda, what their balances were, and tried to put together a full picture of what not just Alameda's financials were and FTX's financials but also Alameda's accounts on FTX.
Did you come to a view of how, if at all, the fiat account related to this analysis?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
So the view that I came to was that the fiat account, this $8 billion liability, had always been built into Alameda's financials, that Alameda's net asset value and balance sheets already reflected it, and so the net asset value was in fact roughly positive $10 billion. This didn't make the net asset value $2 billion instead. I came to the view that, on FTX, for at least almost all of the period, the info account, Alameda's primary trading account on FTX, had not reflected this liability, that this had been, for most of FTX's existence, a separate ledger that didn't appear on InfoIt and didn't appear on the admin user's dashboard that I could see, and that the total scale of liabilities was on the ballpark of $10 billion that Alameda had to FTX.
How did you react when you determined that?
I reacted. I felt like I needed to do a further analysis. I felt like it was neither, that if it had been far smaller, I would not have been concerned at all. If it were far larger, I would have been calling it a crisis. It was neither of those. It was at a level where I wanted to make sure I understood the context and I understood what was securing it.
Last week we talked about the concept of liquidity. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
What, if anything, did that have to do with this analysis you did?
Yeah, there are two parts of the analysis. One was solvency effectively, the other was liquidity. The liquidity piece of it that you were referencing was effectively if FTX users requested withdrawals, how much could we process? Anytime that you have a margin exchange, customer assets include both customers' assets but also their borrows, their liabilities. If you need to fill old customer positive assets, you would need to recall all loans and liquidate all positions, which leaves a practical question of, which I looked into at the time, of effectively how many liquid assets FTX had on hand, how many Alameda had on hand, if necessary, and I believe the answer was $5 to $10 billion worth.
What, if anything, did that mean to you?
That felt like a lot more than had ever been required before by a factor of 10 or more. It was also far less than it had been a year ago. And I certainly didn't feel like Alameda was in a position where it could do a $4 billion expenditure, for instance.
You also mentioned a concept called solvency.
Yes.
Can you explain that and how, if at all, it factored into your analysis?
Yes. So solvency, at least as I was thinking of it, referred to, effectively to net asset value, to whether, to the relationship between assets and liabilities. If a company had more assets than liabilities, it was solvent. If it had fewer assets than liabilities, it was insolvent. If Alameda were insolvent, that, in my mind, would have been a very significant problem. That would have been similar to the few hours of crisis prior to the fiat at bug fix in June.
And in September, October, was it your view that Alameda was insolvent?
No. My view was that it had about positive $10 billion of net asset value, which is to say that whatever its liabilities were, it had all of that and then another $10 billion of assets, and that also wasn't counting some other assets that were securing the position as well.
Staying in October, did there come a time that you took a trip?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I took a few trips. The longest was to the Middle East.
Before we get to the Middle East trip, I should ask you, in your duties as CEO of FTX, how often did you travel?
Probably too much in retrospect. About half the time I was gone, more than 100 days in 2022.
What was the primary place you went to?
I went all over, but the single place I went to the most was Washington, D.C.
Why was that?
To meet with senators, with policymakers, with regulators there, both about general crypto regulation of the United States and about FTX U.S. derivatives licensing application.
Let's come back. You said you took a trip to the Middle East in October, is that correct?
Yup.
Did anyone go with you?
Yeah.
Who was that?
From the company, Romnick did.
Just to remind everyone, what was Romnick's role?
He was the head of product base. Also effectively the person in charge of both venture investing and fundraising.
What was the purpose of your trip to the Middle East?
There were multiple purposes. I had been invited to speak at a conference there which was happening that month. I had earlier that year, or possibly late 2021, I don't remember the exact date, been invited to visit Dubai and meet with the regulators there. FTX had just secured a license with the Dubai financial regulators, but I had cancelled that trip. And the Dubai regulators I understood to have been asking that I come visit them at some point, so I owed them a trip as well. On top of that, there were prospective investors in the Middle East who had wanted to meet in person, and there were some government officials who wanted to talk about the growth of the blockchain industry. And we also had a few employees in the Middle East and an office there that I wanted to check out.
Have you ever heard the term sovereign wealth fund?
Yup.
What's that?
It's an investment firm or venture capital firm that is funded by a government.
Did that relate at all to your Middle Eastern trip?
Yeah.
Can you tell us how?
Yeah. One of our larger investors had been a sovereign wealth fund, Temasek, from Singapore, and in the Middle Eastern trip we were going to meet with a few sovereign wealth funds there.
You just told us that in September you had done an analysis of this $8 billion liability relating to the fiat account. Do you recall that, sir?
Yup.
Why did you go on a trip to the Middle East in October?
Because I viewed Alameda as solvent and FTX as solvent and as decently liquid. Had that analysis come up the other way, had it come up the way we briefly thought things were in June of 2022, with Alameda being essentially bankrupt or borderline bankrupt, I would have been in full-on crisis mode. But in my view at the time that wasn't the case.
Did you speak with any FTX employee before you went on the trip?
Yeah, I spoke with a number, probably the most with Adam Yedidia.
Can you tell us what you said to Mr. Yedidia and what he said to you?
Yeah, I described the trip that I was at that time planning to go on, and he said that he was.
You used the phrase counterparty complications.
Yeah.
Maybe you could explain that.
So FTX's largest competitor was Binance. Binance was the largest crypto exchange in the world. It had roughly 40% of the global market. Binance was headquartered in the Middle East and the relationship between FTX and Binance was frosty at that point and had been for a little while. So by traveling to the Middle East, there was a risk that I would be upsetting Binance by quote-unquote stepping on their turf.
At the end of your conversation with Mr. Yedidia, what was his view on whether you should go on the Middle Eastern trip?
He said he thought it definitely made sense.
Did you take the trip?
I did.
How did you regard the trip?
I thought it was overall pretty successful.
Did you end up speaking with any investors?
I did.
What was the reaction?
They were interested. They were going to do more diligence.
Objection.
Pardon?
For him to speculate whether they were interested.
The answer is stricken.
They expressed.
Excuse me, stop, I have ruled.
Understood.
After you came back from your trip, let's do it this way. Let's move ahead now, Mr. Bankman-Fried, to November of 2022. Can we call up, please, GX1087? This is a calendar of November 2022. I am going to circle November 11th. What happened on November 11th, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
That was the day that FTX filed for bankruptcy.
Now I am going to ask you a series of questions that relate to the period from the 1st up through the 11th, okay?
Yep.
Let me start with November 2nd. Did anything happen on that day?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us?
A CoinDesk article came out. CoinDesk is a crypto industry news site which leaked an old copy of an Alameda Research balance sheet.
What, if anything, was your response to this CoinDesk article?
I reached out to Caroline to ask if she wanted to comment on it.
Finish your answer.
She was traveling and didn't get back to me until after the article came out, and then we and others talked about whether she wanted to send a tweet in response to it.
Did there come a time that a tweet was sent?
Yep.
Let's take a look at Government Exhibit 875 in evidence. Mr. Bankman-Fried, what is this?
This is that tweet.
I want to go through a couple of parts of that tweet with you. This is, first of all, from November 6th. It says at the top, a few notes on the balance sheet info that has been circulating recently. That specific balance sheet is for a subset of our corporate entities. We have 10 billion of assets that aren't reflected there. What was your understanding of that statement?
My understanding is that was true.
Why was it true?
Among other things, Paperbird had far more than that amount of assets, chiefly equity holdings in FTX. That was not reflected on the Alameda balance sheet.
You used the phrase Paperbird?
Yes.
Which I think you used last week. Just to remind everyone, what was that?
Who owned Paperbird?
Gary and I did.
Go ahead.
Continuing down to the next entry, it says, the balance sheet breaks out a few of our biggest long positions. We obviously have hedges that aren't listed. What was your reaction to that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
That seems self-evidently true to me.
Why was that?
There were no messages listed on that balance sheet, and Alameda had put on hedges.
And continuing to the last entry, given the tightening in the crypto credit space this year, we returned most of our loans by now. What was your reaction to that, sir?
That seemed true to me.
Why is that?
The loans that Alameda had taken out from third-party desks had fallen by far more than 50% over the prior year.
We can take this exhibit down. Now, continuing in that period in November, let's go to November 6th. Let's pull up Government Exhibit 874 in evidence. Brian, if we can expand that. Looking at the top of it, it says, first of all, who is this from?
That is CZ, Changpeng Zhao, the CEO of Binance.
It says,
As part of Binance's exit from FTX equity last year, Binance received roughly $2.1 billion USD equivalent in cash, BUSD and FTT. Due to recent revelations that have come to light, we have decided to liquidate any remaining FTT on our books. Do you see that, sir? Yes.
I want to take it in steps. The first sentence says, if you can highlight it, Brian. As part of Binance's exit from FTX equity last year, Binance received roughly $2.1 billion and so on. What does that refer to?
So in mid-2021, we had bought out Binance's equity holdings of FTX. It had been the seed investor in FTX.
Continuing on, he says, due to recent revelations that have come to light, we have decided to liquidate any remaining FTT on our books. What did that refer to?
CZ was declaring that they were going to sell off the FTT that they had gotten from this equity buyout, which was around $500 million worth.
You can take that down, Brian, and you can take down the slide. What, if anything, was your response to this tweet from CZ?
I discussed, again with Caroline and others, about whether any of us should send a tweet in response to it.
What, if anything, happened with respect to customer withdrawals?
They increased massively.
Can you explain to us what happened?
Yeah, historically, FTX had seen roughly $50 million per day of net deposits or withdrawals. On Sunday, November 6th, it saw about $1 billion of net withdrawals.
What was your reaction, if anything, to the size of those withdrawals?
I was concerned.
Why were you concerned?
It signaled a potential, what I viewed to be a potential run on the bank and a risk of a liquidity crisis if that increased.
Let me stop you. You used the phrase, run on the bank.
Yeah.
What did that mean to you?
So what that meant to me was, if there is a bank and all of its customers.
Objection.
Sustained.
What did it mean to you in connection with FTX?
What it meant to me in connection with FTX was that FTX was a marketing exchange. That meant that there were borrows, that there was leverage, and that, because of that, if many customers all at once wanted to close down their positions and withdraw everything from the exchange, that would necessitate closing down the other side of those positions and recalling all borrows. In other words, the only way to return all funds, the only way to process all withdrawals for all users was to liquidate every open margin position on the exchange and shut down the business. Obviously, that would be in a most extreme, 100% withdrawals scenario. But $1 billion was already about 10 times as much as I had ever seen in a given day.
Did you discuss with anyone responding to CZ's tweet?
Yes.
Who did you discuss it with?
I don't remember the exact list, but I know that Caroline, Zane, Romnick, Nishad, and Gary were all at least tangentially involved.
I think we all know the names. You mentioned Zane. Who was that?
Zane was the head of institutional customer relationships for FTX. Basically, that meant that he was the point person that large trading firms would talk to.
What was his last name?
Tackett.
Did there come a time that a response was put out to CZ's tweet?
Yup.
Let's take a look at Government Exhibit 876 in evidence. Take a moment. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is that response.
And it was put out by Ms. Ellison, correct?
Yup.
Why did she put out the response?
Because ultimately the response was an offer from Alameda, and she put it out as Alameda's CEO.
Continuing in the next, it says, CZ Binance, if you're looking to minimize the market impact on your FTT sales, Alameda will happily buy it all from you at 22. Do you see that?
Yup.
What did that refer to?
So our understanding was that CZ was signaling that he was going to sell $500 million of FTT roughly over a 3-month period, roughly, and FTT had been trading above $22 per token and had been above that level for a fairly long time. This represented a level that we had discussed and decided it would make sense and be profitable for Alameda to buy those FTT tokens at and an offer for CZ to do it in one big chunk to Alameda rather than by working it out over the course of months and hopefully saying hassle on both sides.
In your view, did Alameda have the funds to purchase the FTT at $22?
Yeah, I remember checking and seeing that Alameda had $5 billion, roughly, of liquid assets at hand.
We can take this slide down. As we move from November 6th into November 7th, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to withdrawals?
They didn't just continue at the pace of, they increased further. On Monday, November 7th, FTX saw about $4 billion of net withdrawals from the platform. That was about 100 times an average day.
What, if anything, did that mean to you?
That meant that we might be, in my view at the time, days away from a liquidating crisis if this continued.
Let's move now to November 7th, to the morning of November 7th. Can we call up Government Exhibit 878, please?
Sorry, we were just on November 7th.
Yes, we were merging into it. We are now in the morning, Your Honor. Do you recall, Mr. Bankman-Fried, seeing Government Exhibit 878 before?
Yup.
What is it?
This was a tweet thread that FTX's Twitter account sent out in response to concern about slow withdrawal processing on FTX.
Were you part of the people who worked on this?
Yup.
Who else worked on it?
Gary Wang and Nishad provided the technical input for it, and then FTX's customer support team, I believe Keith in particular, were involved in terms of actually posting it.
So at the top it says, support updates, number 1. Number 2, it says, matching engine, etc., all running smoothly. BTC withdrawals. Chunk through them. Node is throughput limited. We're switching it to process from both ends, which should help speed it up. What did that refer to, sir?
So I was told by Gary at the time that FTX, Bitcoin withdrawals were backlogged, which meant that if a customer requested to withdraw 1 Bitcoin, it would take hours for us to actually send them that Bitcoin, whereas usually we were processing them in seconds to minutes, and that the cause of that was that we were seeing so many withdrawals so quickly that we basically hit various speed bumps in the code that had been written to process Bitcoin withdrawals, that there were pieces of it that just weren't built to send them that quickly, but that Gary was rewriting it to be that much faster.
Continuing, finally, with number 3. Stablecoins processing of the banks are closed for the weekend, though. USD stablecoin creations redemptions might be slower until wires clear tomorrow, especially for some coins, chains. What did that refer to, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
This came on late on a Sunday night. Most bank functions don't happen during weekends. They only happen during weekdays. So if a customer wanted to do a wire transfer withdrawal from FTX, unless they happen to bank at a very specific bank, they would have to wait until Monday for it. In addition to that, if there were massive stablecoin withdrawals, which there were that day, FTX would have to use dollars in a bank account to create those stablecoins in order to send them for customer withdrawals, and that, in turn, involved a bank wire transfer, which also couldn't happen until the week started. So those were 2 reasons that US dollar and stablecoin withdrawals were at least to some extent delayed for a day or so.
We can take this down. Continuing into the evening of November 7th, did there come a time, sir, that you put up a tweet?
Yup.
Let's take a look at GX866, please. If you could expand the top part, Brian. So the entry says, number 1, a competitor is trying to go after us with false rumors. Then below that it says, FTX is fine. Assets are fine. Do you see that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yup.
What was the first entry a reference to?
Binance.
And what false rumors are you referring to?
There had been a number over the prior month or so. My impression had been that Binance was running a number of campaigns against us online, chiefly targeted at attacking FTX for working with regulators, and paying people on Twitter to say.
Objection to that last portion about Foundation with respect to paying people on Twitter.
Yes, the jury will disregard the impression. It's stricken.
Okay, let's move to the next entry. Underneath it, you said, FTX is fine. Assets are fine. What did you mean by that?
So this tweet was posted in the morning of November 7th. At the point where I posted it, Alameda still had a net asset value of roughly positive $3 billion. FTX had no holes on its balance sheet, and there had been no attack on the customer assets. And so my view at the time was that the exchange was okay and that there was no hole in terms of assets.
Okay, now let's call out number 2, Brian. You said here, FTX has enough to cover all client holdings. We don't invest client assets, even in treasuries. We have been processing all withdrawals and will continue to be. Some details on withdrawal speed. What does this all refer to, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yeah, so the prior thing we looked at was the BTC notes and the banking and stuff. The first pieces of that, FTX itself had effectively no liabilities and just assets. And FTX did not do any investments with customer assets. So FTX just kept the customer assets it held in wallets and bank accounts. We had discussed whether to invest in treasuries. Hadn't done that. And as of the time this was sent, Alameda, which was obviously a large customer on FTX, still had far more in assets than in liabilities.
Okay, you can take that down. Going into the evening of November 7th, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to customer withdrawals?
Yeah, they accelerated to about $4 billion over the course of the day.
And what did this mean to you?
It meant that we were on the verge of a liquidity crisis.
Okay, now we've spoken several times about hedges. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And I think you told us hedges got put on in September.
That's right.
What effect, if any, did they have now in November?
Well, so far they hadn't been relevant because there hadn't been any market move. Alameda's assets and liabilities had not, in my understanding at the time, moved that much since mid-June. That would soon change, though.
All right, so you said you thought there was a liquidity issue. What did you mean by that?
So effectively, going into this, there had been roughly $5 to $10 billion of liquidity on hand, which means ability to immediately process or promptly process liquid customer withdrawals. That was far more than had been needed before, but in a 2-day period, customers had withdrawn about $5 billion of liquid assets.
What happened going into November 8th in terms of withdrawals?
They were continuing at that same $3 to $4 billion a day clip.
And did anything else happen then? Did anything happen that changed your view of Alameda at that point?
Yes.
What was that?
On the evening, so beginning on the evening of November 7th and continuing into the morning of November 8th, there was a market crash.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, so assets that I understood to be associated with Alameda declined massively in value. FTT, over a 12-hour period or so, fell I think roughly 80%. Solana fell roughly 50%. Overall, this led to an approximately 50% crash in Alameda's assets, and that was the 50% crash that drove its net asset value from close to $10 billion to only a little bit above $0.
Okay, and what, if anything, did that mean to you?
That meant that Alameda was still solvent but that there was very little margin for error left, that we were risking a solvency crisis.
And now coming back to the hedges we talked about.
Yes.
What, if any, effect did they have?
Unfortunately none.
Why was that?
The hedges had been in general market instruments, both cryptocurrency and equities, things like Bitcoin. However, unlike all of the previous market crashes, the 70% crashes over the first half of the year that had led to the large decline in Alameda's net asset value from $40 billion or so to $10 billion or so, this crash was not a broad crash. Bitcoin had been down 70% over the first half of the year, but on November 7th and 8th, 2022, Bitcoin basically didn't move. Even though FTT was down over 50%, Solana was down around 50%, Bitcoin was down maybe 10%, and stocks basically didn't move at all. The hedges, which would have been helpful against the prior crashes to protect income, had effectively no benefit for what happened here.
Let's call up again Government Exhibit 866. And call out the first entry, where you say, FTX is fine. Assets are fine.
Yup.
Once you learned the information you just related, what, if anything, did you do?
I took down this tweet thread.
All right.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to read from Government Exhibit 2001, which is a stipulation agreed upon by the parties, and in evidence. The exhibits set forth in Attachment B below are authentic copies of tweets and retweets posted at the dates and times indicated on the exhibits, but which were later deleted at dates and times listed in Attachment B. And it lists Government Exhibit 866, deleted November 8, 2022, at 5:37 p.m.
Okay, all right, now I want to pick up. Well, let me just ask you one question, and then we'll come back to it. On November 8th, what, if anything, were you thinking? What, if anything, did you do with respect to FTX and Alameda?
A few things. The first was, effectively began liquidating Alameda. It had reached that critical threshold where its net asset value was barely positive, and started to get all liquidity it could put together, begun closing down positions, and potentially closing down the company entirely. And at the same time I had calls with potential investors.
Why were you calling potential investors?
Because in my view at the time, while Alameda was still solvent, as was FTX, it was potentially going to be a lengthy process to close down the company, to liquidate its holdings, and with the run on the bank.
Objection. Run on the bank.
Pardon me?
With the run on the bank.
He defined it in terms of FTX.
I don't think exactly, but I'll let it stand. I think everybody understands what he's saying.
With the run on FTX, the customers were requesting billions of dollars immediately for withdrawals. And if we didn't want to have delays, then that was potentially significant delays, that was going to potentially need significant amounts of outside capital, and so.
When you finish your answer, sir, I'm sorry.
And so I was calling prospective investors about that.
We'll come back to it, but from November 8th forward, did you continue to call investors?
I did.
Okay, now continuing in that week of November 1st to November 11th, during that week did you have any conversations with Nishad Singh?
I did, yes.
What were the topics of those conversations?
There were chiefly two topics. One topic, which was the operational topic, was just on doing everything that we could to support FTX and its customers. The other was on Nishad's personal finances and situation.
Okay, let's call up Government Exhibit 480A in evidence. Okay, and this is a chat between you and Nishad, is that right?
Yup.
Okay, if we can, Brian, expand what's in blue.
This is him talking. One thing that'd seriously help me is if I didn't have debts. I think most of them are loans. 500 meters for me exercising, more for US investments. I hope we can unwind these but not sure. Maybe 80 meters extra or so or donations, personal, etc. that went through my bank ACC and are in my name. And then continuing to the bottom, he said, would you be okay letting me trade to get rid of the 80? The only change in deliverable is the taxable amount, since the rest was already delivered. Sorry, I know this is not an important thing to focus on and not the point, I'm just having a really hard time, and I think this may help me get back, IDK. Do you see that, Mr. Bankman-Fried? Yes.
Continuing on in the document, Brian. You say, we'll think about this. He says, thanks. You say, what does trade mean? He says, sell FTT or SRM earlier in 2022. And you say, I think that's probably fine. What does that refer to, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that exchange?
So I wasn't sure exactly what he had intended. I understood, at a high level, that he wanted to get out of his own personal loans at that point in time.
Okay, what was his demeanor during these conversations this week?
He was actively suicidal. He had expressed that explicitly to myself and to others. We had a therapist on call and meeting with him and overseeing him more or less constantly.
Don't say anything more about that.
Yeah.
Okay, what did you mean when you said, I think that's probably fine?
I meant two things. The first thing was that assuming that we got through the crisis, I would do what I could in good faith to get his personal finances in a more comfortable situation. I wasn't sure exactly what form that would take. And the second was that I wanted to be reassuring to him, so I wanted to make sure he didn't take any actions against himself.
Did you agree to backdate any documents with him?
No.
Okay, if we can take that down and pull up GX480C. Okay, this is another chain between you and Nishad. Brian, if we could call up the blue.
When I briefly called Dan, he was very upset with this and blamed basically the three of us and said it was super effed up.
Continuing on the next blue, Brian. I'm sorry. Drop that. Okay. No. I'm sorry. Back up. Give me the whole page again. I'll tell you what to pull up. From here to here. Okay. Forgive my bad handwriting. You say, back and forth with Mr. Singh, you say, makes sense. I don't hate the idea of them being pissed at me. There were pros and cons, mostly cons, but it might help move on. Then he says, "This is wildly selfish of me, but they may need to know that it wasn't a ton of people orchestrating it. I think it makes sense to more likely to want to be here to help save the situation, at least. Even if you did think that was a good idea, IDK how you say it, I don't really have a strong rec." You say, "Yup. For what it's worth, I don't think that's super selfish, I think that's probably correct." What did you understand him to be saying here, and what did you mean with your response?
I understood him to be saying that he wanted me to tell people that he was not involved in it, in causing the crisis, and him to be claiming that employees at FTX would be more comfortable working with him if they heard that was the case.
And what did you mean by your response?
I agreed with the second part of that it very well might be, make it easier for people to work together to the extent that they weren't blaming Nishad.
Okay, we can take that down. During your conversations in that first week of November, did Zain Tackett come up?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that came up?
Objection. Form. Which conversation?
Form.
Let me take it in steps. During the week of November, well, it's more than a week, the period of November 1st to November 11th, did you have a conversation with Nishad about what he should say to Zain Tackett?
Yes.
Objection. Sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure where this is going, but I asked for a sidebar because there is a conversation described in Michael Lewis' book that is sourced to the defendant that we consider a false exculpatory and inadmissible hearsay, and I don't know if that is where you're going, but I would ask for a preview outside the presence of the jury to lodge any hearsay objections.
Sure.
Mr. Cohen.
Where this is going is, he had a conversation. He, the defendant, had a conversation with Nishad, who said, "What do I tell Zain Tackett, who is the person dealing with institutional investors?" And the defendant said, "I don't think we did anything wrong. I don't think you did anything wrong." And Nishad said, "That's not good enough. And that's what I'm seeking to elicit."
Your Honor, we would object to that as hearsay. Does not go to his state of mind because it does not meet the contemporaneous requirement of the state of mind rule. It's after the collapse had effectively happened, the defendant's been exposed, he's trying to cover his tracks and he's trying to prevent.
That's the government's interpretation of the evidence. We're entitled to bring it out and argue the opposite interpretation, which is that our client was continuing to say that he thought neither he nor Mr. Singh had done anything wrong. Then Mr. Singh is acting in an opposite way. It's really a relevancy objection.
Give me the offer of proof again exactly?
Sure, I don't think it's the passage counsel was thinking of, but anyway, the offer of proof is, it speaks to Mr. Nishad says to him, "I need to know what to say to Zain Tackett, who is head of institutional investors."
I know.
Okay, and Mr. Bankman-Fried says, "Well, I will say tell him we didn't do anything wrong." "I didn't, you didn't." And Mr. Singh says, "That's not good enough. That's the sum and substance I'm trying to elicit."
And you say that, that's not good enough, is not admissible because?
The whole thing of, "we didn't do anything wrong," is not admissible. It's not a statement of his then existing state of mind as to future intent or plan. It's a retrospective statement to try to absolve himself of responsibility, and under the cases that interpret Rule 803(3), like Cardassia, the state of mind exception focuses on the contemporaneity of the statement and the unlikelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. This conversation has every indicia of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation, and this does not pertain to future intent or plans. It's after the scheme has been exposed.
It's after the bankruptcy filing, Your Honor, on November 11th, when, according to the government, the conspiracy is still in effect. This is the first time I've heard in this trial that the conspiracy ended the first week of November.
I don't think you heard that. I certainly didn't.
Andu.
Can I finish, please?
I'm sorry.
And the fact that the defendant is testifying to his own state of mind, that he believed he had not done anything wrong during that period before the filing, that he didn't think Mr. Singh had done anything wrong before the filing, is certainly relevant to the issues in this case, and certainly goes to his state of mind.
Your Honor, there's no general exception that any statement during a conspiracy is admissible under 803(3). Only the government is permitted to put in co-conspirator statements. What the defense has to show is that the statement itself pertains to future intent or plan. The bankruptcy happened later, but at this point employees are demanding answers. The defendant is in hot water. He's lying on Twitter. He's trying to cover.
That's their interpretation.
Stop interrupting, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And if he wants to get on that stand and say, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, that's one thing, but to offer a self-serving hearsay statement that he gave to his employee, who he wanted to enlist in not exposing his crimes, does not meet Rule 803(3).
We just heard the government summation on that point. They're entitled to give it, Your Honor, but the defendant is entitled to say, at the time, not after the fact, he did not think he did anything wrong, and that's what he said to Mr. Singh. And Mr. Singh objected to that. It goes to the weight of this, and not admissibility.
Are you trying to offer this under 803(3), or another rule?
His statement comes in as 803(3), the defendant's state of mind. How could it not?
It requires that it be a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, such as motive, intent, or plan, or emotional, sensory, or physical condition, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed. And
Sustained.
Okay, Mr. Bankman-Fried, you mentioned that during this week, starting around November 8, you started to contact investors.
Yup.
Did you have any contact with Binance?
Yes.
What was that contact?
Beginning with the market crash, late on the 7th and early on the 8th, I reached out to CZ, the CEO of Binance, about potentially acquiring FTX.
Did anything happen with respect to that potential acquisition?
Yeah, later that day they signed a letter of intent to acquire FTX.
And what happened with respect to that letter of intent?
About a day later they backed out of it.
Okay, did you speak with other investors that week?
I did, yes.
Okay, let me call your attention to the end of that week. Did there come a time when you had a conversation with Can Sun?
Yes, I did.
And just to remind everyone, who was he?
He was the general counsel of FTX.
Okay, and I meant to ask you this. During the week or the period November 1st to November 11th, where were you working?
I was working from the apartment that I was renting in Albany after I moved out of the Orchid 6 penthouse.
Okay, did there come a time that you changed to a different location?
Yeah, midway through that week, my apartment became overfull with people and so we moved to the Conch Shack, which was a house in Albany that some employees lived in.
And about how many employees were working in the Conch Shack?
20 to 40 overtime.
And how many hours were you working?
22 a day, 23 a day, roughly.
Okay, now did there come a time during the end of this week where you had a conversation with Mr. Sun?
Yes.
Okay, how did that come about?
I had a call with Apollo, who was a potential source of liquidity investor, or lender for FTX, about an emergency line of credit. I had in that call given them a spreadsheet which summarized the financial state of FTX and of Alameda and of the fiat account and other things.
Did the spreadsheet include the $8 billion liability we've been discussing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, please continue.
And they warily told me that they were considering whether or not to make an investment of a few $1 billion, and that they had a series of questions, one of which was on what the compliance framework or context was for the fiat account.
And what, if anything, did you do after you heard that?
I had a follow-up call with them, and before that call, I asked to talk to Can.
And where did your conversation with Mr. Sun take place?
I think we were walking around Albany.
Okay, why weren't you in the work area?
It was overflowing at that point in time.
Okay, and as best you can remember, why don't you tell us what you said to Mr. Sun and what he said to you?
Yeah, I described the call I had with Apollo to him and relayed the question that they had asked around the compliance framework for the fiat account. I said that I wanted to make sure that I didn't say anything wrong, or incorrect on the call I had with Apollo, so I wanted to talk with Can about it.
What topics did you go over with him? Take your water. In fact, I'm going to simplify it instead of trying to finish. Do you know Wu?
I'm good.
Why don't you tell us what you said to Can and what he said to you?
Yeah, so after I described the context in the call to Can said that he had been thinking about that, very recently, over the past day or so, that in his view, there were different buckets of assets, effectively, that there were different buckets of balances and positions on FTX, depending on what users were doing with them, how they were using the system, and that those would be treated differently with respect to borrowing that Alameda had done. Can said that he had do that for assets that were lent out to earn interest on the spot margin order book. Those clearly could be borrowed. He said that for assets that were used as collateral for margin trading, those were also borrowable. He said that for user assets that were staked out, they probably were, but it depended on the exact format of that. Staking is various forms of interest earning activity. But that for assets that were purely spot assets, at least for digital assets that were purely spot assets, with no margin and no futures trading, that he wasn't sure that, in his view, the terms of service supported borrowing those assets.
And what did you say, if anything?
I said that lined up at a high level with my understanding. We then briefly discussed the size of those buckets and how they compared to Alameda's borrowing.
And what did Can say, if anything?
Can said that he had gotten a number for specifically the interest-earning assets lent out in the spot margin borrow, lending order book, and that those might be enough to cover all of the info at accounts borrowing but not the info at plus fiat at accounts borrowing those put together, but that he didn't have numbers on the top of his head for the other buckets. So he think there were some other smaller buckets I didn't mention there that he discussed as well, and wasn't sure off the top of his head how those compared to the full scale of Alameda's borrowing.
And did the topic of what to tell Apollo come up?
Yeah, I was context for the conversation was me figuring out what to tell them, and as we went through this, I told Can that my plan was just to relate my best understanding of the framework to Apollo in our call that was coming up, and that I didn't disagree with anything that Can had said and, wouldn't say anything that was contrary to it.
Did you subsequently have the call with Apollo?
Yes, I did.
Did Can participate in that call?
No, he wasn't on the call.
Okay, now continuing to November 9th of that week.
Yeah.
Did there come a time that you became aware that there was going to be an Alameda all-hands meeting?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
Caroline sent me a message saying there's going to be one.
If we could call up Government Exhibit 414A in evidence. Okay, if we could pull up the blue at the top, Brian.
This is Caroline speaking, thinking about what to tell people at Alameda all hands. Right now I'm thinking a vibe of Alameda is probably going to wind down. If you don't want to stay or want to take some time off, no pressure. If you do want to help with stuff like making sure our lenders get repaid, it's super appreciated. Does that seem right?
And if we can show the gray now, Brian. And you respond, and maybe something about there being a future of some sort for those who are excited but that you can't know for sure what it is. What did you understand her to be saying, and what are you saying here?
I understood her to be describing what she was planning to say at the all-hands meeting. Coming up, that she was going to tell Alameda employees that Alameda was probably going to be shutting down as a business and, closing down its positions, and that she, wanted help doing so. And I threw out a suggestion about, maybe there would be a future venture for people who are staying that we're excited about, but I didn't actually have anything concrete.
Now, did you attend that all-hands meeting?
No, I did not.
Did you speak with Caroline after the meeting?
She sent me a message after the meeting, yeah.
Let's call up Government Exhibit 414B. If you can call up the, well, I don't think, we don't need to expand it. I'm looking at the bottom part.
She says, there, did this, think it went well, people seemed.
Object. This is not yet in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, I thought it was. I'm sorry. Okay, let's take it down. Did you speak with Caroline after the meeting?
She sent a message.
What did she say to you?
She said that the meeting had gone well and that no other content about what the meeting had been about, really.
And sometime after the meeting did you speak with Constance Wong?
Yeah.
Who is that?
The COO of FTX.
And after you spoke with Constance Wong, what, if anything, did you do?
I looked into data to check the history of Alameda's accounts on FTX.
Okay, did you look at anything in particular?
Yeah, I looked at what had happened with the info at account and fiat at accounts over the course of June 2022.
All right, now moving forward, Mr. Bankman-Fried, on November 11th you stepped down from the company, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and after stepping down did there come a time that you spoke to any journalists?
Yeah.
Okay, why did you do that?
I felt like it was the right thing for me to do to try and talk about what had happened.
Okay, did there come a time that you spoke with George Stephanopoulos?
Yup.
And who was he?
He was a host of Good Morning America.
And why did you speak with him?
The same reason. I wanted to tell the world what I knew.
Okay, this conversation, which I think the government played a portion of, took place when?
I think it was early December of 2022.
And in early December 2022 what information did you have available to you?
I had my memory. I had very little beyond that. I'd been cut off from nearly all systems shortly after the bankruptcy filing.
Okay, who did you go with to speak with Mr. Stephanopoulos?
I mean, it was me.
Did he tell you, or his team tell you in advance what questions he would ask?
No.
So why did you go?
I felt like I wanted to apologize for what had happened and I wanted to explain, as best I could, given what I did and didn't know at the time.
Okay, now going back to November 12th, did there come a time that you met with the Securities Commission of the Bahamas?
Yeah.
Okay, and where was the meeting?
We had multiple meetings. They were at the headquarters of the Securities Commission.
Who was there?
Christina Roll, the head of the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, her staff, the Joint Provisional Liquidators, myself, Crystal Roll, my Bahamian attorney, and my father, and then for the first meeting there were others in the headquarters but not in the meeting itself.
Okay, and after the meeting what happened next?
Just to clarify, because there were multiple meetings, are you referring to the November 12th meeting?
November 12th, yes, I'll get to the others.
Yeah, so in that meeting in particular, Gary Wong was at the headquarters as well, although not in the interview itself.
Sorry, Mr. Bankman-Fried, the question was, what happened next?
After that meeting, there was a series of discussions regarding the next steps that we would need to take in terms of compliance and regulatory requirements. Yes. Understood. So after that, most of the people who had been at the SCB headquarters drove down to the FTX office.
And what, if anything, happened at the FTX office?
At the FTX office, Gary and I were directed to help transfer the remaining assets under FTX's custody to a custody system set up by the Securities Commission, the Bahamian regulators.
And yes or no, after November 12th did you have additional meetings with the members of the SCB and the Joint Provisional Liquidators?
Yes, many.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to help customers, help the bankruptcy process, be helpful in any way I could.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Bankman-Fried. I have nothing further.
Okay, we'll take our morning break here. 15 minutes.
All rise.
Your Honor, what did you have in mind for timing of lunch, just for my planning purposes?
Somewhere between 12:30 and 1.
Great, thank you.
Juror number 3 has a flight Friday morning that she would like to keep for her uncle's 70th birthday. And juror number 8 has indicated that she'll have to let us know tomorrow, because she needs to consult her calendar at home. Andy, you'll mark that next in order, please. And we'll bring in the jury.
Please be seated, everyone.
The defendant and the jurors all are present, as they've been throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be in a better position to let you know about Friday probably tomorrow, but as soon as I can, I will. The defendant is reminded he's still under oath. Ms. Sassoon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you testified a bunch about Alameda. Up through November of 2022, you owned 90% of Alameda, correct?
Yes.
And until FTX and Alameda declared bankruptcy, that never changed, right?
That's correct.
Fair to say then that Alameda was an entity that was affiliated with FTX?
Objection.
Form.
Would you agree, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that Alameda was an entity affiliated with FTX?
Objection.
Ask it a different way.
You owned both Alameda and FTX, correct?
I owned substantial stakes in both.
And you talked a lot about Alameda as a customer of FTX. If Alameda made money, that meant that you would make money, right?
Essentially, yes.
And for a period of time you were a billionaire, correct?
Yup.
And if we could briefly pull up Government Exhibit 67, which is in evidence. Mr. Bankman-Fried, does this fairly show that you were 90% owner of Alameda?
Yup.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, would you say that you were not involved at all in Alameda trading in 2022?
I was not involved as a general principle in day-to-day trading.
So you would not say that you were not at all involved in Alameda trading?
Depends on how you define trading.
Yes or no, Mr. Bankman-Fried, in 2022, would you say that you were not at all involved in Alameda trading?
I would say I was not involved for the most part.
You were receiving some information about Alameda throughout 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so you were not walled off from Alameda trading decisions, right?
Objection. Form.
Overruled.
I was not generally making trading decisions, but I was not walled off from information from Alameda.
You named Caroline and Sam Trabucco co-CEOs around August of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And after they were named co-CEOs, you continued to meet with them to talk about Alameda business, right?
With Caroline, at least.
And sometimes with Sam Trabucco as well, correct?
For the first period.
When you say the first period, we're talking about after August 2021, right?
Yes.
And Caroline would send you updates about Alameda's trading profits and losses, right?
Yup.
And sometimes you continued to give input on trading decisions, yes?
Yes.
You participated in a chat group called Vertex, correct?
Yup.
And that was with Caroline Ellison, Sam Trabucco, and Ben Shea.
Yes.
And in that chat group the four of you would sometimes discuss Alameda trading, right?
Yup.
After you stepped down as CEO, you also still told Caroline when to buy certain cryptocurrencies from time to time, right?
I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to.
Well, do you recall giving instructions to ever buy cryptocurrencies after you named Caroline co-CEO?
I don't recall an instance. I'm not confident there wasn't one.
MAPS, that's a cryptocurrency, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bianco, can you show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1630? Do you see that this is a chat between you, Ms. Ellison, and Sam Trabucco?
Yup.
The government offers Government Exhibit 1630.
No objection.
Received. Government's Exhibit 1630 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish that. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see this as dated January 24, 2022?
Yup.
And do you see at the top you wrote, on Oxy, Maps, how much have we bought the last few days? When you said, we, you're referring to Alameda, correct?
Yup.
And do you see beneath that, you said, guessing we should twop longer, $1 to $2 million of each over the next day or two, do you see that?
Yup.
And you gave direction to Caroline and Sam Trabucco to buy Oxy and Maps, correct?
No.
You're giving them direction with respect to the trading of maps, correct?
No.
Do you see Caroline Ellison's response? Yup, that sounds good, 200K of maps.
Yup.
And you wrote back, lol.
Yup.
January 2022, that's after you announced Caroline and Trabucco as co-CEOs, right?
Yup.
You also told Caroline around the summer of 2022 to buy something called JGBs, right?
I'm not sure if it was buy or sell, but it was related to the hedging, yes.
And that stands for Japanese government bonds?
Yes.
And so you gave her directions with respect to either the buying or selling of JGBs, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that you had some heated discussions with Caroline Ellison in 2022 about hedging, right?
Yeah.
And she sent you spreadsheets with analysis of the hedging, correct?
Yup.
And hedging, that's a form of trading, isn't it?
Yeah.
FTX declared bankruptcy on November 11, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested in this case on December 13, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you touched on this in your direct. After FTX declared bankruptcy but before your arrest, you made certain public statements, correct?
Yup.
And you did public interviews.
Yes.
I think you said you wanted to get out there and tell what you knew. You wanted to tell the truth?
Yup.
And when you spoke publicly about FTX, you understood it was important to tell the truth, right?
Yup.
And that you had to be precise about what you said, right?
As best I could, given what I knew and didn't know.
And it was important to be careful in what you said, correct?
As best I could.
Once you became a high-profile CEO, you understood that people would be watching what you said, correct?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you understood that you had to be careful about what you said in public, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you even ran what you said through a public relations filter, correct?
Yes.
And that was to make sure that you were precise about what you said, right?
In general.
And you testified about this, but on December 1, 2022, you did an interview, for example, with George Stephanopoulos on Good Morning America, right?
Yes.
We saw a clip from that interview, didn't we?
Yes.
You also did an interview hosted by someone named Mario Nawfal. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I am not saying I didn't.
Did you do an interview on something called Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, I did a couple.
And those were live streamed?
Yup.
And one of the ones that you did was arranged December 1st of 2022, right?
Sounds about right.
So that's after the bankruptcy was declared, correct?
Yup.
And this interview covered topics related to the collapse of FTX, right?
They did, yes.
And isn't it true, yes or no, that you stated on this podcast that you were not involved at all in Alameda trading and hadn't been for years?
I don't recall what I said.
Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 2508. We can pull up, Mr. Bianco, 2508T for the court and counsel. If we could also offer 2508T as an aid to the jury.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may we have a sidebar, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, the parties have had a practice of sharing exhibits that they will be using in examination the night before. This was not shared with us, so it's the first I am seeing it in connection with this. I just want to know what purpose it's being offered for before we say whether we have an objection or not.
Your Honor, the defense at no time asked us to share exhibits that we intended to use on cross-examination. I think it's obvious that we are going to introduce exhibits during cross-examination. It's also necessary because he denied recalling making the statements. It's the defendant's own statement and it is being used to impeach.
Any objection?
No.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2508 and 2508T as an aid.
2508 is an audio?
Yes.
They are received. Government Exhibits 2508 and 2508T received in evidence. So far as 2508T, the transcript, ladies and gentlemen, the instruction I gave you earlier in the trial about transcripts as compared with recordings, audio and video, applies here too. It's the audio or the video, whichever it is, that is the evidence.
Mr. Bianco, you can now play Government Exhibit 2508 for the jury. Audio played.
The statement, I was intentionally not getting involved in it because I was concerned about a conflict of interest. That's your voice, Mr. Bankman-Fried, correct?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
In early December 2022, you spoke to a journalist at the Financial Times, correct?
I am not sure.
Do you recall speaking to a journalist by the name of Joshua Oliver?
Various points, yes.
Do you recall speaking to him after FTX declared bankruptcy?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Mr. Oliver asked you questions about FTX's collapse?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling Mr. Oliver that you had walled yourself off from trading and risk management at Alameda?
I don't remember what I said.
Mr. Bianco, if you could please pull up Government Exhibit 2503. What's marked as Government Exhibit 2503? The government offers Government Exhibit 2503. Mr. Bianco, if you could scroll down.
Your Honor, is this being offered for its truth?
I'm waiting to find out.
For the fact that it was said, Your Honor, not for its truth.
On that basis, no objection.
Received, not for the truth, but the fact that the statements were made.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish this MBAN 3 and start at the first page.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see that this is an article by Joshua Oliver, dated December 4, 2022?
It looks like it.
Mr. Bianco, if we can go to the second page. I am going to read to you from the top here. The FTX founder insisted that he had walled himself off from trading and risk management at the Alameda research trading firm, which he majority owned, for conflict of interest reasons related to his role as guardian of customer assets as chief executive of the exchange FTX. Do you see that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
I see that.
You can take that down. These statements to Joshua Oliver and on the podcast we listened to, they were before you knew you had been indicted in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time you were aware that your private signal messages with Caroline, Nishad, and Gary that predated November 2022 had been auto-deleted, correct?
Objection to form.
Overruled.
Some of them.
In fact, all of them from the hashtag organization chat, for example, correct?
Probably.
Mr. Bianco, let's pull up Government Exhibit 1083. Mr. Bankman-Fried, I'll direct your attention to row 1, hashtag organization. Do you see the auto-deletion status column?
Yep.
Do you see where it says that, as of May 11, 2021, messages would be deleted after 1 week?
Yep.
Let's go to row 2. Do you see the group name of that chat was Sam, Gary, Nishad?
Yep.
When was auto-delete for those messages set to 24 hours, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
I can read the document. It says 2021.
You can take that down. Looking at the third row, the group name SBF Caroline Nishad, do you see that that was set to 4 weeks auto-deletion?
Yep.
And row 4, the Fantastic Three whose participants were Gary Wong, Nishad Singh, and Sam Bankman-Fried, that had a 1-week auto-deletion, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. At the time you made these statements that we just looked at on the podcast and to Joshua Oliver, you did not know that Caroline Ellison would be cooperating with the government, correct?
I didn't know with confidence.
There was no public information that Caroline Ellison was cooperating with the government, correct?
Just rumors.
And at that time as well Gary Wong had not yet pleaded guilty as a cooperating witness, correct?
To my knowledge, yeah.
And in fact it was not until January of 2023 that you learned Nishad Singh had pleaded guilty to a cooperation agreement, correct?
I don't remember exactly when I learned that with confidence. That sounds roughly correct.
These public statements before your arrest were also before you knew the government had obtained a search warrant for your Twitter account, correct?
I had no knowledge one way or another. Yes.
And at that point you had no knowledge that the government might obtain a search warrant for your Google account, right?
I suspected. I didn't know.
You did not know that the government, one way or the other, whether it had obtained a search warrant for your Google account, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't know at that point that the government had subpoenaed millions of documents, correct?
I am not sure whether I knew that at that point.
Is it your testimony that you may have known in early December 2022 that the government had subpoenaed millions of documents?
I can't recall exactly when. I heard rumors about it at some point.
And this point in early December 2022 was before you knew that the government had copies of documents that show you were involved in Alameda trading decisions, correct?
I am not sure I would phrase them that way, but it was before I had specific knowledge of that.
This was also before you knew the government had Caroline Ellison's journal with her notes about Alameda, correct?
I don't know whether I knew that at that point. I might or might not have. I can't remember exactly when I learned that.
You think you may have learned that by December 1, 2022?
I may have heard rumors. I can't remember when.
And these interviews after FTX's collapse in early December 2022 was before you knew that the government had Google metadata showing you had been accessing Alameda balance sheets in 2022, correct?
Yeah.
These statements in early December, they were before you prepared for your testimony at this trial, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what you did before you testified today and last week. After you were arrested, but before this trial, the government produced documents to you, correct?
Yup.
Is it fair to say that you carefully reviewed some of those documents?
Yup.
And you've had months at this point with most of the government's evidence, correct?
Objection.
Form.
The government produced evidence in this case to you beginning several months ago, correct?
Yes.
And, among other things, you saved the transcript from Caroline Ellison's guilty plea to your Google Drive, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
You looked at the signal messages that were preserved, MBAN3, correct?
Some of them.
You reviewed some of your emails too, right?
Some of them.
And you reviewed some Google documents from Caroline Ellison's drive that the government produced to you, correct?
Yup.
And you looked at Excel spreadsheets that were shown during this trial, didn't you?
Yes.
You ran queries in FTX's AWS database, right?
Right.
And you have known for weeks what exhibits the government marked for use at this trial because the government disclosed those to you, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, the government did not disclose the exhibits to you.
My understanding is that I was not aware until very shortly before and often not at all of what exhibits. I don't particularly assign blame to one party on that.
Isn't it true that the government produced a drive to you that had all the exhibits it marked for potential use at this trial?
My understanding is, there are multiple different versions of that over time.
And you received multiple versions of that over time, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed the content of those drives, right?
Some of it.
The government also produced to you notes from its interviews with witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed many of those notes, didn't you?
Yup.
And you have also sat here throughout this trial, right?
Yup.
And you listened to the testimony of the witnesses, haven't you?
Yep.
Caroline Ellison?
Yep.
Gary Wong?
Yep.
Nishad Singh?
Yep.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Are we going to go through every witness?
That was 3, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You were here for the testimony at the very start of the trial of Adam Yedidia, correct?
Yep.
And that was all before your own trial testimony, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, would you agree that you know how to tell a good story?
I don't know. It depends on what metric you use.
Let's talk about when you were CEO of FTX. You were in charge of raising money from investors, right?
I was one of the people involved in that.
And in your role as CEO, you participated in pitching the company to potential investors, right?
In some of the calls, yes.
And the purpose of some of these meetings with potential investors was to persuade them to give you money for your company, right?
Essentially.
And you did this dozens of times, right?
Yep.
And in those pitches you would tell a story about your company, right?
I would tell what I thought was the truth about the company. You could call it a story.
You would talk about, for example, how FTX was innovative, correct?
Yes.
Another example, you would talk about how FTX used an automated liquidation protocol that set it apart from other exchanges, right?
Yep.
And you would tell that story over and over again to all different kinds of potential investors, right?
Yep.
And you were good at that, right?
I'm not sure I'm the person to judge.
Didn't you raise more than $1 billion for FTX from investors?
Yep.
Fair to say you are pretty good at this? Objection.
Overruled.
Perhaps. Perhaps the company was valuable. I can't confidently say where credit is due for that.
Among other things, you raised millions of dollars, for example, from Alfred Lin at Sequoia, right?
Yes.
And were you aware at the time that Sequoia was one of the most respected venture capital funds?
Yep.
You also made a pitch to Congress, right?
I testified before Congress.
And you testified before Congress about the merits of your business, didn't you?
That was one of the topics I was asked about, yes.
You would sometimes fly out to DC on a private plane, correct?
Yes.
And you would put on a suit, right?
Pretty much the only time.
And you would testify under oath, correct?
Yep.
And in part that testimony was to convince Congress that FTX operated as a safe cryptocurrency exchange, right?
I'm not sure I viewed that particularly as my goal there.
Is that one thing you described before Congress under oath?
It may have been.
Do you recall one way or the other whether you described before Congress that FTX was a safe cryptocurrency exchange?
I'm sure I said something similar to that. I don't recall the exact phrasing.
While you were CEO of FTX, you also made a pitch to potential customers, yes?
I was involved in discussions about potential customers and sometimes spoke to them.
I think on direct examination you described how FTX spread and grew somewhat organically at the beginning, right?
Yep, that's right.
And one way that it grew was through your interactions with customers on social media, fair?
Yeah.
You posted on Twitter?
Yep.
And your Twitter account was at SBF_FTX?
Yep.
You knew that some FTX customers followed you on Twitter, didn't you?
Yep.
You also knew that your followers included people who could potentially be customers of FTX, right?
Yep.
You're familiar with the phrase crypto Twitter, right?
Yep.
And does that refer to people on Twitter who are interested in crypto?
Yep.
And would you say your followers on Twitter included people who were part of crypto Twitter?
Yep.
And did you understand that crypto Twitter included people who were also customers on FTX?
Yep.
You were pretty proud that FTX caught on so quickly, right?
Yeah, I was.
You attracted a lot of users through social media alone, didn't you?
We attracted most of our original users through word of mouth and social media.
You also spoke to reporters as part of your job as CEO, right?
Yep.
And you understood when you did that some of those statements would be published in articles available to the public, right?
Yep. That's right.
And the public that could include your investors, right?
Yep.
Existing customers of FTX?
Yep.
Potential customers of FTX?
Yep.
I believe you said on Friday something like that you were surprisingly good with the press. Do you remember that? Objection.
What's the objection?
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Give me a moment.
Transcript 2416. I can do an exact.
Didn't you say on Friday? I took a few interviews and those ended up going better than I thought they would? After not too long there was more demand for me to do interviews. Do you recall that testimony?
Yep.
Fair to say you did a good job with the press?
Certainly relative to what I had expected.
You did a good job winning over customers, right?
FTX did a good job. I was probably part of that.
And over time FTX acquired millions of users, didn't it?
Yep.
And billions of dollars of customer assets were deposited onto the platform, right?
Yep.
By the start of November 2022, assets on the exchange, excluding Alameda, were worth about $15 billion?
That sounds plausible.
Let's talk a little bit more about some things you were telling the public prior to November 2022. As CEO of FTX, you made representations about how FTX as an exchange would operate, right?
Yeah.
And you made representations about how customer assets would be treated, yes?
Yep.
You made statements on Twitter?
Probably.
And to journalists?
Probably.
And before Congress?
Yep.
When you say probably, are you uncertain whether you made statements on Twitter about how FTX operated?
I wasn't sure if I spoke specifically to the part about customer assets or not.
Yes or no, do you recall tweeting about how customer assets would be treated on FTX?
I don't recall in particular, but I suspect I did.
But you don't recall?
No.
Isn't it true that you wanted potential customers on FTX to view FTX as trustworthy?
That would have been good, yes.
And you wanted customers to view FTX as transparent?
Yep.
And you wanted potential customers to view FTX as safe compared to other crypto exchanges, right?
Yep.
You wanted customers to trust you with their money, didn't you?
Yeah.
You said publicly while you were CEO of FTX that FTX had reformed how crypto exchanges worked, didn't you?
I don't recall that, but I may have.
You recall saying that you had built a responsible system?
No, but I may have.
Do you recall describing FTX as a thoughtful exchange?
No, but I may have.
Do you recall describing FTX as having a healthy take on risk management?
No, but it may have.
Do you recall saying that you were providing clarity and transparency to the crypto system?
No, but I may have.
Do you recall saying that when it came to risk, customers on FTX would only be exposed to what they think they are being exposed to?
I remember something roughly at that point, but not details.
FTX had a podcast, right?
Yes.
And Tristan Wyver, was he an FTX employee who hosted the podcast?
Yes.
You appeared from time to time on the podcast?
Yes, a couple of times.
One of those times was on September 15, 2022, correct?
Could be.
Do you recall going on the podcast in September 2022?
I don't recall exactly. That sounds plausible.
At this time, Mr. Bianco, if you could pull up Government Exhibit 2570. And the government offers this clip from the podcast.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received. Government Exhibit 2570 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could play that. Video played.
That was you, Mr. Bankman-Fried, speaking, correct?
Yep.
CEO of FTX. You told customers that you believed the crypto ecosystem was more innovative than traditional markets, did you?
I said things in that direction. I am not sure specifically what.
Did you talk about the crypto ecosystem being more equitable?
Yep.
And more transparent?
Yep.
Isn't it true you also told customers that there has always been regulation in crypto and we have always had duties?
I may have.
Do you recall saying that?
Not specifically, but it doesn't surprise me.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 825? The government offers Government Exhibit 825.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 825 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish that. Mr. Bankman-Fried, this is a tweet you posted on July 30, 2021, correct?
Yep.
Do you see where you wrote, "The industry is evolving, as are regulators' stances, but the truth is, there's always been regulation in crypto and we've always had duties"?
Yep.
You can take that down. You also marketed FTX as a safe crypto exchange compared to your competitors, didn't you?
With FTX US, I think that may be the case. I am not sure about FTX International.
Did you or did you not market FTX International as safe compared to other crypto exchanges?
I don't specifically remember that. I am not sure.
If we could pull up Government Exhibit 900. The government offers Government Exhibit 900.
Hearing no objection, it's received. Government Exhibit 900A received in evidence.
I thought it was in already.
No harm, no foul.
I believe the full video is in. This is just a screenshot. Mr. Bianco, if you could publish that, please. We can go ahead and take that down. You publicly described FTX as the most regulated crypto exchange by far, didn't you?
I think that's right.
And you also acted like you cared about customer protections, right?
I think I did care about them, yes.
And you made public statements to that effect, didn't you?
I probably did.
I didn't hear you.
I probably did.
Yes or no, do you recall making statements that you cared about customer protections?
Yes.
In fact, over and over again in public forums you described the FTX platform as safe, correct?
I am not sure specifically what that is referring to. I may have.
Yes or no, do you recall making numerous public statements to the effect that the FTX platform was safe?
I recall with respect to FTX US. It may be true with respect to FTX International, but I don't specifically recall, no.
You were CEO of FTX International, yes?
Yes.
Sitting here today, you cannot recall one way or the other whether you made public statements that FTX was a safe platform.
I am not sure exactly what you are referring to. I made a lot of public statements.
Yes or no, do you recall making public statements that FTX was a safe platform?
I can't think of a specific one off the top of my head.
Generally, do you recall in substance making statements that FTX was a safe platform?
Objection.
Overruled.
Some things that were sort of like that, yes. I am not sure exactly what you are referring to. But I am not saying.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, the issue is not what she is referring to. Please answer the question.
Putting aside what I'm referring to, I'm asking whether you recall making statements as CEO of FTX that in substance stated that the FTX platform was safe.
I remember things around specific parts of the FTX platform that were related to that. I don't remember a general statement to that effect. I am not sure there wasn't one.
In media interviews, isn't it true that you insisted that FTX had protections for retail customers?
Yep.
You told your customers that users' funds and safety come first, didn't you?
Something to that effect, yes.
And you also made statements that you would always allow withdrawals, didn't you?
Yep.
If we could pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 829. The government offers Government Exhibit 829.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 829 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that? Mr. Bankman-Fried, can you read the first line of your tweet from August 9, 2021?
Sure. And, as always, our users' funds and safety come first.
Beneath that, do you see where it says, "We will always allow withdrawals except in cases of suspected money laundering, theft, etc."
Yep.
We can take that down. You also told customers that backstopping customer assets should always be primary, right?
It wasn't specifically directed at customers, but, yes, I did say that.
You did say that on Twitter, didn't you?
Yep.
I believe you testified that you understood that FTX customers followed you on Twitter, right?
Yep.
You also told customers that the core of crypto is the freedom to own your own assets, right?
Yep.
You made that statement in October of 2022, right?
I don't recall exactly when.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 857, what's marked as 857. And the government offers this exhibit.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 857 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish that. Mr. Bankman-Fried, what's the date of this tweet, which includes the lines, "Thanks particularly to everyone who highlighted the core of crypto, economic freedom. The freedom to own your own assets, to own your own data, to build your own programs." What's the date of that?
It says October 23, 2022.
According to your testimony in court, by this time you knew that Alameda owed FTX about $8 billion for spending customer Mban3 fiat deposits, right?
It's not how I phrased it, but I did know there was an $8 billion liability.
And that $8 billion liability was for customer fiat deposits that had gone to Alameda, right?
It was related to that, yes.
And if Alameda repaid that money, the liability would not have been there, correct?
Yep, that's right.
And you knew that as of October 23, 2022, didn't you?
Yep.
You can take that down. In October, you also told the public that customers mattered more than anything, didn't you?
Excuse me, I didn't hear the second half of that.
You stated publicly in October as well that customers mattered more than anything, right?
I may have.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 858. It's marked, and the government offers this exhibit.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 858 received in evidence.
You see, on October 30, 2022 you tweeted, "I deeply appreciate when policymakers engage constructively and optimistically with the people who matter the most for the industry's direction, the customers." You tweeted that?
Yes.
You can take that down. You also tweeted that the acceptable number of issues when it comes to a client's money is 0, correct?
I am not sure.
Do you recall saying that that was a huge focus for FTX?
I'm not sure what that's referring to.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish Government Exhibit 766, which is in evidence?
No objection.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see this tweet from FTX official?
I do.
What's the date of that tweet?
April 18, 2022.
We can take that down. Mr. Bankman-Fried, fair to say that you wanted FTX's customers to trust you?
That would have been ideal, yeah.
And you even tweeted that lying to customers breaks sacred rules of conduct everyone knows to follow, didn't you?
I may have. I don't recall that.
You mentioned during your testimony earlier that you testified before Congress, right?
Yep.
And that included written and oral testimony?
Yep.
That testimony was under oath, wasn't it?
I believe so.
You submitted to Congress FTX's key principles document, right?
Yep.
And FTX's key principles had the stated goal to ensure customer and investor protection, right?
That sounds right.
And those principles, they weren't limited to FTX US, correct?
Various principles refer to the industry, some refer to FTX, some to FTX US.
FTX's key principles, was that document limited to FTX US?
Not all of it, no.
The name of the document was FTX US Key Principles, correct?
They were not key principles for FTX. They were key principles by FTX for the industry. Many of them, but not all of them, refer to FTX as a business.
Isn't it true that in those key principles you stated that FTX offered the protections laid out in the principles today to its customers?
Maybe something to that effect.
So isn't it true that FTX held out this document as key principles for its own exchange?
I am not sure.
You were involved in reviewing this document, weren't you?
Objection to this document.
FTX's key principles that you submitted to Congress under oath, you reviewed it, right?
I read through it.
And you were involved in crafting it, weren't you?
I don't remember being very involved in crafting it.
You submitted it under oath to Congress, right?
Yes.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull up Government Exhibit 914.
Let's go to the second page.
Do you see here this refers to the key principles document and it says, FTX released this week FTX's key principles for ensuring investor protections on digital asset platforms where we identified the most important components of an investor protection regime. Can you read the next words after the parenthetical?
And how FTX offers those protections today with the direct membership model.
You can take that down. Let's actually pull it up back up and go to the second page. Among these principles you told Congress, let's read the first bullet. These components include maintaining adequate liquid resources to ensure the platform can return the customer's assets upon request. Do you see that?
Yep.
And the next bullet says, ensuring the environment where customer assets are custodied including digital wallets are kept secure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Third bullet, ensuring appropriate bookkeeping or ledgering of assets and disclosures to protect against misuse or misallocation of customer assets. Do you see that?
Yes.
On the next page, at the top, ensuring appropriate management of risks, including market, credit counterparty and operational risks. Do you see that?
Yep.
And can you read the last bullet?
Avoiding or managing conflicts of interest.
Conflicts of interest are not a good thing, right?
They are a potential problem.
And they are a potential problem that customers cared about, right?
Yep.
And a potential problem that your investors cared about, right?
Right.
And you wanted to reassure customers that you were not going to use Alameda to profit at FTX at other customers' expense, right?
Not in an improper way.
We will come back to that. Let's go to the 8th page of this PDF. I want to direct you to the bottom of the page that starts with FTX has policies and procedures. Do you see where it says, FTX has policies and procedures for its platforms today that reflect this basic principle by maintaining liquid assets for customers' withdrawals, including a sufficient balance of digital assets funded by the company for its non-US platform. Do you see this?
Yep.
This is not about FTX US, correct?
That part is not. That's correct.
Reading on it says, the resources are funded to provide sufficient cover against user losses to ensure a customer without losses can redeem its assets from the platform on demand. Do you see that?
Yep.
You can take that down. In addition to submitting the FTX Key Principles document to Congress, there was a press release put out by FTX that accompanied the release of these principles, right?
I believe so, yes.
And in the press release you stated that, quote, the protection of investors in the public was a top priority for the FTX exchanges, right?
Sounds about right.
And the key principles were also posted on FTX's policy blog, correct?
Yep.
That was on the FTX website?
Yep.
And you posted links to the policy papers on your Twitter account, right?
Yep.
And you also publicized your congressional testimony on Twitter to your followers, right?
Yep.
You publicly advocated for crypto regulation, correct?
Yep.
And you told your customers on Twitter in October 2022 that your support for regulation was contingent upon protecting the customers, right?
I don't recall the context for that.
Do you recall, yes or no, telling your followers on Twitter in October that your support for regulation was contingent upon protecting customers?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
Let's pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 855. Government offers Government Exhibit 855.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 855 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that? On October 19 of 2022, you tweeted that your support for regulation was contingent upon protecting customers, right?
Yep.
You wanted your followers to think that consumer protection, customer protection was important to you, right?
Sure.
But this was really just for PR, wasn't it?
No.
In private you said things like fuck regulators, didn't you?
I said that once.
And you also said in private that the stuff you said about wanting good regulations was just PR, didn't you?
I said something that was related to that, yes.
Let's look. Let's pull up Government Exhibit 803C, which is in evidence. Do you see at the top a message from Kelsey Tuok that says you had a lot of stuff about how you wanted to make regulations, just good ones? Was that pretty much just PR too?
I see that.
Can you please read your last two messages?
Yeah, just PR. Fuck regulators.
Take that down. You called members of crypto Twitter, which included your own followers and customers, dumb motherfuckers, right?
On one instance I called a specific subset of them that in a private conversation to someone.
So yes?
To a specific subset of them, yes.
You testified last week that some of your donations to politics were to foster regulatory structure for crypto. Do you recall that?
Yep.
At the time Binance was one of your largest competitors, right?
Yep.
And you wanted regulators to crack down on Binance, didn't you?
In some ways, yes.
Isn't it true that you thought regulation would help you take more market share away from Binance?
I thought that would be one of the pros. There were pros and cons.
I want to talk a little bit about muffins. You testified last week that FTX didn't have restrictions on what people could do with funds they borrowed, right?
Yep.
And I think you said they could buy muffins with the money if they wanted, right?
Yep.
Isn't it true though that FTX had rules for when customers could withdraw money from the exchange to buy muffins or anything else?
Yeah.
For example, a customer could withdraw their account balance, right?
Customers could always withdraw their account balance, that's correct.
And a customer, as another example, could opt into the spot margin program, right?
Yep.
Under certain circumstances a customer with spot margin enabled could withdraw money from the exchange to buy muffins, right?
Sorry, excuse me, Ms. Sassoon. We need a word.
Sorry, yes.
I thought I heard that. Apologize, Your Honor. Now, yes or no, Mr. Bankman-Fried, a customer was not permitted, for example, to deposit $10 and then withdraw assets worth $1 billion to buy millions of muffins, right?
Depends on the context. In general, no.
In general, no, you could not, taking those facts as the facts, deposit $10 to withdraw $1 billion to buy muffins or anything else.
Not without further context.
When you say further context, you mean other assets on the FTX exchange, right?
Or potentially off the exchange.
Let's talk about that, Mr. Bankman-Fried. I wrote this down. This is from your testimony earlier today. You were giving an example about a customer withdrawing 3 bitcoins, and you said that to withdraw those 3 bitcoins the customer would likely be collateralized by some other asset on the exchange. Do you recall that testimony?
Yep.
Isn't it true that the rules you publicized for the FTX exchange said that the collateral had to be on the exchange?
I am not sure exactly what we said. It usually did.
Isn't it true that what you said publicly was that it always did?
It's possible.
Yes or no, do you recall any instance where you publicly said, there are exceptions to collateralizing your withdrawals on the exchange?
I am not sure. I don't specifically recall either.
Can you identify a single one sitting on the stand right now?
I can't recall a specific instance in that direction, no.
Let me help you. Is it your testimony that a customer did not have to post their collateral to the exchange itself in order to withdraw money?
In general, a customer had to have collateral on the exchange in order to withdraw money.
And you said that over and over again to the public, didn't you?
I said things related to that. I am not sure if I said exactly that.
This was an essential feature of the automatic liquidation engine, right?
Yes.
For an automatic liquidation engine to know to liquidate an account, the collateral had to be on the exchange, right?
The risk engine had to be at least aware of the collateral.
And the risk engine, that's not a person, right?
No. There is a core computer process, that's right.
And the core computer process only has information about what assets are on the exchange, right?
Not necessarily.
When it comes to liquidation, the liquidation protocol, this computer process is evaluating collateral on the exchange, correct?
It's evaluating the number that it is given in the database. Those, in general, were assets held on the exchange. It also includes lines of credit and other things.
We will turn to lines of credit, but I want to talk more about collateral. In marketing FTX, didn't you claim that FTX's risk engine insulates users from the risk management of any other counterparties by custodying collateral?
Yep.
And custodying collateral, that means the collateral is with FTX, correct?
It means there is collateral with FTX, yes.
Didn't you testify under oath before Congress that, quote, FTX's risk management program requires that digital asset collateral be placed on the platform itself, rather than pledged, but not delivered to the platform to ensure the platform has immediate access to the collateral for purposes of managing market risks?
I don't remember the details. It probably had roughly that.
That's because that's how you marketed FTX, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Were there other times that you said, actually, just kidding?
Objection.
Argumentative.
Did you ever amend your testimony before Congress under oath to say actually not all users have to post collateral to withdraw money?
No.
You also testified under oath before Congress that FTX, quote, stored collateral from our users in a way which is not always done in the traditional financial ecosystem to backstop positions?
Yep.
Now, you also testified before Congress about the FTX US application in May of 2022, right?
Yep.
And in your testimony you described how the risk and clearing model for FTX International's platform worked, right?
I may have.
And you testified that FTX's risk model on its international platform would work well for its US business too, right?
A modified version of it.
And didn't you testify under oath that FTX used, quote, pre-funded collateral deposits instead of credit extensions? That was your testimony, wasn't it?
It may have been.
Mr. Bianco, can you show the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 2583? The government offers Government Exhibit 2583.
Assuming it's not for its truth, no objection. Is it for its truth?
Your Honor, it's the defendant's own statements.
I understand, but I'm asking you how you're offering it.
We don't think the representations were accurate, so, no, it's not being offered for its truth.
It's received, not for its truth. Government Exhibit 2583 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that?
Are you on 7 or 8? I see.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see this as testimony of Sam Bankman-Fried, co-founder and CEO of FTX, dated May 12, 2022?
Yes.
If we could go to the second page. I want to direct your attention to the second full paragraph. Do you see where it says pre-funded collateral deposits instead of credit extensions?
Yep.
The next sentence says, second, the system also requires that customers transfer the required collateral to support their trading to the FTX platform before they can begin MBAN3 trading. Do you see that?
Yep.
You can take that down. In early December 2022, you did an interview with Andrew Ross Sorkin from the New York Times, right?
Yep.
In that interview, didn't you describe FTX's borrow, lend program as a program where, quote, users were lending billions of dollars to each other collateralized by assets on the exchange?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Mr. Bianco, if you could pull up just for the witness Government Exhibit 2585T. Actually, pull up Government Exhibit 2568T. If you could go to page 8 of the PDF. Mr. Bankman-Fried, I direct your attention to the bottom of page 8 and to page 7 of the transcript, page 8 of the PDF. Do you see where it says, there is the borrow lending facility? Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
If you could read from there to the end of the sentence. Look up when you're done.
All right.
Do you now recall that you told Andrew Ross Sorkin that, quote, there is the borrow, lending facility where users were lending billions of assets to each other collateralized by assets on the exchange?
Yep.
Take that down. Mr. Bankman-Fried, a typical customer on the FTX exchange could go negative in certain types of assets, right? I think you testified about that.
Yep.
But to do so, their overall account balance across all assets had to stay above zero, right?
That's generally true, yes.
Otherwise, if their whole account balance approached zero or was approaching going negative, they would be liquidated, right?
Right.
That was the whole selling point of FTX's innovative liquidation engine?
That was part of it, yes.
A typical customer, for example, would not be permitted to hold an overall negative account balance for days, right?
That is usually correct, yes.
Or months, right?
Yep.
They would be liquidated before that happened, right?
In most cases, yes.
And the typical customer could not, for example, pledge their house as collateral to trade on FTX, right?
There is no standard program for that, no.
And they couldn't pledge their equity in an outside investment, right?
Not without discussing it with FTX.
The general rules did not allow for pledging an outside investment as collateral in the exchange, right?
I am not sure that's true.
Can you name any customers that were allowed to pledge outside investments as collateral for withdrawing money on FTX apart from Alameda?
I can name a couple of instances where we considered or in fact did do that.
When did you in fact do that?
I believe that we did that with a firm called Crypto Lotus, and I believe that we considered that with 3 Arrows.
Crypto Lotus, you said, is one customer that was allowed to pledge an outside investment. What was the size of that investment?
I don't recall the exact amount. I think it may have been 100 million.
100 million?
My guess.
Can you recall any other instance where a customer other than Alameda and Crypto Lotus with this 100 million was permitted to post as collateral an outside investment?
Not off the top of my head.
Sitting here today, the answer is no.
Correct.
When Crypto Lotus was allowed to pledge this outside 100 million, was that disclosed to the public?
Not specifically, no.
And you were friends with the head of Crypto Lotus, weren't you?
I don't think so.
You had a personal relationship with the head of Crypto Lotus?
Who are you referring to?
Yes or no?
There was someone from Crypto Lotus who I had talked to.
Was that person your friend?
We didn't have non-work discussions.
So it's your testimony that you have no personal relationship with anybody at Crypto Lotus?
There was a more junior employee who I had been friends with.
Now, apart from this one occasion with Crypto Lotus and putting aside Alameda, customers were not permitted, for example, to pledge crypto that they held on another exchange as collateral for FTX withdrawals, right?
I can't think of another case where we went through with that.
So no other instance, putting aside Alameda, where that was permitted.
I can't think of any, no.
And for a typical customer on FTX, the amount the customer could borrow off the exchange corresponded to the collateral that customer deposited, right?
Plus lines of credit and other things, but yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about lines of credit, but first, let me ask you this. Before November 2022, isn't it true that you assured customers that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders on FTX?
I said some things to that extent.
Meaning you told customers in substance that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders on FTX, correct?
I remember saying that Alameda had the same trading access as other customers.
Is that all you recall saying?
I don't know the details of what I said. That is the core of what I recall.
So sitting here today, you don't recall assuring customers that Alameda generally played by the same rules as other traders on FTX?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall any instance of making those assurances?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm not sure. I don't recall any right now. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 817, which you testified about. I think you said this was about front-running.
Yep.
Right? Now in your response, you wrote, Alameda is a liquidity provider on FTX, but their account is just like everyone else's. Do you see that?
Yep, I do.
Where in your response, if anywhere, does it say front-running?
At the time, I thought it was implicit from the question that it was responding to.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, it does not say front-running anywhere in your tweet, right?
It says liquidity provider in my tweet, and in the tweet it was responding to, it described trading against the market.
Does your tweet identify any way in which Alameda's account was not like everybody else's?
No, it doesn't.
Let's pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 318. This is an email that you sent on March 22, 2022, correct?
Yep.
The government offers Government Exhibit 318, not for its truth.
No objection.
Received. Government's Exhibit 318 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that? This is an email dated March 22, 2022, correct?
Yep.
And I want to direct your attention to the email at the bottom from Rob Creamer at GenevaTrading.com. And do you see where he wrote, one issue that was brought up to me individually is the role of Alameda in the ecosystem and how conflicts of interest are managed. Do you see that?
Yep.
Does this email anywhere mention front-running?
No. He had mentioned it to me in person.
My question was, does this email anywhere mention front-running?
No.
Okay, let's take that down. Look at the top. Does your email response mention anywhere front-running?
Not explicitly.
The answer is no.
Not explicitly.
The words, front running, are not in your email, correct?
I agree with that.
And do you see where you wrote, the rough answer is 1. Alameda is a trader on FTX. 2. Alameda does not have any special access. Its account is like everyone else's. Do you see that?
Yep.
We can take that down. And didn't you tell journalists in 2022 that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders on the exchange?
I'm not sure exactly what I said.
Zeke Fo, he's a journalist, right?
Yep.
He works at Bloomberg?
I think that's right.
And you've met him before, right?
Yep.
You've given him interviews before?
Yep.
You met with him several times, didn't you?
Yep.
And among other times, you met with him in early 2022, correct?
I don't remember exactly when. That sounds about right.
And he came to the Bahamas?
Yep.
And didn't you tell him in early 2022 that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Are you denying that you said to Zeke Fo, Alameda plays by the same rules as other traders?
I'm not denying that. I'm saying I don't remember.
So you might have said that.
I'm not sure what I said.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 2511B? And Mr. Bankman-Fried, I want to direct your attention to the middle paragraph and ask you to read from the word. But that's at the end of the fourth line of the second paragraph until the word FTX. Actually, could you just read that one sentence?
To himself?
Yes.
Yes.
I've read that.
Now do you remember telling Zeke Fo in early 2022 that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders?
Not in that wording, no.
So you don't recall that?
No.
Do you recall telling him that in other wording?
I recall saying that Alameda wasn't front-running other customers, that its trading access was like other customers. I don't remember exactly how I said it.
And did you tell Zeke Fo that Alameda received special treatment in other respects?
I don't remember talking about it.
So you didn't say that to him.
I don't remember doing so.
You told other members of the media that Alameda's account access on FTX was the same as other users, didn't you?
I'm not sure about the phrasing.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 2525, just for the witness and the court and counsel. And if we could go to the second page, and the government offers Government Exhibit 2525.
Received. Government's Exhibit 2525 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish the second page for the jury. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see the February 8, 2022, email you sent to Patricia Kozman at WSJ.com?
Yep.
Could you read the fifth bullet point here, out loud, please?
Yep. While Alameda is a user on FTX, their volume is a very small fraction of overall exchange volume, and their one account's access is the same as others. It and its traders does not have any special access to client information, market data, or trading.
Okay, we can take that down. While you were CEO of Alameda, you also claimed that Alameda had no special privileges on FTX, didn't you?
I'm not sure about the phrasing.
In substance, did you claim that Alameda had no special privileges on FTX?
I'm not sure. I don't remember doing so in those words.
Do you remember doing so in other words?
I remember saying that I did not believe Alameda would be front-running or preying on users' information on the exchange, that their trading access was just like other users. I'm not sure. I did thousands of interviews. I don't honestly remember the details.
That's the limit of what you recall describing about Alameda being the same as other customers.
That's the limit of what I can remember off the top of my head.
Isn't it true you said Alameda and FTX operated separately?
I'm not sure about the exact phrasing.
Did you make representations that in substance conveyed that Alameda and FTX operated separately?
In some ways, yes.
What do you mean, in some ways?
I remember that coming up in some specific instances with respect to specific ways in which they could operate separately. I'm not sure about the more general context.
Isn't it true that in September of 2022 you claimed that Alameda was a wholly separate entity from FTX?
I remember using that phrase at some point.
And that was published in an article by Bloomberg, right?
I don't remember where.
But you remember saying it.
I remember that phrase. I don't remember what the context.
Do you remember that being a public statement of yours?
I think so.
You also told the public that FTX viewed Alameda as a neutral piece of market infrastructure. Do you recall that?
No, I don't. I'm not sure I didn't say it, though.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 906? It's marked but not in evidence. Can you go to the next page? Mr. Bianco, do you have a redacted version of this exhibit? Why don't we take that down? We'll come back to it. Sitting here today, Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you deny that Alameda was the only FTX customer that accepted FTX customer fiat deposits directly into its own bank account?
FTX has other payment processors.
That's not what I asked. I asked you whether you denied that Alameda was the only FTX customer that accepted FTX customer deposits directly into its own bank account.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there were other payment processors that were also FTX customers.
Can you identify a single one sitting here today?
I'm not confident.
So no, you cannot?
Not with 100% confidence.
Sitting here today, do you deny that Alameda's main trading account had a $65 billion line of credit that no other customer had?
Yup, that was the maximum withdrawable size.
So you agree that Alameda was the only customer with a $65 billion line of credit?
In terms of maximum size, yes.
And sitting here today, do you deny that Alameda's main trading account had an allow negative flag?
I'm not sure which account that applied to in particular. It may have.
Sitting here today, isn't it true that you know that the info at Alameda Research account had an allow negative flag?
I don't remember which sub-accounts did and didn't.
Sitting here today, do you deny that Alameda had some accounts with an allow negative flag?
I believe that's correct.
And that flag did not apply to other FTX customers, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. There's a double negative there.
I'm sorry. I don't know of any other customers that weren't FTX related in some way that it applied to.
Thank you.
Sitting here today, do you deny that Alameda could withdraw billions of dollars from the FTX exchange using a line of credit without risk of being liquidated?
I think that might be right. I'm not sure about the risk of being liquidated part.
Let me ask it this way, Alameda, do you deny that Alameda could withdraw billions of dollars from the FTX exchange using a line of credit without being subject to the typical auto-liquidation protocol?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
That might be right.
You don't deny it.
I don't deny it, no.
Your Honor, I'm at a natural breaking point, but I can continue if you'd prefer that I do.
Okay. 145, folks.
All rise. Will the jury please come this way and bring your notebooks with you?
Let's bring in the jury.
Jury present.
The defendant and the jurors all are present, as they've been throughout. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you're still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Sassoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bankman-Fried, I want to touch briefly on a few things you said in your testimony last week. You testified, didn't you, that you didn't cut your hair because you were busy and lazy, right?
That sounds about right.
Isn't it true that while you were CEO of FTX, you told your employee Andy Croghan that it was negative EV for me to cut my hair?
I thought it might have been.
Did you say that to your employee?
I don't remember whether or not I said it.
Do you recall saying to Andy Croghan you kept your hair long because it was important for the business, for people to think I look crazy?
I don't think I said that in that way.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 907? The government offers Government Exhibit 907.
I assume not for its truth, Your Honor?
That's correct.
No objection.
Received on that basis. Government's Exhibit 907 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you go to page 3, please, and publish that for the jury? Actually, please first publish the first page for the jury. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recognize this article from the New York Times?
Vaguely.
And do you see it's dated May 14, 2022?
Yup.
And Mr. Bianco, can we go to page 3? First, can we go to page 2? Page 3? Mr. Bianco, is page 3 not loading or just not on my screen? Okay, let's go to page 4. And Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see at the top where it says, I was like, Sam, you've got to cut your hair, dude, it looks ridiculous, Mr. Croghan said. And he said, I honestly think it's negative EV for me to cut my hair. I think it's important for people to think I look crazy. Do you see that?
I see that on the screen.
Do you deny that you said that to Mr. Croghan?
I have no memory of saying it in that way and don't think I would have. I may have said parts of that or that with other context.
At the time this article was published, did you put out any statement denying what was published by the New York Times?
I don't remember reading this at the time.
Didn't you just testify that you recognized the article, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Vaguely.
We can take that down. You testified last week that you wore shorts and t-shirts because they were comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Anthony Scaramucci, he was one of your investors, right?
I believe so.
And he actually traveled with you to the Middle East to meet with additional investors to raise money, right?
Yup.
And when you were in the Middle East, didn't he tell you that you needed to wear a suit and tie to your meetings?
For some of them, yeah.
And didn't you tell him that t-shirt and shorts were part of your brand?
I don't remember saying that. I may have.
Yes or no? Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall it, no.
The name Alameda Research, you testified last week that you chose that name in order to be under the radar from your competitors, right?
Yeah.
That's not what you said in 2021, right?
I'm not sure.
In 2021, didn't you say that you used the name Alameda Research to mislead banks?
I don't remember saying that.
Mr. Bianco, can you please play Government Exhibit 917 in evidence? And this is a clip from a podcast you did in April, on April 1, 2021. Video played. That was you talking in that video, Mr. Bankman-Fried, correct?
Yup.
You testified that you stumbled your way into Michael Kives's Super Bowl party. Do you recall that?
The seats at the actual physical Super Bowl, yes.
And you flew to the Super Bowl in a private jet, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You don't recall flying to the Super Bowl in a private plane?
I don't recall how I got there.
Is that because you traveled on private planes so frequently?
It's because I traveled over 100 times that year. I can't recall how I went any particular time.
And many of those times on a private plane, correct?
Some of them, yes.
You spent around $15 million on private jet travel while you were FTX CEO, correct?
I'm not sure what the number is.
Mr. Bianco, can we show the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1473? That's a photo of you, correct?
Yup.
The government offers Government Exhibit 1473.
No objection.
Received. Government's Exhibit 1473 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish it for the jury? Mr. Bankman-Fried, is that you in shorts and a t-shirt on a private plane?
Chartered plane, at least, yes.
You also hired planes to fly Amazon packages to the Bahamas for FTX, correct?
Not me personally. I think FTX did something of that sort.
And you authorized that, right?
Yeah.
And that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to fly packages on planes to FTX in the Bahamas?
I'm not sure exactly how much it cost.
How much would you approximate it cost?
I don't know.
We can take that down. So you authorized it but you didn't know what it cost.
That's correct.
You testified about some money you donated to charity. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And isn't it true that you thought it would be good for FTX public relations to spend millions of dollars in donations each year?
I thought that some donations could have positive public relations value. Those were separate from what I was testifying about, but yes.
You also testified about a document retention policy at FTX. Do you recall that?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you set your signal messages with FTX employees to auto-delete before any such policy went into effect?
Yeah.
You testified that investors invested in FTX in the last investment round at a valuation of $40 billion. Do you recall that testimony?
Yep.
And isn't it true that for FTX International, the valuation was actually $32 billion?
You're right. 32 plus 8 for FTX, US.
So just to be clear, in that round, FTX International is valued at $32 billion, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
You also testified that you wished FTX had done a better job managing risk. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
While you were CEO of FTX, isn't it true that you said the opposite?
There were times when I did. Rather, I never said I didn't want it to do well at managing risk. There were times I said I thought it had done well.
And isn't it true that you made statements such as FTX meeting the highest risk standard around the world?
I'm not sure. I said things like that. I'm not sure about that one in particular.
Didn't you testify before Congress that the FTX model should be able to fit into any regulatory framework with the highest of risk standards around the world?
I may have.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 913B? The government offers Government Exhibit 913B.
What is this part of?
This is an excerpt from congressional testimony.
Is it from an exhibit that's already in?
No, the government offers Government Exhibit 913B.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm not sure what's actually being offered.
What's on the screen?
Yeah, can we have some foundation of what it is then?
Ms. Sassoon?
So I believe 913 is in evidence, and this is another excerpt from that same testimony.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
Received. Government's Exhibit 913B received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish that. Do you see, Mr. Bankman-Fried, where it says,
A result, the FTX model should be able to fit into any regulatory framework with the highest of risk standards around the world. That's part of the sentence.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
And didn't you testify before Congress under oath that a key principle of FTX was performing adequate risk management to protect customer assets?
Yep.
You also claimed that FTX had a conservative approach to managing risk, didn't you?
Anu, I'm not sure exactly what that was referring to.
You don't recall saying that?
I don't remember the context.
Do you recall saying that in any context?
I'm not confident.
Mr. Bianco, if you could pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2583. And the government offers Government Exhibit 2583.
No objection if it's not for its truth.
Not for its truth, Your Honor.
Received on that basis.
Mr. Bianco, can you scroll down? Can you go up a page, please? Do you see the heading here, Mr. Bankman-Fried, the FTX risk management system is tested safe and conservative?
I do see that.
We can take that down. During your time as CEO of FTX, you went so far as to publicly criticize other businesses in the industry that you considered less than maximally responsible in terms of their actual underlying financial health. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that quote. I recall the sentiment.
And you expressed that publicly, didn't you?
Sometimes. I'm not sure what you're referring to in particular.
For example, you went on a podcast with Matt Levine in July of 2022 and you criticized other businesses that you said were less than maximally responsible in the industry. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
And you criticized other crypto businesses that you said had poor risk management. Do you recall that?
Not that phrasing, but I may have.
So yes or no, do you recall expressing that sentiment publicly on a podcast with Matt Levine?
Yeah, I do.
We've talked a lot about margins. FTX also had customers who engaged in spot trading, right?
Yup.
Customers, for example, like Marc-Antoine Juillard, right?
I believe so.
And an example of spot trading is using US dollars, for example, to buy one Bitcoin, right?
Yup.
And spot trading does not involve leverage, right?
That's correct.
And a customer could join FTX and decide not to opt into the spot margin, right?
That's right.
And they could decide not to loan out their assets, correct?
That's right.
And isn't it true that in November of 2022, FTX did not prioritize in any way the withdrawals of customers who only did spot trading on the exchange?
We didn't get around to doing that at that time, that is correct.
Prior to November 11, 2022, you were at all times the CEO of FTX, correct?
Yup.
You worked very hard, right?
Yup.
You cared a lot about your business.
Yup.
You had a vision for the business, right?
Yup.
And you were so focused on the success of your business that you had very little time for anything else, right?
Generally, yeah.
For example, you didn't have a lot of time for dating.
That's right.
And sometimes I believe you testified you were working 22 hours a day, correct?
During particularly crazy times, yes.
And is it fair to say you wanted FTX to grow?
Yeah.
And you wanted it to be successful.
Yup.
And as the owner of Alameda, you also wanted Alameda to make money, right?
Yup.
You wanted Alameda to be successful, correct?
Yup.
Correct?
Yes.
One feature FTX offered was margin trading, is that right?
Yes.
And if a customer deposited money, they could trade with some leverage on FTX, correct?
Yup.
And margin trading refers to making trades on the FTX exchange, correct?
In this context, yes.
I'm asking you about margin trading generally on FTX. That refers to trading on the FTX exchange, doesn't it?
Yup. Yes.
And FTX had limits for how much leverage a customer could trade with, isn't that right?
In general, yes.
And for example, the larger the trade, the less leverage was generally permitted on FTX, correct?
Generally, not always.
That was the general rule for the exchange, correct?
In many circumstances, yes.
Didn't you advertise that the larger the trade, the lower the leverage?
At least at some points in time, that is. I think at many points in time that was true.
And that would include in 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Now when you founded FTX, a big selling point was FTX's superior liquidation engine, right?
Yup.
You were very proud of that?
Yeah.
You marketed it to your customers?
Yup.
And to your investors?
Yup.
And to Congress? You described it to Congress?
We mostly described the perspective of the FTX US engine, which had many similarities to the FTX International one.
The FTX US model was modeled after the FTX International Superior Liquidation Engine, right?
That sounds about like what I would have said.
And you marketed this liquidation engine to the public too, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you referred to this as FTX's risk-reducing market structure, is that right?
I'm not sure about that.
So you have the liquidation engine, sometimes it was referred to as the risk management engine?
Yup.
And I want to return to your testimony before Congress. If we could pull up 913.
And this is testimony before Congress on December 8, 2021. This is in evidence, so if we could publish this for the jury.
And isn't it true that in this testimony before Congress, in December of 2021, you described FTX's risk-reducing market structure? And we could go to the next page.
Yeah.
And you talked about its resilient risk-reducing platform, right?
Yup.
And if we could go to the 5th page of this PDF. Isn't it true that you testified that FTX's automated risk management systems helped to minimize risk and protect investors?
Yup.
You also testified that automated risk management systems ensure customer accounts trading multiple different assets do not go net negative across customer positions. Do you see that?
Yup.
And this was a way to prevent losses to other customers on the exchange, correct?
Yup.
And when we talk about liquidating an account using the risk engine, that means selling the collateral posted for the account to cover any trading losses, right?
In general.
And you claimed to Congress and elsewhere that this liquidation model was safe and conservative, right?
That's what I believed.
So yes, you said that publicly, right?
Yeah.
And you told the public, for example, that this automatic, and we can take that down, that this automatic liquidation process at FTX would prevent clawbacks, right?
Would. I don't think it went quite that far. That it would help reduce or prevent clawbacks.
So yes or no, you made statements that your liquidation engine would prevent clawbacks?
I don't remember saying it with exactly that phrasing.
Did you say it in words or in substance?
With a qualifier, yes.
Well, let's pull up your exhibit, Defense Exhibit 6, and look at page 2. This is the white paper for FTT, right? If we could go to the first page, Mr. Bianco. I believe you testified on direct exam that it was the FTT white paper?
Yup.
And this was posted publicly?
Yup.
And if we could go to the second page. Do you see under FTX features, where it says preventing clawbacks? Do you see that?
I see it saying that it significantly reduces the likelihood of clawbacks.
Do you see the heading, preventing clawbacks?
Yes.
And beneath that, as you noted, it says, FTX significantly reduces the likelihood of clawbacks from ever occurring by using a 3-tiered liquidation model. Do you see that?
Yup.
We could take that down. Isn't it true that you also told the public that there was never a day when FTX customer losses exceeded FTX daily revenue?
Yeah.
And you stated that because of that, FTX risk management did not have any big issues, didn't you?
That it had not yet had any, yeah.
And you told the public that unlike other exchanges, because of its risk engine, FTX had never had clawbacks, right?
I think I probably said that.
And you marketed. Do we believe you testified that you marketed this engine, and in doing so, didn't you criticize poorly designed exchanges that lost hundreds of millions of dollars of customer funds to clawbacks?
Yup.
And you claimed that FTX was solving that issue by preventing clawbacks with the 3-tiered liquidation model, right?
Not without qualifiers.
Well, let's pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2534. And Mr. Bianco, if you could scroll. This is a marketing deck for FTX, correct?
I'm not sure. It looks like one.
And did FTX have marketing decks?
It did sometimes have marketing decks.
And those decks were shared with people external to FTX, correct?
Generally, yes.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2534.
Objection, Foundation.
Your Honor, we can offer it subject to connection.
I'll take it subject to connection. Government's Exhibit 2534 received in evidence.
If we could go to page 4. Do you see here it says, current futures exchanges are designed really poorly?
I see that.
And do you see the first bullet says those exchanges lost hundreds of millions of dollars of customer funds to clawbacks?
Yep.
Let's go to page 6. Do you see at the top where it says, how is FTX solving these issues?
And
what does it say underneath that?
Sorry, we need a word.
yes.
And what does it say right underneath that?
Preventing clawbacks, that it significantly reduces the likelihood of clawbacks.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, what are the two words under the question of, how is FTX solving these issues?
The first word is preventing. The second word is clawbacks.
And in marketing FTX, you said that FTX's three-tiered liquidation model was one way to prevent clawbacks, right?
I remember saying that it would. That I believed it would reduce the likelihood of them.
And do you not consider reducing the likelihood of clawbacks the same thing as preventing clawbacks?
I think it's ambiguous.
And does this page say both?
Yeah, one is as a general header, the other is as a specific statement.
And in describing how FTX would reduce clawbacks, you marketed FTX's fast liquidation process, right?
Yeah, in substance.
And the unique backstop liquidity provider program, right?
Yep.
And you also referred to FTX's insurance fund, which you stated would prevent customer losses, right?
Yep.
Now I think you said you didn't recognize this deck specifically. Is this consistent with how you marketed the liquidation engine?
At a high level, yes.
Is there anything on this page that is different from how you marketed the liquidation engine?
I mean, I don't think I would have used the phrase, we leverage the insurance fund to prevent customer losses, verbatim, but similar sentiment.
So the substance here is consistent with how you marketed the liquidation engine, correct?
More or less.
I believe you testified that you had some involvement in responding to customer support tickets. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And FTX had some internal written guidance for how to respond to customers, didn't it?
It may have.
Were you familiar with written guidance for how to respond to customer inquiries?
I'm familiar with one or two early documents, or at least I vaguely remember them. I don't remember the details of them.
Were you aware that FTX had written guidance for frequently asked questions?
That rings a bell.
And did you see that type of document?
I at least glanced at it. I don't know whether I read it in detail.
And so you were aware that your employees relied on written guidance to respond to customer support questions.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, did you review written guidance for frequently asked questions or not, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
I remember at one point seeing a document that had a title something like that. I'm not sure whether it was something employees relied on.
When you saw it, what did you believe it related to?
Someone's thoughts. I can't remember if it was mine or someone else's, on ways to respond to some customer support questions.
So did you personally write some thoughts for how to respond to customer support questions?
I don't remember.
Didn't you just testify that you wrote your own thoughts for how to respond to customers?
I don't think I said that.
So the document that you recall seeing, what was it?
I don't remember any details about it.
So yes or no, Mr. Bankman-Fried, are you aware that written guidance for responding to customer questions included the statement, FTX doesn't have clawbacks?
That particular phrasing doesn't ring a bell for me.
I'll move on. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you never disclosed to the public that Alameda was not subject to the same automatic liquidation process as other FTX customers, right?
I'm not sure we did.
Sitting here today, do you recall ever publicly disclosing that?
No.
And in 2020, isn't it true that you directed Gary and Nishad to change the rules in the code so that the auto-liquidation rules that applied to other customers on the exchange would not apply in the same way to Alameda?
I suggested that they make some alteration to it, yes.
For that purpose, correct?
Yup.
And so by 2020, you knew that Alameda had distinct rules for liquidation, correct?
Yeah.
And you certainly knew that in May 2022 when you authorized the FTX terms of service, correct?
At a high level, yeah.
And you didn't tell FTX customers about this change in the code, correct?
I don't think so.
And you didn't tell your investors about this change to the code, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall ever telling your investors that you directed this change in the code?
No.
And when you told Congress about FTX's liquidation protocol, did you make clear that Alameda's accounts were not subject to the same rules?
No.
And what we've just been talking about, that's the allow negative flag, correct?
I'm not sure.
Sitting here today, you're not sure?
That's correct.
That's your testimony?
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
You were CEO of FTX, right?
Yes.
And you called the shots as the CEO, didn't you?
I called some of them.
And you're a pretty smart guy, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You think of yourself as a smart guy?
Same objection.
In many ways, not in all ways.
Yup.
You went to MIT, correct?
Yup.
You studied physics there?
Yup.
And as CEO of FTX, you thought highly of yourself, right?
I did.
And you were dedicated to the success of your business, right?
That's right.
So much so that sometimes you worked 7 days a week.
Usually.
So much so that sometimes you were too busy to get a haircut, right?
Yup.
And I believe you testified that the auto-deleveraging event that preceded this change to the code was potentially catastrophic to the exchange, right?
That's right.
It presented systemic risk to the entire system and all of its platforms, right?
That's right.
And it was potentially very bad for the platform, right?
Yup.
So is it your testimony that as CEO of FTX, after this catastrophic event, you did not learn the details of the code change that you directed?
That's correct. I trusted Gary and Nishad.
You testified on direct that FTX had an AWS database, correct?
Yup.
And you described its content, right? For example, it stored customer account information?
Yup, that's right.
And it had information about trades?
Yup.
And customer balances?
Yup.
And as CEO, you had access to the database, correct?
Nope.
Your testimony is that you did not have the ability to access the database?
I never did. To my knowledge, I didn't have access to it.
I'm asking you whether you had authorization to search the database.
I have no idea whether someone had created an account in my name that in theory was designed for me. If so, I never used it.
And so it's your testimony that until October 2022, you never looked in the database.
That's correct. And even as of then, I never looked in the AWS database.
After FTX declared bankruptcy, isn't it true that one of the first things you did was try to restore your administrative access to the AWS database?
That's not how I would put it.
Isn't it true that in the weeks following the bankruptcy, you asked to have your access to the AWS database restored?
Notui was not specifically looking for my personal access to the AWS database.
Isn't it true you were requesting AWS access?
I was requesting it on behalf of the joint provisional liquidators in the Bahamas.
So yes or no, you made requests to restore access to the AWS database?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to here.
Look, could you just answer the question instead of trying to ask the questioner what she's referring to?
Okay.
No. Isn't it true that you made to-do lists after FTX's collapse that included things like, try to get AWS access?
Probably.
And so isn't it true that you were trying to get AWS access after FTX declared bankruptcy?
Yes.
Now putting aside the AWS database, you did know that Alameda had a line of credit with FTX while you were CEO, correct?
Yes.
And it's true, isn't it, that most customers of FTX did not have a line of credit, right?
That's correct.
Most customers had to post actual assets with FTX in order to borrow money, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you permitted Alameda to borrow without requiring that it post collateral to the exchange, right?
To my knowledge, a number of market makers had lines of credit.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Bankman-Fried. My question was, you permitted Alameda to borrow from FTX without requiring that it post collateral to the exchange.
That was not my understanding it. I'm not sure what time period you're referring to.
Yes or no, while you were CEO of FTX, you permitted Alameda to borrow from the exchange without requiring it to post collateral in the same fashion as other FTX customers.
That does not describe my understanding for most of my tenure as CEO of FTX.
Didn't you just testify that most customers did not have a line of credit?
That's correct.
And wasn't the effect of Alameda's line of credit permitting it to borrow without posting collateral?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that at least by May of 2022, you understood that Alameda's line of credit permitted Alameda to withdraw money from the exchange without posting collateral?
I'm not sure I understood that as of then, no.
You testified under oath in this courtroom before, didn't you?
Yup.
And you were asked, in May of 2022, could Alameda's collateral take the form of assets that were not posted to the exchange, correct?
Objection.
Could I have a page reference?
Transcript page 2260-61.
What's the objection?
For the reasons previously stated, Your Honor, we object to the use of this transcript in this fashion.
Overruled.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, you testified under oath in this courtroom previously, correct?
Yup.
And you were asked, in May of 2022, could Alameda's collateral take the form of assets that were not posted to the exchange? You were asked that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I was asked or what I answered.
Mr. Bianco, can you please pull up transcript 2260-61? I want to direct your attention to line 24 on page 2260. You were asked, I'm asking about Alameda only. In your view, in May of 2022, that Alameda's collateral could take the form of assets that were not posted to the exchange.
I had the view that it potentially could.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yeah.
We could take that down. Now the size of Alameda's line of credit was $65 billion, correct?
I believe that was the maximum.
And you testified during your direct about the account info at alameda-research.com, right?
Yup.
That was Alameda's main trading account, correct?
Yup.
And despite your testimony that you never looked in the database, you were familiar with that account, weren't you?
Objection to form.
Sustained.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, you were familiar with that account during your time as CEO of FTX, correct?
Yep.
And you testified that you understood that the info at account had a negative balance in the billions at various points in time, correct?
I don't remember which points in time that was referring to.
Yes or no, you testified that you understood that the info at account had a negative balance in the billions at various points in time.
That is not how I remember my testimony.
Didn't you testify, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
There was a court reporter. So if there is a page and a line.
Yes, 2355, Your Honor. And the quote is, quote, my understanding was that it was around $2 billion on average of borrowing through the info at account. Did you give that testimony?
That sounds about right.
You knew that during your time as FTX CEO, right?
Yep.
Just to be clear, you understood that this account had a negative balance in the multiple billions while you were CEO?
Overall positive, but negative in some assets.
Wasn't it your testimony that it was your understanding that it was around $2 billion on average of borrowing through that account?
Yeah.
You testified last week that you gave Gary and Nishad some instructions to increase Alameda's line of credit on FTX, correct?
I gave them suggestions, and I believe that's how they were interpreted, yes.
Isn't it true you testified that you told them it probably made sense to increase the line of credit such that it would be able to continue providing orders? That was your testimony, right?
Yeah.
If we could publish Government Exhibit 644 in evidence. This is a snapshot from the AWS database. I want to direct your attention to the first row, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Just to be clear, in advance of this trial you spent time searching the AWS database, correct?
That is correct.
You ran queries in the database?
Yep.
You knew how to do that?
I learned how to do that, yes.
So, yes, you ran queries?
Yes.
And here, for account the username info@alamedaresearch.com. Do you see where it says borrow roughly $65 billion?
Yep.
Do you see that for this account the allow negative column is checked?
Yes, I do.
Do you see, under spot margin enabled, that is not checked?
I do see that.
And spot margin enabled, that's the program that allowed customers who posted collateral to withdraw borrowed funds from the exchange, right?
That was the most frequent way, yes.
But spot margin is not enabled for this account?
Not on that particular sub-account.
When you say for that particular sub-account, we are talking about the info@alamedaresearch.com account that you said had a negative balance, correct?
We are talking particularly about account 9, one of the accounts on that issuer, yes.
Without spot margin enabled for this account was borrowing using a special line of credit, right?
I'm not sure if that's exactly the right pricing. It may be.
It says $65 billion under borrow, right?
Yes, I see that.
As CEO, you were aware of lines of credit, correct?
Yep.
And that they were not extended to most customers at the exchange, right?
Yep.
And I think you testified that lines of credit were provided to other market makers on the exchange. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And when we are talking about market makers, I just want to be clear, the typical or average customer of the exchange was not given a line of credit, right?
That's essentially correct.
And isn't it true that for other market makers on the exchange with lines of credit, they were prohibited from withdrawing money off the exchange through their line of credit?
I'm not 100% confident in that.
Didn't you sign lines of credit agreements for market makers of FTX?
Yes, I did.
Didn't those agreements say that the money could not be withdrawn off of the exchange?
I think some of them did say that.
And as far as you know, there was no other customer in the exchange with a $65 billion line of credit, correct?
That is correct.
And there were no other customers with a line of credit of $1 billion or more, right?
That's correct.
And these other market makers, you didn't own those companies, right?
That's correct.
They were not affiliated entities of FTX, correct?
That's correct.
So if those market makers made money, you were not the recipient of the profits, right?
That's correct.
Now I want to pull up Government Exhibit 5, which is in evidence, which the parties have stipulated is a document called LOX, dated September 5, 2022. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you created this document, right?
It looks like a document I made.
When you say it looks like a document you made, is the content here the content of a document that you created?
I believe so.
And you are aware, aren't you, that Google metadata obtained from a search warrant by the government shows that you created this spreadsheet?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 5M. This is metadata for Government Exhibit 5, correct?
I'm not sure.
What's the email address associated with the creation information for Government Exhibit 5M?
Sam@Alameda-Research.
We can take that down, and if we can pull back up Government Exhibit 5. In this document you created, do you see row 2?
I do.
What is the email in column A?
info@alamedaresearch.com.
What is the number in your spreadsheet in column B in row 2?
About 65 billion.
What is the next largest line of credit listed in this spreadsheet you made?
150 million.
So Alameda's line of credit was more than $64 billion larger than any other customer, correct?
Yep.
Now, by September of 2022, Alameda was only about 2 to 3% of trades on FTX, right?
Yep.
You had successfully gotten a number of other market makers besides Alameda to trade on FTX, right?
Yep.
And Alameda was just one of 10 or 15 core market makers, I think you testified?
By volume, yes.
So none of those other core market makers ever had a line of credit more than $150 million, right?
That's right.
And the purpose of this line of credit was to help FTX customers meet bids and offers on the exchange, right?
That was my understanding.
So this was for trading on the exchange, wasn't it?
That was my original understanding, yes.
Let's look at Government Exhibit 96 in evidence. You see this says FTX line of credit?
Yep.
And the first sentence says, this line of credit agreement. Do you see that?
Yep.
And the size of this line of credit is $250,000. Do you see that?
Yep.
Now, let's go to the second page. You signed this, right?
Yep.
And in extending lines of credit to market makers besides Alameda, this was the type of contract that market makers signed, right?
At least in some cases. I am not sure beyond that.
Let's go back to the first page. Can you name another market maker that did not sign a line of credit agreement?
I'm honestly not sure who did and didn't.
Let's look at item number 4, funds advanced through the line of credit. Can you read item B?
May not be withdrawn from FTX exchange and.
With respect to this line of credit agreement, the line of credit could not be used to withdraw money from the FTX exchange, correct?
Yeah, or at least that's what the agreement said, yeah.
And Alameda never signed one of these agreements, right?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of a line of credit agreement signed by Alameda?
I am not aware for almost anyone.
So the answer is no?
That's correct.
And Alameda was permitted to use its line of credit to withdraw money from the exchange, right?
I now believe that was probably true.
And that was never publicly disclosed, correct?
Not that I know of.
Instead, you told the public that FTX viewed Alameda as a neutral piece of market infrastructure, right?
Objection to form.
Sustained as to form.
Let's put up what's marked as Government Exhibit 906. The government offers Government Exhibit 906.
If it's not offered for its truth, no objection, Your Honor.
Received on that basis. Government Exhibit 906 received in evidence.
If we could publish the first page of Government Exhibit 906. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you see this as an article by Kate Rooney published on September 19, 2022?
Yep.
If we could go to the next page. Looking at the second paragraph, do you see where it says, Bankman-Fried said he's worked over the past few years to eliminate conflicts of interest at Alameda. I don't run Alameda anymore. None of FTX does. We view it as a neutral piece of market infrastructure. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you said that, right?
Presumably.
Do you recall saying that?
Only vaguely.
You deny that you said that?
I'm not saying I didn't say it.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, you agree, don't you, that Alameda could never have accumulated a multi-billion-dollar negative balance in FTX if it had been a regular customer of the exchange, right?
Objection to form.
Overruled.
I disagree. You disagree.
Mr. Bianco, if you can pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2554. For the witness, if you could pull up the unredacted version of this document. Mr. Bankman-Fried, this is a document that you wrote after FTX collapsed, right?
It looks like one.
The government offers the redacted version of Government Exhibit 2554.
No objection.
Received. Government Exhibit 2554 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish Government Exhibit 2554. Let's go to page 8. If we could zoom in on item number 48. Didn't you write, Mr. Bankman-Fried, if Alameda had been a 100% separate, completely unrelated trading firm in every way, this wouldn't have happened?
At least it wouldn't have happened to FTX. Alameda wouldn't have had the fiat relationship and it wouldn't have had on nearly as large of a position. You see that?
I do. Mr. Bankman-Fried, isn't it true that from the early days of FTX Alameda was allowed to exceed normal borrowing limits on the exchange, yes or no?
I am not sure.
Well, as you testified, after FTX collapsed and before you were arrested, you spoke to a number of reporters, right?
Yep.
That was before you knew you would be facing criminal charges, correct?
Yeah.
Back in early December 2022, didn't you admit to several reporters that Alameda had been allowed to exceed normal borrowing limits on the FTX exchange since its early days, yes or no?
I don't remember saying it in that way.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 2503, which is in evidence. Do you see this as the article by Joshua Oliver on December 4, 2022?
Yep.
If we could go to the second page and continue. Do you see there where it says, he admitted that Alameda had been allowed to exceed normal borrowing limits on the FTX exchange since its early days? Do you see that?
I can read that, yeah.
Are you denying that you said that?
I don't think I would have said that in that way. I am not sure exactly what that is referring to.
In early December 2022, did you put out any public statement disputing this article?
I don't remember. Probably not. I disagreed with nearly every article written about me then.
You voluntarily gave interviews to a number of reporters, correct?
Yep.
And you made statements on the record, correct?
Yep.
Is it your testimony that Josh Oliver wrote something you didn't say?
I'm not sure. That appears to be linking to something. I am not sure what that is. I'm not sure the context.
We can take that down. Fair to say that you never disclosed to customers anything about Alameda being allowed to exceed normal borrowing limits on FTX, right?
I think that's right.
You never posted that to Twitter?
That's right.
You didn't say it to Congress?
That's right.
You didn't say it in advertisements for FTX?
That's right.
And you didn't disclose it on the FTX website, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And isn't it true that as CEO of FTX you were aware that Alameda had more leeway than other traders on the exchange?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, isn't it true that you used those words that you knew that Alameda had more leeway than other traders on the FTX exchange?
Of when?
Yes or no, do you recall saying that?
Not in those words specifically, and I don't know what context it was in.
Sir, do you remember saying that in words or in substance?
Referring to some particular things in some particular time periods, yes.
Go ahead, thank you.
When you say referring to some particular things in time periods, in what ways were you referring to Alameda having more leeway on the exchange?
Well, it is certainly the case that eventually I came to know that Alameda had put on a far larger position than I had anticipated and that was a result of the, among other things, fiat relationship.
It was also the result of the margin rules that did not apply to Alameda, correct?
I'm not sure that's how I see it, no.
Zeke Fo, he's a journalist, right?
Yes.
I believe you testified you spoke with him a number of times, right?
Yes.
In early December 2022, you spoke with Zeke Fo on the record, right?
When?
December of 2022.
Yes.
He came to your penthouse in the Bahamas, right?
Yup.
You spoke with him for hours?
I don't remember how long.
It was about 11 hours, wasn't it?
No.
More than 5, wasn't it?
No.
He was at your penthouse for upwards of 10 hours, wasn't he?
I am not sure how long he was around there. I think we spoke for roughly 1 hour.
And in that in-person meeting, didn't you tell him that Alameda did not have to follow the same margin rules as other traders at FTX?
I am not sure. I may have.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm handing you Government Exhibit 2511. What's been marked as that? Do you recognize this?
No.
You have never seen it before?
No.
Then let's pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2511.
I didn't read it, but I recognize it.
And this is an article written by Zeke Fo about his time with you in the penthouse, correct?
Yes.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2511.
As long as it's not for its truth, no objection.
Received on that basis. Government Exhibit 2511A received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, if you could go to page 6 of the article.
For ease, let's just look at page 6 of the article. It should be up on your screen. Do you see it says here an article by Zeke Fo?
This is not in evidence, I believe.
I apologize. The government offers 2511A.
Counsel.
On the same grounds as before, Your Honor.
Mr. Bianco, if you could publish the first page.
No, he can't. I have not ruled yet.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Come to the sidebar, please. If it's not for the truth, what's its relevance?
Your Honor, it's to impeach because it's inconsistent with his trial testimony. I think it also is admissible for its truth because it's an adoptive admission.
How is it an adoptive admission?
Because this was published publicly, and he never said anything to dispute what's in that article.
Did you establish that he even read it?
It's in the book that he just said he never saw.
This is not the book.
He said there were a number of articles and he didn't like them, so I could ask a follow-up question.
I think you should. You know the fact that something appears in a magazine. I have a problem with it.
Judge, is the issue that he is disputing that he said that? Because if it's two levels of hearsay, his statement is not for the truth or it's the defendant's statement.
That's a statement to the reporter. But hearsay as to the reporter saying he said it.
That's what the objection is to.
That wasn't really his objection. His objection was, as long as it's not for the truth. But I'm raising the point, then what's its relevance if it's not for the fact of what the reporter said he said?
There are obviously two levels, as Your Honor appreciates, of hearsay. I was understanding his objection to be to the defendant's statement, not for its truth.
It's also getting pretty cumulative, if you ask me.
I don't know about that. That's the point.
Mr. Bianco, if you could pull up 2511A just for the witness.
Your Honor, if we might. We are having a technical issue at the defense table. 1 minute.
It's 5 to 3. Let's take our afternoon break, and we will get the plugs resolved. Recess. Everything plugged back in?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
The defendant and the jurors all are present, as they have been throughout. The witness is reminded he is still under oath. You may continue, Ms. Sassoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bankman-Fried, yes or no, did you tell Zeke Foe that Alameda did not follow the same margin rules as other traders on FTX and that it had more leeway on the exchange?
I don't remember.
I handed you a book marked 2511 before the break. If you could turn to page 224 and take a look at the bottom. And for the court's benefit, Mr. Bianco and defense counsel's benefit, if you could pull up 2511. If you could read to yourself at the bottom of the page, starting with what FTX is and ending with he said.
I've read that.
Does that refresh your memory about whether you told Zeke Foe that Alameda did not follow the same margin rules as other traders on FTX and that it had more leeway on the exchange?
No, it doesn't.
We could take that down. I want to talk to you about Mobile Coin.
Okay.
You testified about an incident involving Mobile Coin, right?
Yep.
And that was around April of 2021?
That sounds about right.
And you were still CEO of Alameda at the time?
Yep.
And on that occasion, an FTX customer exploited a loophole in the risk engine, correct?
A few of them, yes.
When I say a few of them, you mean a few loopholes.
Yes.
And the automatic liquidation engine or risk engine did not shut down the position in time, correct?
It didn't shut it down as quickly as I would have wanted it to.
And because of that, by the point that you were shutting down the position, it was too big for any of the backstop liquidity providers to step in, right? Outside of Alameda, correct? And you said that Alameda stepped in, but that was not through an automatic process, right?
That's right.
That was a manual intervention, correct?
Yep.
And you testified that Alameda was willing to take on the large position of tokens, right?
Right.
When you said Alameda was willing, you meant you decided that Alameda would do this, right?
Effectively, yes.
Because you were the CEO, correct?
Yep.
You testified that the insurance fund wasn't involved because the account still had a positive net asset value, right?
Among other reasons.
That was a reason you gave in your testimony, correct?
That was one of them, yup.
To be clear, when you decided to transfer this account to Alameda, Alameda ultimately ended up losing about $800 million on this position, right?
That wasn't my memory, but I am not sure.
You recall that Alameda lost hundreds of millions of dollars from taking over this account?
I recall that it might have. I don't recall what ultimately happened.
Do you have any memory of Alameda losing any money and taking over this position?
I don't recall how it turned out months later.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't recall how it ultimately turned out. I knew that was a risk.
And so you have no memory one way or the other whether Alameda lost or made money on that position?
I wouldn't say I have no memory. I don't feel confident. I could take a wild guess if you wanted me to.
I don't want you to take a wild guess.
Okay.
One moment. And you testified that the tokens in this account that Alameda took over were illiquid, right?
At least many of them were at least relatively illiquid. I'm sorry, that's correct.
What that meant was, if you wanted to sell the tokens, you couldn't get the price at which the tokens had been trading in the very near recent past, correct?
That's right.
And so you knew, when you transferred this account to Alameda, that Alameda was going to lose money on the account, right?
I don't think I knew it would. I thought it very well might.
There was no other backstop liquidity provider that would take on this account, correct?
That's correct.
That's because it was a loser, right?
I'm not sure I'd put it that way.
That's because no other backstop liquidity provider was willing to take on the risk of losing hundreds of millions of dollars on this position, correct?
That sounds right.
In this instance, the positive net value of the coin did not translate into millions of available dollars, correct?
I suspected that it very well might not.
And yes or no, if you had not transferred this account to Alameda, FTX would have ended up with a loss, right?
If I hadn't taken any of my actions, I don't think FTX would have ended up with a loss.
If the account ended up having a negative value, the insurance fund of FTX would have to cover that loss, correct?
Yes.
And assuming that loss was in the hundreds of millions of dollars, that would have been a loss larger than daily revenue, correct?
Yup, that's right.
And if FTX covered that loss, covered a loss of hundreds of millions of dollars, that would have shown up on FTX's books, correct?
Yeah.
And investors would have seen that, correct?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Speculation.
Sustained as to form.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, in the event that FTX suffered a multi-hundred million dollar loss, that would show up on FTX's books, right?
I presume that it came in a form of like an insurance fund loss, yes.
And FTX sent its financial information to its investors, correct?
It ultimately did end up sending them. I am not sure contemporaneous to that time period.
But it sent financial information about FTX revenue, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And expenses, correct?
It eventually started sending them. I am not sure as of then.
If we can pull up Government Exhibit 64. This is in evidence. Mr. Bianco, if you could publish this for the jury, please. Do you recall Caroline Ellison testified that this was an Alameda update document that she sent to you?
I think so.
Mr. Bianco, if you could zoom in on the section. Notable idiosyncratic P&L stuff.
Do you see where it says negative 850 million from BTMX thing?
Yup.
And the mobile coin exploit, that also involved BTMX, correct?
I believe so, yes.
We can take that down. You did not disclose to FTX's investors that the liquidation engine had been exploited, correct?
Objection. Form.
What's the objection?
Form.
Yes, I heard that. What's wrong with the
Leading.
overruled? It's cross-examination.
I had screwed up there as well.
Yes or no, did you disclose to your investors that a customer had exploited FTX's liquidation engine?
No, although I am not sure that's exactly how I would describe that incident.
A moment ago, didn't you say that a customer exploited loopholes in the risk engine?
Yes, I can explain, if you want.
That's all right. You also didn't disclose to customers that a customer had exploited loopholes in the risk engine, correct?
Same response.
What's the answer, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
No, that's not exactly how I would phrase it, but that's correct. I did not.
And this incident in April 2021, soon thereafter, in July 2021, you raised about $900 million from investors, right?
That's right.
That was from highly respected VC firms?
Among others, yes.
You publicized that to your Twitter followers, right?
Yup.
You continued to raise money in 2021 and early 2022, right?
Yep.
Mr. Bianco, if we could pull up Government Exhibit 1023, which is in evidence, so publish it to the jury.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recall Professor Easton's testimony that this is a list of investors whose funds were transferred from FTX to Alameda between July 2021 and January 2022?
I don't remember. I remember at a high level him arguing that. I don't remember the specifics.
When you say you remember him arguing that, do you recall testimony to that effect?
I remember testimony on that topic, yeah.
Ryan Salami, he was one of your trusted employees, right?
Yeah.
You considered him a loyal employee?
I think I did.
And after you raised more than $1 billion from investors, you told Ryan Salami to transfer that money to Alameda, didn't you?
Nope.
Didn't you tell Ryan Salami something to the effect of, why would you leave the fucking funds just sitting there?
I have no memory of that.
You have no memory of that?
That's correct.
Let's talk about EcoSerum. You testified on direct that in late 2021 you had some discussions about getting FTX revenue to $1 billion, right?
Yep.
I believe you said you wanted revenue for 2021 to be over $1 billion because it's just a round number, right?
Ideally, yes.
And you testified that those conversations were in late 2021 or early 2022, correct?
Sometime around then. I don't remember exactly when.
And you testified that, around late 2021, Nishad told you that, quote, he had dealt with it.
Something to that effect, yes.
And I believe you also testified that at that time Nishad told you he dealt with it by including $50 million worth of EcoSerum staking awards in revenue, correct?
Fees on those, yes.
And that got revenue above $1 billion?
I believe so.
You testified that when Nishad described this you were surprised?
Yep.
You had not thought about this at all prior to that?
That's right.
As part of your role in raising money for FTX, you sent FTX revenue numbers to your investors, right?
That's right.
Something called an FTX stat sheet was among the financial information you sent, right?
Yep.
And you sent FTX revenue stats to investors multiple times during 2021, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
If we could publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 320.
This is an email that you sent to Paradigm, which is one of your VC investors, correct?
Yep.
And the attachment to this email on April 25, 2021 says FTX stats, the 23rd of April 2021 Excel. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is that FTX stat sheet we have been talking about?
I think so.
Let's take a look at that. If we could pull up Government Exhibit 320, the email attachment.
If we look at column E, row 8, at that point, in April of 2021, FTX revenue was $705 million. Do you see that?
Annualized, yes.
And at that point in time that figure did not include any money from Serum staking fees, right?
I'm not sure. I could guess, make an educated guess, but I am not sure.
What's your educated guess?
It probably did.
If we go to the FTX data tab.
This is a breakdown of sources of revenue, right?
Yep.
And there is futures revenue, spot fees revenue.
If we could scroll to the right.
There is no column for staking revenue, correct?
I don't obviously see one. There are other things I don't see here as well.
But you don't see a column for staking fee revenue, correct?
No, not unless it is folded into some other column here.
And if we can now pull up Government Exhibit 51, which is in evidence. Do you see that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yep.
This is also an FTX stat spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
And this, in column E, row 8, has revenue above $1 billion for 2021, right?
Yeah.
So this is an FTX stat spreadsheet as of the end of 2021, right, or later?
Objection.
Overruled.
It looks like it was. If you scrolled over, I could give you more information about when it was from.
Mr. Bianco, if you could scroll over.
Looks like this is from sometime around the fall of 2022.
And so this is after year-end 2021 at some point.
Yup, by a fair bit.
And this was also sent to investors, right?
I'm not sure if this one in particular was. It may have been. Some of them were.
And you continued to send FTX stat spreadsheets to investors after 2021, right?
Yup.
And the $1 billion revenue figure here includes the Ecoserum staking fees, right?
I'm not sure. Probably.
Didn't you testify that that's what got revenue above $1 billion?
The revenue numbers that I was getting on the FTX spreadsheet were not quite in line with the revenue numbers that were popping up on the financials. I'm not entirely sure why.
Let's take a look. Mr. Bianco, there's a tab here called Financials. If you can keep going among the tabs. Right there. And do you see column C, row 31 and 32? You have staking fees of $69+ million?
Yup, I see that.
And so this spreadsheet sent after the end of 2021 does include the staking fees, right?
I include some staking fees. I'm not sure if that's just Ecoserum or if that's also other things.
Now let's pull up Government Exhibit 323, which is in evidence. Now this document, which says Rewards Agent Agreement, is about Ecoserum staking fees, right?
Sorry, can I read it?
Sure, and if you'd like the page turned, let me know and Mr. Bianco will facilitate that.
All right, turn the page, turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. All right, yes, that's what this looks like.
And you signed this, right?
Yup.
And if we could go back to the first page of the document. It's dated January 1st, 2021, right?
That's when it's effective as of.
But you didn't sign it on January 1st, 2021, right?
Probably not.
This document wasn't created until the end of 2021, correct?
I'm not sure exactly when it was created, but probably.
Probably because you signed it much later than January 1st, 2021, correct?
That's my guess.
And that's your guess because you don't recall signing it on January 1st, 2021, right?
It's my best guess that I don't specifically recall when I signed this, but given how things unfolded, my guess is that I signed it roughly when you're saying.
And isn't that your guess because, as you testified, you weren't thinking about Ecoserum staking fees at all until late 2021, when you wanted to get revenue above $1 billion?
Yup, that's right.
And this wasn't the first time that you signed a document more than a year after its supposed effective date, correct?
I think it was not.
Meaning you had signed other documents more than a year after their supposed effective date, correct?
Yup, that's right.
We could take that down. You testified about a conversation with Caroline Ellison where you discussed maybe Alameda shouldn't have made venture investments. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, I remember that.
Now when we're talking about maybe Alameda shouldn't have made venture investments, you made the decision for those venture investments, right?
For some of them.
It was your decision to spend several billions of dollars on venture investments in 2021 and 2022, correct?
Yeah, I think a few billion, excuse me. Sorry, I think a few billion of them were my decision.
For example, it was your decision to buy out Binance's equity stake in FTX for about $2 billion in July of 2021, right?
I was heavily involved in those discussions. There were the discussions of what to do. I likely was the one who ultimately pulled the trigger.
You were the final decision maker, correct?
Yeah.
And some of the investments that you directed depended for their success on the crypto market continuing to perform well, correct?
Yeah.
For example, I think you said the crypto mining company GDA was one example of that.
Yup.
And when I say GDA,
I mean Genesis Digital Assets.
yup, that's right. And you thought those investments were worthwhile, right?
I did.
And you were willing to take on the risk of a market downturn and make those investments.
I was. I was excited to do so if they were hedged.
Well, you made many of these investments before Alameda was hedged, right?
My understanding at the time I made them, that Alameda would be promptly hedging them.
Well, yes or no, you made some of those investment decisions before Alameda was actually hedged.
Before they actually hedged, yes.
And you thought that there was a chance those investments could make a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
And when Alameda wasn't hedged, there was also risk associated with these investments, right?
Yeah.
And even with hedging, there was still risk, correct?
Yes. Risk never goes to zero.
You considered yourself risk neutral while you were CEO of FTX, right?
In particular contexts, yes.
For example, in the context of investment decisions, right?
It depends on the size of the investment.
For some of these venture investments, you took a risk neutral approach, correct?
On non-correlated small factors, yes.
So I want to understand what you mean by that. Put in simple terms, didn't you consider yourself more comfortable than other people doing things, making investment decisions that might backfire if there was a chance at making a lot of money?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
A general matter, in many contexts, at least compared to many people, I think that was true.
And let's just talk about a few of your other investments. You spent about $23 million buying out your favorite video game, right?
Not at the time that we made the acquisition, but yes.
I didn't follow that. Yes or no? Did you buy out Storybook Brawl?
Yes.
And was that about a $23 million investment?
I don't remember the exact number. That sounds about right.
You also made investments in the media, right?
I think there were a few small ones, yeah.
For example, you invested in The Block, which is a cryptocurrency news site, right?
Yup.
And among other things, didn't you provide about $16 million to finance the purchase of an apartment in the Bahamas for the CEO of The Block?
I don't remember the details. I know that I was asked if we would loan money with respect to it. I don't remember what came of that.
So yes or no, do you recall helping finance the purchase of an apartment for The Block's CEO?
I remember there were discussions around that. I don't remember what the conclusion was.
So sitting here today, do you recall whether you provided financing for the CEO of The Block to get an apartment?
Asked and answered. Objection.
Overruled.
You might have? I don't recall for sure.
Same objection.
Yeah, we might have.
Go ahead.
If we could publish Government Exhibit 1029. This slide refers to a company called Dave Inc. It was your decision to invest in Dave Inc., correct?
I was not the one leading that initiative.
You were part of the decision to invest in Dave, correct?
I was part of the decision, yes.
And if we could publish Government Exhibit 1028. Do you see where it says Skybridge Capital?
I see that.
You directed the investment in Skybridge Capital, correct?
I wouldn't say I directed it. I think I approved it.
You approved it, right? And you signed the agreement?
We probably did.
And if we could go to Government Exhibit 1033. Do you see where it says Modulo Capital, Inc.?
Yup.
You directed the investment in Modulo, correct?
Yeah, I think that's effectively correct.
And we could take that down. Mr. Bianco, if you could publish Government Exhibit 1030. Do you see where it says K5 Global Holdings?
I see that.
You directed the investment in K5, correct?
I directed an investment. I want to be clear. I'm not saying I directed this investment as displayed there, necessarily, but I did direct an investment in it.
You were the one who decided to provide money to K5, right?
Yup.
And if we could publish Government Exhibit 1032. See where it says Robinhood shares.
I see that.
That was your decision to invest in Robinhood, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And after those shares were purchased, you transferred them to yourself, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, let's pull up Government Exhibit 200 in evidence. And do you see at the top where it says, Alameda Research, unanimous consent of Board of Directors, stock transfer?
Yup.
And this is transferring the Robinhood stock to yourself, right?
Transferring it from one company that I was a partial owner of to another company I was a partial owner of. Sorry, I'm not sure it says it's transferred to me.
Well, you owned the company that it was transferred to, right?
I was one of the owners of both of the companies transferred from and to.
So the company it was transferred to, the only two owners were you and Gary Wong, right?
I don't recall whether Nishad was also an owner or not.
So at most, it was you, Gary, and Nishad?
Yeah, same as Sue, that's correct, yes.
And this says, unanimous consent of Board of Directors. Looking at the bottom, you were the only member of the board, correct?
It looks like it.
Well, were you in fact the only member of the board?
I'm not sure which board of directors this is referring to.
Were you the only member of the Board of Directors of Alameda? And I'll direct your attention to the second sentence of this document.
Of some Alameda entities, not of others. And my memory, my belief at that point was that I was no to that was not the case for most Alameda entities. It appears it was for this one as of then.
So the entity here, Alameda Research Limited, you were the sole member of the Board of Directors, correct?
This makes it seem like I was as of then. I probably was as of then. It wasn't my intention to be.
You said it wasn't your intention to be. You signed this document, right?
Yes.
And this document says you were the chairman and sole member of the board of Alameda Research Limited, correct?
Yup.
You owned 90% of the stock, right?
That is correct, yes.
So did you become director by mistake or accident or something else?
I think it was a combination of lack of attention to the administrative details and the structure of the entities.
No, I'm not saying I didn't approve this transfer. I absolutely did approve this transfer.
If we could show the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 933.
And my colleagues can correct me if this is already in evidence. My colleagues have indicated this is in evidence, so we can go ahead and publish it.
This is an affidavit that you filed in court, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't recognize it?
I recognize the topic. I haven't read through theory, don't know. Sorry, I didn't read through this one.
Do you see on this page we're looking at here, it says affirmation of Samuel Bankman-Fried?
Yup, I see that.
And this was submitted to a judicial court, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you submitted an affirmation to a court without reading it?
Sorry, I was saying I had not just now read it. I hadn't gotten to the point of seeing what this was yet.
Oh, go ahead, take your time, and if you'd like me to turn the page, that's fine. Just let us know.
Flip the page.
And my question I'm not going to quiz you on the document, just whether you recall filing this affirmation in court.
Yup, yeah, I do.
And you filed this after FTX declared bankruptcy, right?
Yup.
And the purpose of this affirmation was to lay claim to the Robinhood shares, correct?
That wasn't how I understood it at the time.
Well, let's look at page 3, paragraph 8. And it says, I confirm that there has been no change in the shareholding and that the shares are still legally and beneficially owned as to 90% by me and 10% by Gary. Do you see that?
I see that.
And as stated in this affidavit, those shares were worth about $650 million, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And you were asserting that these shares belong to you, right?
That the shares of Emergent belong to myself and Gary, ultimately mostly for the purposes of the bankruptcy estate, yes.
Here you're saying that the bankruptcy estate doesn't own the shares, you do, correct?
It is saying that they were owned, according to Antiguan law, by myself and Gary, yes.
And that entity controlled the Robinhood shares, right?
That was my understanding at the time. I'm not sure if it was actually true.
And at the time you filed this affidavit, many FTX customers could still not access their funds that were on the exchange, right?
Objection.
Ground.
Relevance.
May I proffer the relevance, Your Honor?
Come to the sidebar.
Your Honor, it goes to intent and proof of the crimes because customer money was spent to buy these shares, and after the bankruptcy, he was trying to get a hold of this money for himself.
The government made a pretrial motion that the court granted not to get into the post-bankruptcy proceedings and prohibiting the defense from offering proof that he was seeking to make customers whole and in fact, they had not suffered the losses that they claimed. I don't know how the government could have it both ways here, Judge.
It's not a matter of both ways. Overruled. The objection is overruled.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, at the time that you asserted ownership over these shares, you were aware, weren't you, that many FTX customers were still unable to access their funds in FTX?
Extremely aware.
And isn't it true that after FTX collapsed you considered calling the Robinhood broker to see if the broker would give you the shares without thinking about it?
When are you referring to?
After FTX declared bankruptcy, isn't it true that you considered calling the Robinhood broker to see if the broker would give you the shares without thinking about it?
Yeah, my intention was to hand it to the provisional liquidators.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Answer stricken. Answer stricken. Pose the question again, please.
After FTX declared bankruptcy, you considered calling the Robinhood broker to see if the broker would give you the shares without thinking about it, correct?
I didn't actually consider doing that.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 2556? Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recognize this as portions of a document that you wrote in December of 2022?
Yup.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2556.
No objection.
Received. Government's Exhibit 2556 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, for now, if you could just publish from the date at the top through item number 3. If you could zoom in on that and publish it. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you wrote this document, right?
Yup.
And the date here is the 25th of December 2022, right?
Yup.
And item number 3 says, should I try calling up the brokerhood is with and see if they'll just give me the shares without thinking about it?
I see that.
And Hood, that stands for Robinhood?
Yup.
We could take that down. Would you agree, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that ultimately, Alameda's venture investments were too large?
Given that it didn't hedge them, yes.
And would you agree that Alameda's venture investments used up too much of Alameda's balance sheet?
Given that it didn't hedge them, yes.
And would you agree that they used up too much of Alameda's balance sheet, especially if you considered the risk of a crash?
Same answer.
If you could answer the question, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Given that it did not end up hedging them, yes.
Mr. Bianco, if you could pull up Government Exhibit 2554 for the witness. And scroll down. I believe this is in evidence, so if we could publish this page, please. I want to direct your attention to the top, Mr. Bankman-Fried. And you wrote this, right?
Yep.
And do you see where it says, Alameda's VC investments were too large and used up too much balance sheet, especially once you think about the real crash scenarios that could come?
Yep.
Does it say anywhere here, because of the failure to hedge?
Not in those two sentences, it doesn't. It does in the rest of the document.
Does it say in this sentence anything about hedging?
Not in that sentence, no.
If we could take that down. So I want to talk to you about hedging. This is something you were concerned about throughout 2022, right?
Yep.
You discussed it with Caroline, right?
Yes, that's right.
It's your testimony that you told her to hedge, right?
Yui suggested it, yes.
And in May, when Terra and Luna collapsed, you were unhappy that Caroline had not hedged, right?
Yep.
You knew in May that the failure to hedge had a negative effect on Alameda's net asset value, right?
Yep.
Caroline would send you balance sheets, I think you testified, right?
Yep.
And she did that about once every couple months?
Yep.
And you would review them.
Yep.
And so you knew that Alameda's positive assets included substantial holdings in what we've been calling Sam coins, right?
Yes.
Things like FTT?
Yep.
And Serum?
No.
Solana?
Yes.
And Alameda was a large holder of FTT and Solana, right?
Yep.
And this failure to hedge that you've talked about, that continued throughout 2022, right?
Not through all of 2022. Eventually Alameda did hedge.
And that was after June, right?
Yep, that's right.
And so when crypto prices crashed in May 2022, you were aware that Alameda at that time was not hedged, right?
I'm not sure exactly what I was aware of. I suspected it had not hedged. It depends on exactly when you're asking as of.
Well, in May 2022, you learned that Alameda still had not hedged, right?
Yep, that's right.
And so you knew that the value of its cryptocurrencies had gone down.
Yep.
And you knew also that Alameda was highly leveraged around that time, right?
I don't know what you mean by highly. I knew it was leveraged.
I think you testified that Alameda had been leveraged long the market for the prior year, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
And that was because of investments in crypto?
Yep.
Including venture investments, right?
Yep.
And so it was leveraged in part as a result of the venture investments you directed, correct?
Yes.
And in June of 2022, you were aware that Alameda's third-party loans were being recalled, right?
I was aware that some fraction of them were.
And you were aware that billions of dollars in loans were being recalled, weren't you?
It depends on when in June you're talking about. 121 billion roughly at the beginning was my understanding.
So by the beginning of June you knew that around $1 billion had been recalled?
Sorry, by shortly after the bug fix meeting.
And so what date do you give to the bug fix meeting?
I think so June 13th is I think the date that the coin crashed. So I think it Wasawa was that date plus or minus a day.
And so within a day or two of that, you knew that about $1 billion of loans had been recalled?
Yeah, something to that effect, yes.
When you say, something to that effect, do you mean within a day of that Aru?
Within a day of that was what my knowledge was as of. I'm not sure if I'm recalling a figure from like a week-long period or a month-long period, going into that.
Sue.
Like how long looking back that billion was over.
So sitting here today, what's your best memory of when you understood that about $1 billion of loans had been recalled?
Oh, yeah, within a few days of the mid-June crash, I was aware that about $1 billion had been recalled.
That was a stressful time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all a relatively stressful time and extremely stressful few hours.
And when you talk about extremely stressful few hours, are you talking about Caroline telling you that Alameda might be bankrupt?
Yup.
And Alameda's assets had plunged, right?
Yup.
And the crypto markets overall were not doing well?
Yup.
And several crypto companies that were fairly large were on the verge of collapsing, right?
Roughly. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, whether they had just collapsed or were going to soon or were on the verge of, but roughly, yes.
The whole industry was at risk, right?
Much of it was, yeah.
And you, around that time, were having some calls with some of Alameda's lenders?
Yup.
And I think you said the situation was so concerning that you actually canceled a trip to Washington, D.C., right?
I pushed it back before the bug was discovered.
And you understood in the discussions you were having around that time that to repay Alameda's lenders would require Alameda to borrow more money from FTX, right?
No.
That's your testimony?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that you had a meeting in FTX's Bahamas office with Caroline and other employees?
There were discussions, yeah.
And during this meeting, didn't you discuss that Alameda's access to third-party loans was being pulled back and it might need to borrow more from FTX?
That's not my memory of it.
We talked earlier about an interview you did with Josh Oliver. Do you recall that?
Whichawa this, the December interview. Yes. Yup.
And this is before you were under indictment, right?
I'm not sure if it was before I was under indictment. I think it's before I was aware that I certainly was.
It was before you were arrested, correct?
Yup.
Before you had any knowledge of a federal indictment, correct?
Certainly before I had confident knowledge.
And in this interview with Josh Oliver, didn't you state that you met with employees who said that Alameda's access to third-party loans is being cut back and it might need to borrow more money from FTX?
I don't remember exactly what I said to him or the context. I did not believe that Alameda did need to borrow from FTX in order to process the loan repayments.
Yes or no? Do you recall saying that in the meeting it was stated that Alameda would need to borrow more from FTX to repay its loans?
I'm not sure whether or not that was floated out at one point or another. My memory is that was ultimately decided that that was not the case and that the financials confirmed that was not the case.
If we could pull up Government Exhibit 2503 in evidence. Go to the third page.
And I want to direct your attention to where it says, he recalled at least one meeting. Do you see that paragraph?
I'm not sure what that's referring to.
We can take that down.
Among other things, it says may.
There's no question pending, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Understood. Sorry.
Isn't it true that in these meetings about Alameda's loan recalls, you decided, in your words, to extend Alameda more credit?
That's not exactly how I remember it.
How do you remember it?
My memory is that the level of credit utilization by Alameda did not substantially increase.
So yes or no? Do you recall saying that you decided to extend Alameda more credit at this time?
I don't recall saying that. I'm not sure I didn't say something sort of like that.
Do you recall saying that to Zeke Fo in December of 2022?
Not particularly, no.
You didn't say it or you don't recall saying it?
I don't think I said it in those words. I can't recall saying it in any words, but I can't recall some of what I did say, so I'm not sure.
If you could take a look at that book that I handed you. Is it still up there?
And for the court, Mr. Bianco, can you pull up Government Exhibit 2511?
And Mr. Bankman-Fried, I want to direct you to page 227.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Bankman-Fried, did you tell Zeke Fo that after the Luna crashed, when Alameda repaid its debts, that this was the point at which Alameda's margin position on FTX got more leveraged substantially?
I don't remember that, and I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to and whether it's referring to
I'm not asking you to refer to the document, which is not in evidence. I'm asking you if you recall saying that to Zeke Fo.
I don't know.
You can take that down.
At the time that Alameda was repaying its debts, you told Caroline Ellison that she should repay the lenders in June, right?
I agreed that it likely made sense to.
And when you agreed that it made sense to repay Alameda's lenders, you knew at that time that this put the FTX exchange at risk, didn't you?
That's not how I was thinking of it.
I'm not asking how you were thinking of it. I'm asking, did you know that this put the FTX exchange at risk?
No, I did not.
So your testimony is that you didn't know at the time that there was a risk that Alameda would never be able to repay its debts to FTX. Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I did not at that time think that the odds of that were significant.
So when you say you didn't know at the time that the odds were significant, you understood that that was a risk, correct?
There's always a risk with margin trading that there would be clawbacks.
That's not my question, Mr. Bankman-Fried. My question is whether, in June of 2022, you knew that there was a risk that Alameda specifically might not be able to repay its debts to FTX.
I don't remember thinking of it that way. If you'd asked me, I wouldn't have said that 0 was the right number then or ever for margin trading. I didn't think of there as being a significant risk at that point in time. But it was not. I would not have said that there was absolutely no risk.
Just to be clear, Mr. Bankman-Fried, taking money from FTX to pay back lenders, that's not margin trading, is it?
I'm not. I don't think that's what happened, and I'm also not saying that's not margin trading.
Would you please answer the question?
I'm not sure I agree. I don't think I agree.
If Alameda took money off FTX to repay its lenders, that's not a margin trade, correct?
I'm not sure I agree with that.
It's your testimony that that's a margin trade.
It's my testimony that it depends on the details, but that very well could be a margin trade. I'm sorry, it's a hypothetical. I'm speculating here.
You were CEO of FTX, right?
Yeah.
And you know what margin trading is, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling you that sounds like a margin trade to me, but it is speculative, so I don't know what to say about that.
Well, this is the question, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Yup.
Is withdrawing money from FTX to repay a lender within your definition of a margin trade?
Potentially, yeah. I can explain if you want.
Do you recall telling Zeke Fo in December of 2022 that when Alameda repaid its third-party lenders, you understood that there was a risk to FTX?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall saying to Zeke Fo, "We were all aware you'll withdrawn"? Do you recall being asked whether you were all aware there was a chance this would not work and saying, "That's right, but I thought the risk was substantially smaller"?
I don't recall that in particular, no.
If we could take a look at Government Exhibit 2511.
I'm going to direct you to page 226 to 227. And I want to direct your attention to the middle of the page, where it starts, "You were." And just ask you to read those two sentences to yourself.
Sorry, page 226, you said?
Sorry, to 227. You could look at your screen if it might be easier.
I don't see anything on it. Okay.
Once you've had a chance to read that, you can look up. Does that refresh your recollection about whether you told whether Zeke Fo said to you, "You were all aware there was a chance this would not work"? And you said, "That's right, but I thought that the risk was substantially smaller"?
Iowa doesn't, not in particular, no.
Isn't it true that after the Terra Luna crash and Alameda repaying its debts, you understood there was a risk of a hole in FTX customer funds?
I didn't believe there was a hole. I always believed there was a risk of a hole.
And so at that time you understood there was a risk of a hole in FTX customer funds.
Just to be clear, I thought there was a risk that at some point in the future there could become a hole as a product of leverage in general. I don't remember anything more specific to that period of time.
At the time that Alameda repaid its lenders, you knew that Alameda was not hedged, right?
I knew around then. I can't remember the exact sequencing.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, at the time that you agreed to repay Alameda's loans, you had no information at that point in time that Alameda had put on any hedges, correct?
That's correct.
And you agreed to repay the lenders anyway, right?
That's right.
Now let's pull up Government Exhibit 44.
And let's start at the main tab, which is the first tab. Caroline sent this document to you, correct?
She sent a document that at least looked like one of the tabs. It was probably this document.
You received a document with many alternative tabs from Caroline, correct?
I don't remember whether there were many alternative tabs on it. There very well may have been.
So yes or no? Do you recall receiving this document from Caroline Ellison?
You don't recall specifically receiving this document as a whole from her. I may have, but I don't recall it being in particular this document.
And so what about this document makes you think that you received it from Caroline?
I remember receiving a document that at least looks like one of the tabs on it.
And which tab is that?
When I looked at Alt 7, that at least looked like the thing I received, but honestly, some of the other tabs could have been it as well. I don't remember exactly what it said.
So this main taboo.
Yup.
Ois or no? Do you recall seeing this?
I don't have a recollection of seeing it, no.
And I want to direct your attention to row 5, columns E and F.
Yup.
Where it says, Exchange borrows, $9.9 billion, do you see that?
I see that.
And I just want to compare that to bank balances. Do you see where it says $525 million?
Yup, I see that.
And so it's apparent from this tab that Alameda does not have $8 billion sitting in a bank, correct?
I think that Sui think that's right. I'm not 100% sure how the assets are subdivided, but I think that's right.
It's your testimony you never saw this?
I don't think I said I never saw this. I don't recall whether I saw this.
Do you recall receiving a document from Caroline that had 8 tabs?
I'm not sure.
Well, yes or no, do you recall receiving a document with 8 tabs?
I don't recall how many tabs the document I received had.
Do you recall receiving from Caroline a balance sheet with multiple tabs?
I assume you mean on or around late June of 2022.
On or around late June 2022, do you recall receiving a spreadsheet with 8 tabs?
I don't specifically recall there being 8-ish tabs on it. There very well may have been.
Now yesterday you testified about Alternative 7.
Yup.
And you said you think you recalled seeing that tab, right?
Or something like that, yeah.
And that's the second tab of this spreadsheet.
That's right.
Now by the time you testified, you knew that the government had obtained Google metadata showing that you had viewed this spreadsheet on June 19, 2022, isn't that right? Objection.
Ground?
Lacks foundation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure how to interpret the metadata.
Yes or no, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
You were not asked how to interpret the metadata.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
At the time you testified at this trial, you knew that the government had obtained Google metadata showing that you viewed this spreadsheet, this 8 alternative spreadsheet on June 19, 2022, correct? Objection.
What's the objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same ruling.
I know that there was metadata that suggested that, in my view suggested that I may have viewed it.
So yes, by the time you testified, you were aware of Google metadata related to this exhibit?
Yes.
And this exhibit specifically, not a spreadsheet that looks like this exhibit, correct?
That's right.
We could take that down.
After June 2022, you continued to direct additional venture investments, right?
Yeah.
And you traveled to the Middle East to try to raise billions of dollars, right?
Among other things, yeah.
And by September, you knew that Alameda owed FTX more than $10 billion, right?
Yep.
And let's pull back up Government Exhibit 5.
And this is the spreadsheet that you acknowledged creating, correct?
Yeah.
And I want to direct your attention to columns G and H.
Yep.
And you wrote this part of the spreadsheet as well, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And looking at row 2, columns G and F, where it says info at, that's a reference to Alameda's info at trading account, correct?
Yep, that's right.
And where it says 55 billion, that's the number you got adding Alameda's account balance to the $65 billion line of credit, correct?
Effectively, that's the number that was displayed to me, and that's where the system had. What the system had done to produce it.
So when you say it was displayed to you, this is a query in the database that you ran, correct?
No, the admin user's dashboard.
I see. So the admin user dashboard showed a negative $10 billion balance that became $55 billion when you added the line of credit, correct?
My memory is that the admin user's dashboard showed a positive $55 billion balance and showed somewhere else a $65 billion line of credit, and they subtracted those out to find the balance net line of credit.
And we can actually see you did that work in row 9. Do you see where it says net?
Yep.
And it says negative 5 billion?
Yep.
And the reason it's negative 5 billion and not 10 is because you also added the Cottonwood Grove account of 4.477 billion, right?
Yes, that's right.
And Ventures of 600 million.
Yep.
But if you excluded Cottonwood and Ventures, you'd get negative 10 billion, correct?
That's right.
And you put this together, right?
Yep.
And so when you put this together, you had that financial information, didn't you?
Yep.
Now we can take that down.
In September, you testified that you considered shutting down Alameda, right?
That I suggested that we consider doing it, yes.
And one thought you had was to replace Alameda with Modelo, right?
Not fully replace, but that perhaps it could hold some of the shares.
And you said to the extent there's a niche for a trading firm, that firm should be Modelo, right?
That was part of the argument. It wasn't something I had confidence in.
And one reason you considered Modelo was because you said it had a much lower PR cost than Alameda, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Well, let's pull up Government Exhibit 18.
And if you look at item 6, it says, to the extent there's a niche for a trading firm, that firm should be Modelo. And one reason was, it has a much lower PR cost. Do you see that?
Yep, I do.
And by comparison, if we could take that down, your first reason was, the PR hit from Alameda and FTX both existing is really large. Do you see that?
I do.
And the difference between Alameda and Modelo was that it was not as publicly known that you owned a big piece of Modelo, right?
That wasn't the only difference.
But in fact, you did own a large piece of Modelo, correct?
Significant, though far smaller than Alameda.
And the PR hit from Alameda and FTX both existing was because it looked bad that you might still be involved in Alameda, right?
At least some of it. I'm not sure I fully understood the exact causes of the PR hit.
Well, you understood that people considered it suspicious that you owned FTX and also Alameda, a customer on the exchange, right?
Yep.
And that's because as the owner of Alameda, you would profit if Alameda profited, right?
Yep.
And if Alameda had special privileges on FTX, you would ultimately profit, right?
It depends.
Well, that's part of the conflict of interest that you were often addressing, right?
Yep.
At the same time, though, and we can zoom out, you recognized that you couldn't really shut Alameda down, right?
Recognized that when?
Well, in this document, you said, the main downside here is that given the amount Alameda is doing, we can't really shut it down, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And at that point Alameda wasn't the largest market maker on the exchange anymore, right?
Well, not by volume.
Right? There were 10 to 15 other market makers, right?
By volume, yes. Not by some other metrics.
By the metric of volume, Alameda was not the largest market maker anymore, right?
That's correct.
And that was actually something you marketed, that Alameda was not a significant market maker anymore, correct?
I don't think I would have used quite that phrasing, but yes.
Well, you told that to investors, right?
I told investors that it was no longer a dominant market maker in terms of volume, yeah.
And you told that to investors in terms of questions you got about conflicts of interest between FTX and Alameda, right?
It was in response to a few different things. That was one of them.
You testified that you had a conversation with Nishad, Gary, and Caroline where you discussed that Alameda had a liability of about $10 billion, right?
Yeah.
Where did that conversation happen?
I remember at least something roughly to that extent happening in an in-person conversation.
Didn't you testify just this morning that you couldn't recall whether it was in person or on Signal?
I'm not sure exactly which conversation is being referred to here. There was an in-person conversation that I was present at which I think something at least roughly to that extent came up. There may also have been Signal chats. I can't remember the details.
Your Honor, this is a natural point for me to break, if that's all right with the court.
It certainly is. Ladies and gentlemen, 9:30 tomorrow morning, please. Counsel, remain.
Jury, come this way, please. Bring your notebooks with you.
Please be seated, everybody. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you can go back to counsel table. Time estimate, please, Ms. Sassoon?
Yes, Your Honor. Certainly expect to finish before lunch and likely just 2 more hours or less.
And then just so I'm clear, the defense will rest, is that right?
Well, we will have some redirect, Your Honor, but yes.
How long, please?
I'll know better once I see the transcript tonight, but I would say 1 to 2 hours. Then we will rest.
Thank you. Where does the government think it stands in terms of a rebuttal?
Your Honor, we are prepared to proceed with rebuttal immediately following the defense's case.
We're looking at likely 1 and possibly 2 witnesses in rebuttal, each of which would be short, less than a half hour on direct.
I don't know where you and Mr. Cohen had left it on identifying people to each other, but fill me in, please.
Your Honor, we did disclose the identity of the witnesses earlier today during the lunch hour.
So tell me.
Yes, one is Roseanne Libretti, who is an FBI data analyst, and the other is Zachary Allen.
Who is that?
He's an employee of Apollo.
Okay, so we're going to be well into the afternoon tomorrow, yes?
Your Honor, just to raise an issue about the 2 witnesses. The first witness mentioned by the government, Roseanne Libretti, is a new name for us. We've never heard of this person before. I don't know if we have materials for this person. Possibly we got some during lunch, but we haven't been able to look at them, and it's also my understanding from Mr. Wren that Thisush may be called in rebuttal to Joseph Pimbley, so this may be in the form of a rebuttal expert, in which case we haven't gotten the materials and can't look at them till tonight, so we may have an objection.
Mr. Wren?
I informed Mr. Everdell of her testimony at the beginning of the lunch hour and offered she would be in rebuttal to Mr. Pimbley. He asked me to expedite the disclosure and I sent him the disclosure materials before the end of the lunch hour.
How voluminous?
They are not voluminous. It's about a 2-page expert disclosure and a single spreadsheet with 2 charts attached. Your Honor, in order to actually understand what these materials are, we're going to have to give them to our expert. I want to make sure he's available to do this. This is quite short notice for a rebuttal expert, so we may have an objection to this witness.
Well, look, if you have an objection, I'll deal with it.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you can't expect something other than short notice when you haven't rested your case yet. I understand it's Mr. Pimbley and he's gone, but it wasn't that much there. Okay, so in any case, we're going to be probably done with evidence late tomorrow. All right, and we'll see what the availability of the jurors for Friday is. Okay, anything else we can usefully accomplish tonight?
Just if Your Honor knows, I know we're not done with the evidence, but a charge conference?
Well, as I said last week,
I'll withdraw.
after the fat lady sings. When it's all over, not before. You're entitled to it before you sum up, and that's when you're going to find out. Okay, thank you very much.
All rise. Adjourned to October 31, 2023, at 9:30 a.m.
Good morning. Before we bring the jury out, we've heard from the juror who didn't know her schedule yesterday, and that juror has no problem, that is, with sitting Friday. Juror number 3 cannot adjust her plans and make the event she wants to make by rescheduling the flight later on Friday. Is that right, Andy, Friday?
That's correct, Judge.
And in any case, her return flight to New York would be on Saturday. So it seems to me there are 3 options on the table. One is, depending on how things go today, we finish the government's rebuttal case, the cross and the rebuttal case, distribute the charge, which would probably be sometime mid-afternoon, and we do the charge conference today and close tomorrow, with the rebuttal closing going over into the next day, depending on how long the 2 closings are. Or we seat an alternate and excuse number 3. So I'll be happy to hear views.
The former proposal sounds realistic, especially given the anticipated remaining length of the cross. It does seem feasible to have the charge conference later today by our estimate, and so at this time, we don't see a need yet to excuse one of the jurors.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Your Honor, I think our recommendation would be to wait until the end of the day and see where we are, because we could get pressed for time, depending on how the examinations go.
Okay, we'll do that. Let's get the jury. I take it implicit in counsel's answers is that it would be appropriate to tell juror number 3 that one way or another, she will make her flight.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Jury present.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The record will reflect that the defendant and all the jurors are present, as they have been throughout. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you are still under oath. Ms. Sassoon, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you testified about meetings you had with Bahamian government officials after FTX declared bankruptcy in November 2022. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And at that point in time you were still hoping that you could regain control of FTX, right?
I was not myself prioritizing gaining control of FTX.
I didn't ask about your priority.
Excuse me, yes, I'm picking up where you were going.
I didn't ask about.
Just go ahead, Ms. Sassoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
Going the same place, I think.
I didn't ask about your priority. I asked if you were hoping at that point in time to regain control of your company, FTX.
My memory is play a role but not control.
I didn't hear you. I apologize.
My memory is no, play a role but not control.
And so at that point in time you were hoping you could still play a role within FTX, correct?
Yes.
And at that time you had cultivated a cozy relationship with the Bahamian government, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
During your time as CEO of FTX, you spent time meeting with Bahamian government officials, right?
Yes.
And you cultivated a close relationship with members of the Bahamian government, right?
Some of them.
Philip Davis, for example, he was the Prime Minister of the Bahamas while you were headquartered there, right?
He was.
And you had meetings with him?
I did.
In one of those meetings you discussed with him paying off the Bahamian national debt of around $11.6 billion, right?
I don't remember that.
Just to be clear, you don't remember offering to Philip Davis that FTX would pay off the Bahamian national debt?
No.
Isn't it true you offered to help the Bahamian Prime Minister's son with his job?
I offered to have a talk with him, yeah.
About his job?
Yeah.
And isn't it true you joked that Ryan Salami, your employee, was effectively a member of the Bahamian government?
No, I don't think so.
Let's pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2504. And do you see this as a chat called Project Chinchilla Chatter? Do you see that?
I do see that.
And you're a member of this chat, correct?
Yep.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2504.
It's received. Government's Exhibit 2504 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that for the jury, please? And now that the jury can see it, this is a chat called Project Chinchilla Chatter, correct?
Yep.
And it's dated December 2nd, 2021?
Yep.
And you sent messages in this chat?
Yep.
And in the first message you wrote, yeah, TBHU, that stands for, to be honest.
Yeah.
Bahamas has already asked if we want to do anything with their CBDC. Do you see that?
Yep.
And do you see a message from Nick Beckstead at 12:01 a.m. that says, Leopold is going to look online to try to figure out who in the Bahamas government we should be talking to? Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
And you wrote back, his name is Ryan Salami, right?
Yep.
And that was one of your employees, correct?
Yep.
You also gave the Prime Minister and his wife floor side seats at the FTX arena in Miami, right?
I'm not sure. I think they did go to a game. I don't know details.
If we could scroll down in this chat, please, Mr. Bianco. And do you see, you sent a message at 12:04 a.m.?
Yep.
And can you read what you wrote?
But yeah, the Prime Minister is currently at FTX Arena in Miami using FTX's floorside seats with his wife.
We can take that down. In April 2022, you invited the Bahamian Prime Minister to a private dinner hosted by FTX, right?
When was that? Sorry?
Around April of 2022.
It's possible. I don't remember what that's referring to.
Well, do you recall inviting him to a private dinner in 2022 with former President Bill Clinton and former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Did you in fact attend a dinner with the Bahamian Prime Minister, Bill Clinton, and Tony Blair?
During the conference, the FTX conference, there was something like a dinner with them, yeah.
When you say, something like a dinner, was it a dinner?
It might, I don't remember whether there was food. It may have been.
And you were there, right?
Yep.
And you had invited the attendees, correct?
We had as a company.
And Bill Clinton, he's one of the people you were introduced to by Michael Keeves, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And at this time the government offers Government Exhibit 1559, which is a video that was shared with Defense Counsel.
Received. Government's Exhibit 1559 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you please play Government Exhibit 1559? Video played. Mr. Bankman-Fried, were you in that video?
Yep.
Along with Bill Clinton?
Yep.
And Tony Blair?
Yep.
And the Bahamian Prime Minister?
Yes.
Katy Perry?
Yep.
And Orlando Bloom?
Yep.
And that was at this conference you were talking about?
Yep.
On November 9th, this was before FTX declared bankruptcy, you learned that the Bahamas Securities Commission requested Bahamian police to open an investigation of FTX digital markets, right?
I don't recall learning exactly that. I had heard rumors related to that and knew that the SCB had an investigation.
So by November 9th, you were aware of the possibility of Bahamian investigations, correct?
Yeah, sometime around then. Sorry, I don't remember exactly when it was.
And by November 9th, you had halted withdrawals from FTX for FTX customers, right?
Sometime around then. I don't remember exactly when.
And withdrawals were halted because FTX was having difficulty satisfying all customer withdrawals in a timely fashion, correct?
Yup, that's right.
And after you halted withdrawals for FTX customers generally, isn't it true that you offered to the Bahamian Prime Minister to allow Bahamian customers on FTX to withdraw their funds?
I don't think it was the Bahamian Prime Minister, but I did write that in response to an email from. My memory is a different member of the Bahamian government.
So to be clear, you offered to a member of the Bahamian government to open withdrawals just for Bahamian customers so that they could withdraw their funds, correct?
I asked if that was what they had wanted me to do.
And you offered to do it, correct?
If that's what they wanted, yes.
Well, let's pull up Government Exhibit 248. This is an email you wrote on November 9, 2022, right? I didn't hear if you answered. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm reading it, yes.
The government offers Government Exhibit 248.
Received. Government's Exhibit 248 received in evidence.
If we could publish that, Mr. Bianco. And Mr. Bankman-Fried, this is an email you wrote on November 9, 2022?
Yup.
Ryan Pinder, he's a member of the Bahamian government?
Yup.
And looking at the bottom, number 6, do you see where you wrote, "We are deeply grateful for what the Bahamas has done for us and deeply committed to it"?
I do.
And looking at the next paragraph, do you see where you wrote, "Part of this, we have segregated funds for all Bahamian customers on FTX and we would be more than happy to open up withdrawals for all Bahamian customers on FTX so that they can, tomorrow, fully withdraw all of their assets, making them fully whole"? Do you see that?
Yup.
And you did that, correct?
Briefly.
And my question was unclear. You did open the exchange for Bahamian customers only to withdraw money, correct?
For a short period, yes.
We could take that down. I want to go back in time. When you first started FTX, FTX could not open its own bank accounts, right?
That's essentially correct.
It was not easy to get a bank account for a cryptocurrency exchange, right?
Yeah, especially with various properties.
Isn't it true that many banks did not want to transact at all with a crypto exchange?
I'm not sure what you mean by transact with. Are you opening a bank account or sending to one?
Well, isn't it true that many banks did not want to open a bank account for FTX?
Yes, that is true.
And at that time you were still CEO of Alameda, correct?
Yup.
And you decided to use Alameda bank accounts to accept FTX customer money, right?
Yup.
And those bank accounts had not originally been opened for the purpose of receiving FTX customer deposits, right?
That's correct.
And you knew about this at the time, that Alameda bank accounts would be used to receive customer money, correct?
I knew it was used to receive deposits as of I think it was 2020, but, yeah.
And eventually Alameda began receiving FTX customer funds into an account under the name North Dimension, right?
It began receiving deposits into North Dimension, yes.
And you knew about that when that was happening, right?
I learned about that I think after it had been rolled out, but yes.
You knew about it in 2020?
I think it was 2020. I don't remember the exact date.
Certainly by 2021, correct?
Yup.
And let's pull up Government Exhibit 568 in evidence. Looking at Government Exhibit 568, while North Dimension was in use, this is what FTX customers would see when they went to deposit dollars or fiat to their FTX account, right?
Partly, some of the time. I think it may have changed over time.
For a period of time this is what customers would see, right?
It looks about right.
And I believe you testified that you were aware at the time that FTX had rolled out North Dimension deposit instructions to its customers, correct?
Sometime, yeah.
When you say, at some time, while those instructions were active, right?
Yup.
And looking at these instructions, nowhere does it say here Alameda, right?
Those do not, that's correct.
And you never tweeted to your customers that Alameda was receiving FTX customer fiat deposits into an entity called North Dimension, right?
No, I didn't.
And you also never disclosed that Alameda was spending FTX customer fiat deposits out of this account, right?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
That wasn't my belief at the time.
What time?
The time I think you're referring to. The time period during which it was receiving customer deposits.
I actually didn't ask about your beliefs. I'm just asking whether you ever disclosed that Alameda was spending FTX customer fiat deposits out of the North Dimension account.
No, I didn't know it was, and I certainly believed it didn't.
And I believe you testified that by September or October, you certainly knew that the money had been spent, correct?
Of 2022, to be clear?
Yes.
I'm not sure I would say spent, but yeah, that it had been used.
So when you say, been used, it had been used by spending it on Alameda investments and expenses, correct?
Investments, yeah, that's right.
And at the time that you knew this, in September and October of 2022, at the very least, you did not disclose it at that time to FTX's customers, correct?
That's correct.
Now prior to September 2022 you knew that Alameda was not keeping FTX customer money in its bank accounts, right?
I'm not sure that I did, no.
You say you're not sure that you did. Do you recall knowing, prior to September and October 2022, that Alameda was spending the FTX customer deposits?
No, I don't recall that.
Well, isn't it true that as Alameda's CEO at the time, you authorized the spending of FTX customer funds?
No, that's not my memory.
Isn't it true you knew that those funds were being treated as a liability that Alameda owed to FTX?
Yeah.
And they were treated as a liability because Alameda was spending them, right?
Not necessarily because it was.
You knew while you were Alameda's CEO that it was at least possible, right?
Yeah.
And didn't you testify that you understood that to the extent that Alameda was borrowing and using the fiat deposits, that would be reflected as a borrow on Alameda's account?
That's correct.
So you permitted this, right?
I would have thought it was permissible. I didn't necessarily think it was happening.
But you didn't tell your employees, don't spend the FTX customer deposits, right?
It's not how I would have phrased it. I didn't. I deeply regret not taking a deeper look into it.
And in substance, you did not tell your employees, don't spend the FTX customer deposits.
I don't think I gave any direction that I can recall relating to them.
And you were CEO when the North Dimension account was set up, correct, of Alameda?
That's right. That's right.
And at no point did you tell your Alameda employees to hold that money for the benefit of FTX customers, right?
I don't recall giving any directions.
And as CEO of Alameda, you never instituted measures to segregate FTX customer deposits from other Alameda funds, correct?
I don't recall giving any directions relating to it.
So you didn't put in place any measures to prevent employees from spending that money.
I don't recall putting in, giving any directions relating to it, no.
But at the time you were making representations before Congress about the safeguarding of FTX customer assets, correct?
Yup, that's right.
You testified last week that it was the settlements team that was managing the bank accounts, right?
Yup.
The settlements team I think you said was between 5 to 10 people?
Alameda's was, yes.
And these were lower-level employees within Alameda, correct?
Some were lower level, some mid to higher level.
What was the average salary of a settlements team employee?
I'm guessing 150,000.
And that was a lot less than some of your higher-level executives were making in salary and bonus, correct?
Comparing apples to oranges, the salary of one group was less than the salary plus bonus of the other group. That is correct.
Well, was the settlements team receiving bonuses in the multi-million dollars?
The higher-level employees, what I would refer to them, was.
And what about the other members of the settlements team?
I can't recall all of their compensation off the top of my head.
Some of the settlements team employees, that was their first job out of school, right?
Yup.
And it was their job to process payments for other employees of Alameda, right?
Yeah, that's effectively correct.
For example, if you wanted to direct a trade on behalf of Alameda, you might tell the settlements team to process that, correct?
Yup, that's correct.
The settlements team did not decide how money was spent, right?
Not unless it was spending related to their team.
So generally, when it came to trading, investments, those were not settlements team decisions, right?
Generally, there was some spillover between the trading and settlements team.
Who was on both the trading and settlements team?
It varied over time, and my memory gets fuzzier as I got less involved in Alameda.
Mr. Bianco, will you show the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 2577? Do you recognize the names on this list as members of the Alameda settlements team?
I recognize many of them.
The government offers Government Exhibit 2577.
No objection.
Received. Government's Exhibit 2577 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish that? Let's take Lena Nagoy as an example. Do you recall that she was a member of the Alameda settlements team?
Yup.
She was not a trader, right?
She was involved in OTC trades.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, the question was whether she was a trader.
Her title was not trader.
And was she making trading decisions for Alameda?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of any trading decisions that Lena Nagoy made for Alameda?
I can't recall any particular.
Anyone on this list you recall making multi-million-dollar trading decisions for Alameda?
Yes.
Who?
Stephen Liu and Karen Shu, Ph.
Anyone on this list you recall making multi-million-dollar investment decisions for Alameda?
By investment, no, I don't think so with respect to investments.
Now when you say you didn't know that Alameda customer deposits were being, when you say you didn't know that FTX customer deposits were being spent by Alameda, who was making those decisions, Mr. Bankman-Fried? Objection to form.
Sustained.
When you claim you learned in September and October that $8 billion had been spent, what, if anything, did you know about who had spent it?
I don't remember knowing anything about particular employees.
So it's your testimony that while you were CEO of Alameda, some unknown people spent $8 billion without your knowledge.
No, I don't think that was my testimony.
Well, in September and October you learned that $8 billion of FTX fiat deposits had been spent, right?
Something approximating that, yes.
And I think you testified that this was news to you?
Yeah.
And you didn't call in your deputies and employees and say, who spent $8 billion?
You're referring to in September and October? Yeah. I had conversations with Alameda's leadership, with Caroline in particular.
And did you say, who spent $8 billion?
I asked her how it had happened, to the best of her understanding.
Isn't it true that when the North Dimension account was set up, Caroline Ellison was just a trader at Alameda?
When it was set up, I think she was the head of trading. I can't remember exactly what her title was then.
She wasn't CEO, right?
Not when it was initially set up, no.
Did you fire anyone for spending $8 billion of FTX customer deposits?
No.
And so just to be clear, it's your testimony that while you were Alameda's CEO, your employees were spending millions and then billions of customer funds without you knowing it? Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't think that was my testimony, no.
So is it your testimony now?
I don't believe so. I don't remember the exact timeline of things, but I, to my knowledge now, don't believe that was true while I was CEO.
I believe you testified that in your view it was permitted for Alameda to spend the dollar or fiat deposits of customers, right?
Yup, that's correct.
Did you ever institute any requirements for when or how Alameda would repay that money?
I was under the impression that that was folded into the risk management of Alameda's FTX account.
When you say it was folded into the risk management, did you put in place rules for that risk management while you were CEO of Alameda?
When I was CEO of Alameda, I was. Let me rephrase this. As CEO of Alameda, I was concerned chiefly with Alameda's overall risk management, with the overall portfolio, and I was paying attention to the risk management of that overall portfolio. As CEO of FTX, I was paying attention, although not nearly as closely as I should have been, to the risk management of Alameda's account on FTX in particular.
Did you give specific directions for the risk management of any spending of FTX customer fiat deposits?
I gave directions for the risk management of Alameda's account on FTX, which I believed would have included that had it happened.
Any specific directions to Alameda employees?
No, I don't recall specific directions to Alameda employees.
And are you aware of any other customer on FTX who had the ability to spend FTX customer fiat deposits out of bank accounts?
I think so.
What customer?
I think multiple other payment processors for FTX had accounts on FTX as well.
Didn't you testify yesterday that those payment processors, you did not know of a single one other than Alameda that was a customer on FTX?
I think some were. I cannot say with 100% confidence.
Now when your company Alameda spent this money, it was not used exclusively for margin trading on the FTX exchange, right?
I'm not sure exactly the tracing of funds for it.
Well, let's take a look at Government Exhibit 1045 in evidence. Do you recall Peter Easton testified about this exhibit?
I don't recall that exhibit in particular. I think maybe it would refresh my recollection if there was more context.
You were here for Peter Easton's testimony, correct?
Yup.
And do you see here it says, FTX fiat liability $11.3 billion?
Yup.
Inside the big black circle?
I see that.
If we could go to page 3 of this exhibit, Mr. Bianco. Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recall Peter Easton testifying that this was how the $11.3 billion of fiat deposits were spent?
I do remember that, yes.
And I just want to take a look at a few of these. Genesis, where it says $1.2 billion, Genesis was a lender to Alameda, right? Genesis, does that refer to Genesis Digital Assets?
Genesis Digital Assets was not a lender to Alameda.
And did Alameda make a $1.2 billion investment in Genesis Digital Assets or in a company called Genesis?
Sorry, there are two companies with Genesis in their name. I'm not sure which of those you're referring to.
Transferring $1.2 billion to Genesis, that's not a margin trade on FTX, correct?
Probably not for either Genesis. Not saying I necessarily agree with this exhibit.
Putting aside whether you agree with this exhibit, K5, do you see where it says $600 million?
Yup.
Giving money to K5, That's not a margin trade on FTX, right?
That's correct.
$500 million to Anthropic, do you see that?
I do.
That's not a margin trade on FTX, right?
That's correct.
And let's just take one more example. Do you see where it says real estate, $228 million? Spending money on real estate, that's not a margin trade on FTX either, right?
I agree. Were this exhibit correct, that is what it would show.
Again, I'm not asking about whether the exhibit is correct or not.
That's correct.
Just whether transferring money to Modelo, Dave Inc., Anthropic, K5, real estate, none of those things are margin trades, correct?
They're not trades on FTX, I will say.
And those investments that I just went through, each of those was your decision, right?
No.
I think we covered this yesterday, but Modelo, K5, Dave Inc., those were your decisions, right?
Some of them were.
Not Lena Nagoy, correct?
Some of them were neither mine nor Lena Nagoy's.
The ones I just went through, those were yours, correct?
I may have authorized some of them. Some of them I actively decided, others were not me.
Modelo, that was you?
Yup.
Anthropic, that was you?
Yes.
K5, that was you?
Yes.
Dave Inc., you said yesterday you were involved in that decision?
I was involved. I was not the only one, but I was involved.
Buying the $35 million apartment, that was your decision?
Yes, that was one piece of the real estate.
And that was your decision.
That particular one was, yes.
You testified that in June of 2022, you learned of an $8 billion bug in the fiat account, right?
That's correct.
And that bug you testified was the difference between Alameda going bankrupt or not, correct?
Yup, that's right.
And I believe you testified that your employees told you that the bug related to the size of Alameda's liability to FTX in the fiat account?
That it had some relation to that, yes.
So they told you it related to the fiat account, right?
So they said that it had some relation to Alameda's liability to FTX and that it had some relation to fiat deposits. I don't remember them in that particular sentence saying the fiat account in particular.
Didn't you testify last week that Gary and Nishad told me in person that day in the conversation that it was stemming from something called fiat at?
So separately in the conversation, they mentioned the word fiat at. I don't remember them mentioning it in that same sentence as the one you referenced, but in the same conversation I did overhear them using the word fiat at.
I'm not asking you about one particular sentence, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Okay.
I asked you whether your employees told you that this bug had to do with the fiat account.
Yes, I do. Sorry. They said that. They did not tell that to me, but they did say it and I overheard it, or at least I don't recall them specifically telling it directed to me.
So you overheard this?
Yes.
And you didn't say, hey, guys, what's this fiat account that had an $8 billion bug that almost made Alameda bankrupt?
When I heard it, I didn't have all that context, but I did ask what the fiat account, if that was an account, was referring to.
And you were told, weren't you, that it had to do with Alameda's liabilities to FTX for customer funds, right?
Not at that time. I was told they were busy and I should stop asking questions because it was distracting.
So it's your testimony that your supervisors told you to stop asking questions?
Yeah, and I agreed with them.
And you left it at that. You never followed up. What's the fiat account?
I eventually did. I don't recall following up that day and regret not doing so.
You canceled a trip to DC because of a crisis, right?
That's right.
And Alameda was on the verge of being bankrupt, right?
That's what I was concerned about for an hour or two, yeah.
And it all came down to this $8 billion bug related to a fiat account and you never got to the bottom of that?
They were still getting to the bottom of the details of it at that time, but no. I had the number 2, 3, 4, and 5 people at the company all each independently confirm to me that the new understanding was correct, and I trusted them.
You trusted them, but you had no interest in understanding an $8 billion bug in something called a fiat account? Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I had interest in understanding it. They also were busy and I had prioritized getting the high-level updates and making sure that they were working on fixing it.
$8 billion bug, was that not a big deal to you? Objection.
Sustained.
Now you told Adam Udidya to fix this bug, right?
I told the developer team and leadership to make sure it got fixed, and Adam was ultimately one of the people chiefly working on it.
You were in the courtroom for Adam Udidya's testimony at the start of this trial, correct?
I was.
Do you recall his testimony that when he fixed the bug, he told you that Alameda still owed $8 billion to FTX customers for their dollar deposits?
I recall something to that effect.
And is it your testimony that when Adam Udidya said that under oath under a grant of immunity in this courtroom, that he had it wrong?
I don't think I quite said that. I don't remember him saying it in that way.
So are you saying that Adam Udidya had it wrong when he described telling you that Alameda still owed $8 billion to FTX customers? Objection.
Sustained. Look, Mr. Bankman-Fried, did he tell you, in words or in substance, after the bug was fixed, that Alameda still owed $8 billion to FTX customers for their dollar accounts?
I don't recall him telling that to me on or around that day in words or in substance.
I didn't ask you about that day.
Oh, I apologize. Eventually, yes.
Proceed, counsel.
And when, according to you, did Adam Udidya tell you this?
So I first remember having concrete conversations about this in particular in October of 2022. I was aware of some pieces of it before then, however.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 50 in evidence, which the parties have stipulated is a document called Alameda Balances by FTX sub dated June 13, 2022. And let's go to the second tab called Sheet 2. And I just want to direct you to the name column, row 13. Do you see in row 13 where it says fiat at ftx.com?
I see that.
And do you see where it says the value is about negative 19 billion?
I see that.
And beneath that, do you see where it says fiat at ftx.com correction?
I see that.
And do you see next to that where it says about 7.9 billion?
I see that.
And looking at columns I and J, do you see where it says total negative 10 billion?
I see that.
And I just want to correct myself. I said September 13, 2022. The stipulation says this document is dated June 13, 2022. And we can take that down. Fair to say, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that prior to November of 2022, you were not transparent with customers about the risks posed to the safety of the exchange by Alameda's spending of customer funds?
It wasn't our policy to disclose customer account details.
That wasn't my question. I asked you whether you would agree that you were not transparent, prior to November of 2022, about the risks posed to the safety of the exchange by Alameda's spending of FTX customer funds.
So that phrasing of the question, no, I do not agree.
Well, isn't it true that after FTX declared bankruptcy, you gave assurances that if FTX reopened, it would have way more transparency?
Yes.
And you wrote, there would have to be changes, of course, way more transparency, right?
Yes.
And you told customers at that time that FTX would operate going forward with radical transparency. Transparency probably always should have been giving. Did you say that?
Sorry, said that to who?
On November, withdrawn. You said that to customers, didn't you?
I may have. I don't remember saying that to customers, to customers. I remember thinking about saying that to customers. I may have said it.
Is it fair to say that you didn't stick to your promise that when it came to risk, customers on FTX would only be exposed to what they think they are being exposed to?
I'm not sure that's fair to say.
Do you agree, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that it was your practice to maximize the potential to make money even if it created the risk of going bust?
It depends on the context.
In the context of your business dealings, wasn't it your practice to maximize the potential to make money even if it created the risk of going bust?
Objection to form.
Overruled.
It depends on which business dealings you're referring to.
Would that be accurate with respect to some of your business dealings, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
With respect to some of them, yes.
You testified that in 2022 you reviewed Alameda balance sheets that Caroline Ellison sent you, correct?
Yup, that's right.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 11, which the parties have stipulated is a document called Balance Sheet the 1st of October 22, dated October 7, 2022. I want to direct you to column E, row 5. Do you see where it says that Alameda had roughly $1.5 billion of loans from third-party lenders?
I see it says, loans, and that is what I understood it to mean.
For example, the third-party lenders are actually broken out and listed in column H, correct?
That's correct.
And do you see beneath that row 17, where it says, FTX borrows $13.7 billion?
I do see that, yes.
And under the Assets column B, what is the total bank balances listed on this October 2022 balance sheet?
Bank balances are around $449 million.
If we could scroll down and look at row 32. What is the N?
For Alameda on this October balance sheet? Around $7.8 billion.
So not $10 billion.
Oh no.
On the balance sheet.
On that particular balance sheet, the number is not $10 billion. It is around $8 billion.
And if we could look back up at the Assets column, do you see the section labeled Liquid Assets?
I do.
Now the liquid assets here include Robinhood shares for $664 million, right?
Ew.
I apologize. Robinhood and Twitter.
That's correct.
And those shares that Alameda owned of Robinhood and Twitter, those were not deposited on FTX, correct?
That's correct.
And do you see where it says FTT, $3.9 billion, under liquid assets?
Yup.
You understood, didn't you, that Alameda could not sell $3.9 billion of FTT all at once without affecting the market price, correct?
That's correct.
This shows Serum $317 million?
Yup.
Didn't you testify yesterday that Alameda did not own any Serum?
That's not quite what I said.
I believe you testified Serum wasn't on the balance sheet?
That's not quite what I said.
Sue.
I apologize. My memory is that most of that there was not an extremely large quantity of it relative to the balance sheet and that most of the serum that could have been on the balance sheet wasn't.
Understood, and I want to direct your attention to assets beginning on row 12 which are labeled collateral. These are tokens posted as collateral with third-party lenders, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how it's defined. That's a reasonable interpretation. It might or might not be right.
You see the area, long-term assets, row 17? If we could scroll down.
I do, yes.
Let's take some examples from this section. GD.
That's Genesis Digital Assets? Yup.
That was not an asset deposited on FTX, correct?
Correct.
Anthropic, also not an asset deposited on FTX?
That's correct.
K5, the same thing, right?
Correct.
And do you see where it says, locked Solana, $936 million?
I do.
Locked, that means it couldn't be sold on the market for a restricted period of time, correct?
It means something to that effect. I don't know exactly what it meant in the case of Solana.
And you see where it says, locked serum.
Yep.
Now let's take this down and look at Government Exhibit 875. And if we could publish this. Thank you. You were involved too. And if we could publish this. Thank you. You were involved in drafting this tweet, right?
Yep.
And I just want to look at the last bullet where it says, given the tightening in the crypto credit space this year, we've returned most of our loans by now. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And it does not say, most of our third-party loans, does it?
No, it doesn't.
We could take that down. You testified about clawbacks.
Yep.
I want to clarify something. Is it your view that what happened to customers in November 2022 was a liquidation clawback covered by 16.4 of the Terms of Service?
It was my view that there was a risk as of November if there were to be poor management of the process going forward, that there could be a liquidation clawback.
And with respect to what happened on November 2022,
Yep.
would you characterize that as a liquidation clawback?
To what happened prior to November 11, 2022, I would not describe it that way.
Now you never tweeted in November 2022 that FTX was experiencing clawbacks, right?
That's correct.
Let's pull up what you did tweet. Mr. Bianco, if you could publish Government Exhibit 866. And if we could zoom in. When you posted these tweets on November 7th, you wanted FTX customers to feel reassured, correct?
I would have liked it were that to be the case. That wasn't my only goal.
That was one of your goals, wasn't it?
It was one factor.
Was it one of your goals?
Sure.
And you didn't want customers to withdraw their money from FTX, right?
That depends on the context.
Well,
All else equal, that is correct.
and on November 7th, among other things, you tweeted, FTX has enough to cover all client holdings, right?
Yep.
Your tweet doesn't say Alameda has enough to cover all client holdings, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And I believe you testified that in this tweet you were referring to the fact that Alameda still had more assets than liabilities, right?
That is only part of what I was referring to.
Well, when you said, we have enough to cover all client holdings, FTX has enough to cover all client holdings, you were factoring into that Alameda's balance sheet, right?
That's not quite how I would put it.
Well, isn't it true, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that on November 7th, FTX itself, if you disregarded Alameda's assets, did not have enough to cover all client holdings?
That Sui don't believe that's correct, no.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, didn't you testify that you considered this true because at the time, in your view, Alameda still had far more assets than it had liabilities?
That is part of the analysis. I can explain if you want.
So without that part of the analysis, this would not be true, correct?
It would be dubious. I would have considered it only technically true.
Well,
Were Alameda underwater?
Well, when you considered Alameda's assets in your analysis, you were including assets of Alameda's that were not deposited with the FTX exchange, correct?
For the analysis of Alameda's solvency, that is correct.
And you knew on November 6th, prior to this tweet, didn't you, that the FTT on Alameda's balance sheet, for example, was not liquid, right?
Liquid isn't a binary, just as a qualification.
Yes or no? Would you say you did not consider the FTT on Alameda's balance sheet particularly liquid?
I don't think I would have said that, no.
Mr. Bianco, can you pull up what's marked as Government Exhibit 2502?
Mr. Bankman-Fried, is this a portion of a small group chat that you were a participant on?
Yep.
Government offers Government Exhibit 2502.
Received. Government's Exhibit 2502 received in evidence.
Mr. Bianco, can you publish this? Mr. Bankman-Fried, this is an excerpt from a small group chat on November 6, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And you were giving the other folks on this chat an update about withdrawals and liquidity, correct?
Yep.
And looking at your messages at the bottom, do you see where you wrote, so that would give us a buffer depending on exactly what it turns out to be, marked to the end of tomorrow, of roughly 2-3 billion beyond already pending withdrawals.
Yep.
And you see where you wrote, that's without selling FTT, Sol, etc. But I assume that right now there wouldn't be a huge amount of liquidity for them, so I don't know that that's a huge factor.
Yep.
You wrote that, correct?
I did.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit 406 in evidence. If we could zoom in at the top. This is a chat from November 7, 2022, correct?
Yep.
And in this chat, if we could zoom out, you wrote that over the course of a week, you thought FTX and Alameda could likely liquidate about $3.9 billion, right? Mr. Bianco, if you could zoom out. Yeah, scroll down. Go back up. Stop. And do you see here, Mr. Bankman-Fried, that you wrote that over the course of a week, you thought, between FTX and Alameda, you could likely liquidate about $3.9 billion?
Yeah.
And that included selling things like Robinhood shares and Modelo investment, right?
Included. I don't think selling is necessarily the right word for Modelo investment, but yes.
Getting the money back from Modelo.
Yes, that's right.
And again, Modelo, Robinhood, these are examples of assets that were not deposited on the FTX exchange, correct?
I'm not sure whether that statement is true.
Didn't you testify a few minutes ago that Alameda's Robinhood shares were not deposited on FTX?
That is correct.
Now if we could scroll down. This is a message from you on November 7th at 3:08 a.m. acknowledging that there was an $8 billion hole even if you were able to liquidate all these assets in a week, correct?
I don't know that hole is the word that I would use, but liquidity gap. A potential liquidity gap, yes.
The gap between customer assets, excluding Alameda, and the amount of money you could come up with in a week was about $8 billion.
With a few more qualifiers and scoping on it, yes.
The number you wrote here on the group chat is 8 billion, right?
Yes, that's right.
And Modelo, Robinhood, these items that you are including in FTX assets, those are investments, right?
Yeah, sorry. In assets, that is correct.
You tweeted, didn't you, that, we don't invest client assets.
That is correct.
We could take that down. Now on November 7th, some customers responded to your tweet, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And some said in substance that they would not withdraw their funds, right?
I think so.
And you liked those tweets, correct?
That may be.
Yes or no? Did you like tweets posted by customers?
Yeah, I think I did.
That in substance said, I'm not going to withdraw my money?
I don't remember whether or not they were specifically in response to that tweet, but it may have been.
Meaning you don't know if they were in response to your tweet.
Yeah, but they very well may have been.
But you did like customer tweets that said, I'm not going to withdraw my money?
Yup.
On November 7th.
I think that's right, yeah.
Do you recall during the trial that clips were played from the November 9th all-hands meeting that Caroline Ellison had with Alameda employees?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Bianco, if you could play Government Exhibit 433E. Audio played. Mr. Bankman-Fried, Ms. Ellison identified you, Gary, and Nishad as her co-conspirators, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
During her testimony in court, you recall that Ms. Ellison identified you, Gary, and Nishad as her co-conspirators, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, you would agree that you, Caroline, Gary, and Nishad were the ones involved in the decisions to spend FTX customer money by Alameda, right?
No.
Well, in December, you learned that Caroline had pleaded guilty, right?
I think that's correct, yes.
And you also learned in December that Gary had pleaded guilty, right?
I think that's correct, yes.
And you learned that both were cooperating with the government, right?
I had guesses about that. I don't remember whether I learned that with confidence. I may have.
You learned that they pled guilty to cooperation agreements, right?
I can't remember when I learned that there were cooperation agreements. It may have been then. I just can't recall when I learned that.
It wasn't until January, though, January 2023, that you learned that Nishad had also pleaded guilty, right?
January or February. I don't remember when exactly.
And in December, when you learned that Caroline pled guilty and Gary pled guilty, you were surprised to not learn anything about Nishad, right?
I was surprised to have learned something about those two and not about Nishad.
Because Nishad was the fourth person involved in your scheme to use FTX customer money, right?
Nope.
Well, let's look at Government Exhibit 2556 in evidence. And this is something you wrote on December 25, 2022, right? I believe you testified yesterday that you wrote this document, right?
You have a vague memory of this.
And if we could zoom in on item number 5. Do you see it says, Nishad?
I do.
And, A, says, lots of the complaints, etc. filed at this point make claims like the three co-conspirators in a way that doesn't really seem to leave much room for them adding on a fourth on they don't seem to be keeping a seat warm for him as a defendant. Do you see that?
I do see that.
B, also there's no plea deal, no nothing, yet, do you see that?
I do see that.
And, C, what does this mean? I, he got immunity? E, they aren't bothering with him? E, they'll just have a separate, parallel set of complaints for him once they get past whatever the blocker is? IV, something else? You wrote that, Mr. Bankman-Fried, correct?
I think so.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Redirect examination by Mr. Cohen. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recall being asked a series of questions yesterday about the discovery in this case?
I do.
And you were asked about whether you had reviewed all the documents received in this case?
I do.
To your recollection, sir, how many documents were received?
My recollection is that it was around 10 million, not including the database.
Okay, so millions and millions?
Yeah.
Did you review every single page?
Absolutely not.
You were asked yesterday. Transcript at 2670. You ran queries in the database, referring to the AWS database. And you answered, yup. You knew how to do that?
I learned how to do that, yes. Do you recall that testimony, sir? I do.
What were you referring to?
As part of discovery in this case, so after the collapse of FTX and before this trial, the defense was given access to at least a snapshot of the AWS database that FTX had maintained. As part of my defense, I explored that database, familiarized myself with its workings. Much of it was similar in form to the Google database that I had spent a month or so with last year and then ran queries to prepare for trial.
And the Google database you're referring to, you got access to that in October, is that correct?
That's right.
Prior to getting access to the Google database, had you run queries in the AWS database?
No.
You were asked a number of questions yesterday and today about whether you had made disclosures to customers of FTX. Do you recall that, sir?
Yup.
Was FTX a public company?
No.
It was a private company?
Yup.
Did you believe you had an obligation to make daily disclosures?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your view of when you had to make disclosures to customers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, in connection with your duties as CEO of FTX, did you have occasion to review whether to make disclosures to customers?
In some cases, yes.
Okay, and what factors went into that consideration?
So specifically around customer positions on the exchange, our general policy for disclosures was that if a customer account got to the point where we believe that that customer may be insolvent or very close to it, that the N is falling close to or to zero, and as for that, we began to liquidate that customer. We would generally disclose those liquidation fills to other customers of FTX. Beyond that, I think we almost never disclosed information about a customer's account to the public or to other customers.
Okay, moving on, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Do you recall yesterday you were asked the following question? This is at transcript 2727. Is withdrawing money from FTX to repay a lender within your definition of a margin trade? And you answered, potentially, yeah. I can explain if you want. And you weren't asked to explain. Can you explain, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yeah, so the way that margin worked on FTX was if a customer was able to go below zero in a particular asset, for instance, via enabling margin trading, then in most cases they were allowed to do so via withdrawing. So you could withdraw below zero. And if they were doing it via withdrawing, there were no restrictions on what they could then do with their assets, including assets or, the fraction of the value of their assets that had originally come from that borrow from FTX. So if that customer wanted to return a loan it had taken from someone else, and if they were permitted to borrow from FTX in the first place, there's nothing prohibiting them from margin trading in the first place. Nothing prohibiting them from withdrawing to the negative in a particular asset from FTX and then repaying that lender with those or other funds.
Okay, do you recall being asked yesterday about the risk engine?
Yes.
And you were asked. This is transcript at 2694. A moment ago didn't you say that a customer exploited loopholes in the risk engine? Yes, I can explain if you want. Do you recall being asked that question and giving that answer?
I do, yes.
Can you explain what you meant by loopholes in the risk engine?
Yes. That was a messy situation. Roughly a day or two prior to the time. It may have even been a few days prior to when ultimately that position was passed off to Alameda. I had personally intervened. Concerns had been raised to me about that particular account by a few employees, by a combination of Ryan Salami, Nishad, and Gary. They expressed, I had understood them to be concerned that there might be something that was happening with that account, that it might be attempting to exploit FTX. I acknowledged that. I agreed that there was a risk of that. I thought it probably wasn't but might have been, and so that I would personally manually monitor it and adjust some settings to attempt to protect against such a risk without at that point liquidating the customer, because they were otherwise a valuable customer. In doing so, I overrode FTX's standard risk procedures there and personally took responsibility for that account. They were right. I was not nearly as correct. I was effectively wrong. The customer did attempt ultimately to abuse the risk procedures and found loopholes in, among other things, the parameters I had manually set while attempting to monitor that account. In keeping the account open, I had blocked withdrawals on the account but had forgotten to block transfers between other FTX accounts. To my memory is that they transferred between another FTX account, which they then withdrew. As such, I viewed that as much as anything else a personal scruff on my part for a situation I had personally taken responsibility for, and that made me feel like it was further appropriate for Alameda to be the one to take on that position.
And which currency or token does this relate to?
This was mobile coin and or BTMX, and I think there may have been a few more involved as well.
Okay, so what did you do when you wanted? You decided you needed to take a personal responsibility in connection with the mobile coin transaction.
Yeah, effectively what that meant was the account, which was still a substantially positive asset at that point. Also, I had strong suspicions about how it would fare over time, passed it off to Alameda. both as a backstop liquidity provider and also as a trading firm that I at the time owned and ran, and that would then have to shoulder the risk associated with that account.
Ultimately, was a loss suffered with respect to MobileCoin?
I think so. I actually don't remember exactly how the market turned out, but I don't think it ended up being a winner of a position.
You transferred it from FTX to Alameda, correct?
Well, I transferred it from that user on FTX to Alameda on FTX essentially as a backstop liquidity provider.
And you owned 90% of Alameda?
That's correct.
So if there was a loss, you were going to bear most of it?
That's correct.
Do you recall that yesterday you were asked questions about your contact with journalists between November 11th and running into December? Do you recall those questions?
Yeah, I do.
About how many journalists did you speak with?
In that period in particular?
Yes.
I mean, probably 50 or so. I don't remember the exact number.
What was your level of preparation for those calls or meetings?
For the most prepared, I probably spent an hour. For the least prepared, probably 30 seconds.
What materials did you have access to after November 11th?
Just my memory. I was cut off from company systems. I didn't have data access.
Do you remember every single statement you made to a journalist during that time period?
Definitely not.
You recall you were shown excerpts from articles written about FTX with you during that time period. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall everything written in every article about you during that time period?
Certainly not.
Do you recall that yesterday you were shown part of a chain between you and a journalist for an entity called Vox? Do you recall that?
Yes.
VOX. What was Vox?
Vox is an online news and opinion publication.
Who was the reporter?
Kelsey. She had been a friend of mine for about a decade.
And do you recall being shown a portion of the chain in which you used the phrase, "fuck regulators"? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do recall that.
Was that the full extent of the chain between you and Kelsey?
No, it was not.
What else did you discuss in that chain about regulators?
The primary discussion there about regulators in particular was it was me telling Kelsey, in response to a question from her, that I essentially had grown to be frustrated by regulators, that I had become skeptical about whether I really had been able to attempt to get good regulation and not bad regulation, and had over time, and especially very recently, as of then, especially at that moment, when I was somewhat frustrated, felt like all the work that I had done to work with regulators might have ended up encouraging bad regulation as much as good regulation in retrospect, and I was not happy with that.
That chat was on November 16th?
Yeah, that's right.
5 days after FTX had gone bankrupt?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you recall being asked questions yesterday about your testimony in front of Congress?
Yes.
Also the written testimony that you submitted to Congress.
In fact, I don't recall the spoken testimony, but written testimony, yes.
How many times, if you remember, did you appear before Congress?
3 times.
And each time did you also submit written testimony?
Yes.
Were you the only one who worked on that testimony?
No.
Who else did?
Our policy team, Mark Wetjen particularly, did. Zach Dexter, the CEO of FTX US Derivatives, did as well. Others may have as well. I am not sure.
Do you remember every paragraph from those written submissions that were made to Congress?
No, I do not.
Let's call up GX 914. This was portions of your testimony to Congress. Do you recall being asked about that yesterday, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yes.
And you were directed to the portion that stated that about FTX's key principles. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you read out a section that said one of its key principles was to ensure customer and investor protection.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Was that a goal of FTX? Yes. Did you try to achieve that goal?
Absolutely. How did you do that?
A number of ways. One of the ways was through thinking about equity access for customers, thinking about, in particular, as much as possible letting all users of FTX have direct trading access rather than smaller customers having to go through a number of intermediaries and encountering a number of logistical hoops along the way. That's something we put in a lot of work into. We put a lot of work into the risk engine on FTX. Ultimately, we also had a very large oversight and mistake related to risk management. But at the time I felt like we had done a good job of that. And we put work into the digital security of assets on FTX and, a number of other smaller things as well.
Do you recall being asked yesterday in connection with your congressional testimony whether FTX had followed the key principle of maintaining adequate liquid resources to ensure the platform can return the customer's assets upon request? Do you recall being asked about that?
I do.
Did FTX do that?
It did do what my understanding of that was.
Why don't you tell us?
So my understanding of that sentence was that in the case of customer withdrawal requests, we wanted to be able to, as quickly as possible, fill that request and that, as such, we wanted to maintain enough assets in terms of liquidity and in terms of the forum and place they were stored, that for typical, or even substantially more than typical, activity, we would be able to promptly and painlessly process customer withdrawals. There is a separate, I can't remember for that sentence or the next as well about, which is referring to having an insurance fund of, in the case of risk of clawbacks as well.
Just, finally, on this point you were asked questions about your congressional testimony and you said one of the key principles was to avoid or manage conflicts of interest. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, yes.
What did you mean by that?
I meant that in general, as a general matter, managing conflicts of interest is an important part of a business and that at the time I felt like we had potential conflicts of interest with Alameda and in a few cases potentially with others. I had felt like we were doing a relatively good job at managing and mitigating the risks associated with those. I don't know that I would say the same today.
Do you recall being asked a number of questions about the tweets you put out in order to try to get customers to use FTX?
Is there a question?
Can we get a bathroom break?
We will take our morning break. 15 minutes, folks. I should say, with respect to juror number 3, one way or another, you are going to make your flight. In no way am I rushing you, Mr. Cohen. Give me the best idea you can, please.
I think, Your Honor, about 40 minutes to an hour.
Thank you. Mr. Ruse, your estimate on a rebuttal?
Yesterday we told the court 2 witnesses. We have cut one already.
Which one?
Zachary Allen is out, so it's just the FBI agent, and we produced those materials. We are still seeing.
Time is what I'm interested in.
Right.
The direct would be 20 minutes. It may not even happen. We are evaluating.
Bring in the jury.
Jury present.
The jurors and the defendant all are present, as they have been throughout. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you are still under oath. Mr. Cohen, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you recall being asked yesterday a series of questions about the ways in which FTX got customers?
Yes, I do.
And you recall being asked, and one way that it grew was through your interactions with customers on social media, fair? And you answered, yeah.
Yup.
Is that the only way FTX got customers?
No.
How else did it get customers?
Initially, the primary way was word of mouth from existing customers. It was just customers who tried the product, and those who liked it often told their friends about it. And on social media it was primarily customers talking with each other. I did have some interactions as to FTX with them. Ultimately, we began testing out more marketing strategies, in particular, brand advertisements, brand partnerships, things like FTX Arena.
What effect, if any, did the quality of your products have on getting customers?
My understanding at the time was that that was the primary driver of the growth of the exchange, that we lived and died by having a better product than competitors, and that at least measured by volume or revenue that nearly all of our business and all of our customers already used competitors before they tried out FTX. So we generally, in my belief at the time, got customers only if they liked our product better.
You recall yesterday being asked a series of questions about what happened after Ms. Ellison and Mr. Trabucco took over as co-CEOs at Alameda?
Yep.
And in particular what your role was with respect to Alameda after you stepped down as CEO.
Yep.
What was your role? What did you do and what did you not do?
Yeah, I was chiefly the majority owner of Alameda. So as owner I got updates on financials and other high-level updates periodically. I cared about the company a fair bit. There were a few other specific ways that I was involved. Venture investments was an area. Ultimately we ended up deciding that many of the venture investments didn't exactly fit under the Alameda brand in the first place, although we didn't resolve where it should be. But I was involved in many of the venture investments. And then beginning, to a lighter extent, in the first half of 2022 and a much heavier extent in the second half, I was very involved in decisions around hedging because I viewed it as existential risk for the company to get that right. And I was concerned that the leadership wasn't, in my view, at the time taking it seriously enough, although I understand the complexity around that, and that I may not have been communicating very clearly in the first place or as clearly as I thought I was. And then there were random one-off occasions on which I would have discussions about some particular topic that would come up. Those were the ways I chiefly was involved. Caroline would also sometimes give me previews of things that she was thinking of doing and asked for my impression of them. Not always, but now and then. What I did not view myself as involved in was day-to-day trading decisions, which was what I at least referred to as trading or trading decisions or day-to-day trading. That's sort of how I describe those things. Although, obviously, you could use the word trading to use venture investments sometimes, but other things are hedging. Every day Alameda would do, I think, millions of trades and billions of dollars, and I was essentially uninvolved with those core operations, I think starting a bit before I passed off the CEO role.
You recall yesterday Ms. Sassoon asked you questions about notes you had made after the bankruptcy filing on November 11th.
Yeah.
And she asked you, this is transcript 2678. Didn't you write, Mr. Bankman-Fried, if Alameda had been 100% separate completely unrelated trading firm in every way, this wouldn't have happened. At least it wouldn't have happened to FTX. Alameda would have had the fiat, wouldn't have had the fiat relationship and wouldn't have had on nearly as large of a position. Do you recall being asked about that yesterday?
Yep.
What did you mean by that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
In my view, essentially the entirety of the ultimate liability or at least net liability that Alameda had to FTX was about the size of the fiat account. But that was what myself and I think almost all of us had not been aware of, at least until sometime in the second half of 2022, about that roughly $8 billion liability. And that had Alameda never had any relationship with FTX of any form, I think we would have had much better systems in place to monitor the fiat. What I came to learn was the fiat account, the payment agent relationship in general, and I think, in retrospect, our oversight of that was very poor.
Let me move to another topic. Do you recall being asked a number of questions yesterday and today about margin trading?
Yep.
And you were asked, this is transcript 2726. Just to be clear, Mr. Bankman-Fried, taking money from FTX to pay back lenders, that's not margin trading, is it?
I'm not. I don't think that's what happened and I'm also not saying that's not margin trading.
Do you recall being asked that question and giving that answer?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Two pieces to that. The first piece, which I won't belabor too much again, but was essentially when customers did margin trading on FTX. In general, they could withdraw it down to a negative number in a particular asset, and they could do whatever they wanted with their funds. The moment they did that withdrawal, those funds became their funds, not customer funds. They could spend it or invest it or repay it to someone else or do what they liked with it. FTX just managed the risk associated with them as a customer.
How did FTX manage the risk associated with the customer?
The chief way was through monitoring the net asset value effectively. The assets at FTX could ultimately get claimed to versus the liabilities to FTX, monitoring basically which of those was higher or whether the liabilities were approaching the assets in size and then beginning to margin call the customer and potentially liquidate them if that was the case. So that was one of the two things that I think referencing there. The other was that I don't actually remember it being the case that, at least on net, and I don't know about specific movements, that it seemed like Alameda did increase its borrowing on FTX to repay lenders.
What did you mean by the phrase on net?
Yeah, every day Alameda would do hundreds of millions of dollars of deposits and withdrawals from FTX. There would be assets of various forms coming in and out. This was standard of big customers on FTX. Many of them had large deposits and withdrawals per day. But generally the net was much smaller, meaning the deposits minus the withdrawals, so whether the account value was increasing or decreasing. One thing I knew Alameda would do sometimes is use an FTX wallet to collect assets, pool assets that it was going to send somewhere. So if it had 1 Bitcoin each in 5 different wallets, it might send all of those to some sub-account on its FTX account for record-keeping purposes and then send those out to some other place. In that case there would be a withdrawal from FTX. It would be sending those 5 Bitcoins out from its FTX account, but only right after having deposited a similar number of Bitcoins to that FTX account. It was a way station, effectively, in some cases. I don't know about the detailed flow of funds. But if you looked at line of credit utilization, for instance, I don't remember that increasing in June 2022.
You were asked some questions earlier this morning about the time period from September to October. Do you recall being asked about that period when you were discussing the $8 billion liability? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you had spent the $8 billion, and you said no.
That's right.
Why did you say that?
A few reasons. One of them is, I don't even know how I would have defined an answer to who spent that money, which is to say, Alameda had 20 employees. They were each collaborating on hundreds of decisions every day. Funds were being deposited and withdrawn all over the place constantly. At least in my knowledge, I don't think it would be the case that there was a clear simple pointer decision at which a particular person or people, decided to spend particular dollars. Money is fungible anyway. There are a lot of things that I don't think I would have been able to define in trying to answer that question if I had investigated it. The other part of it, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but for better or for worse, it has been a part of me that I wasn't particularly interested in trying to dole out blame for it. That wasn't my priority. It generally wasn't my priority. It was generally something I deprioritized as later, and I tried to focus as much as I could on what stuff has happened. What's the best thing we can do going forward?
And what was the issue, as you understood it, once you understood the $8 billion liability existed?
I understood it. The issue was basically that the scale of Alameda's total liabilities borrowing from FTX was. There are various numbers, depending on when and how you define it, but in the $10 billion range, and that was a significant scale of borrowing even by the standards of FTX for Alameda. That was a risk that had to be managed and meant that if Alameda were to go underwater, it would potentially have serious implications for FTX as well.
Did you try to manage that risk?
I did.
Moving on, you were asked a number of questions yesterday about Alameda's line of credit. Do you recall that, sir?
Yup.
And you were asked, transcript at 2633. Sitting here today, do you deny that Alameda's main trading account had a $65 billion line of credit that no other customer had? Your answer: no. That was the maximum withdrawable size. Do you recall this?
Yes.
What do you mean by maximum withdrawable size?
I was just trying to clarify between two different things you could talk about. One was the $65 billion number, which I understand to be a limit put in the database at some point that meant, separate from anything else. In those circumstances, could Alameda use more than $65 billion of a line of credit? I separately understood that Alameda never used anything even close to that of its line of credit. The actual line of credit used by Alameda was typically in the $2 billion range, at least during 2022, So I want to differentiate between the theoretical maximum and the amount actually used of line of credit.
And you asked yesterday and today a number of questions about whether FTX could include customers' assets held off the exchange as collateral for borrowing. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And specifically you were asked, transcript at 2622. The general rules did not allow for pledging an outside investment as collateral in the exchange, right?
I'm not sure that's true. Do you recall giving that testimony? I do, yes.
What did you mean by that, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
There was no automated process, no sort of mass market process for considering off-platform assets. Anything would have to be sort of individualized because, by default, FTX can only look at what it sees, at what it has. FTX doesn't natively know about your house, but it could be taught about that. And so as I understood it, we were allowed to on a discretionary basis if it felt appropriate from a risk management perspective.
Objection, Your Honor, to allowed to.
You can cross on it.
Was that, if it felt reasonable on various metrics that we could consider other assets that we could give lines of credit or other accounting for other assets that were not on the exchange and that we had investigated doing so in a few cases and had done so in a few cases.
Now, during 2022, you're the 90% owner of Alameda?
Yeah.
Were you aware of the assets Alameda had on the FTX exchange?
Yes, I was aware of the assets it had on the FTX exchange.
Were you aware of the assets it had off the exchange?
Essentially.
And during this same period you were the majority owner of FTX?
I think that's right. I think it was a little over 50.
Were you aware of the assets that FTX had?
I was aware of the approximate assets that FTX had.
During this period you also owned certain assets in your own name?
Yes.
Were you aware of the size of those assets?
Approximately, yes.
You were asked some questions earlier today, and I think yesterday also, about June 2022, in particular about a spreadsheet that was sent to you by Caroline Ellison. Do you recall that, sir?
There were a few spreadsheets. Is this the Alameda balance sheet?
Let me focus it for you. Referring to GX44, the spreadsheet with multiple tabs, at transcript 2731 you were asked the following question and gave the following answer. On or around late June 2022, do you recall receiving a spreadsheet with 8 tabs? I don't specifically recall there being 8-ish tabs on it. There may well have been. What do you mean by that, sir?
I guess I can describe what I do remember. I remember I was sent sometime around then a balance sheet by Caroline. It was typical that when she sent me balance sheets they would be in spreadsheets with multiple tabs on them. Often other times it would be underlying calculations. And I remember at a high level the conversation that we had about it. It was fairly brief.
What was that conversation?
She had sent it to me and said she was thinking of sending this out and wanted to know if I had any thoughts, and I remember saying something like, "Yeah, that sounds reasonable."
Do you recall whether or not you went over each of the tab entries on the spreadsheet?
I don't recall going over multiple tabs on the spreadsheet. There may have been other tabs. I just don't have a memory one way or another about how many tabs there were or what other tabs would have shown, so it very well could have been that spreadsheet.
And you said earlier in your answer that this was typical for your interactions with Ms. Ellison?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, she would generally send me, when she sent me a balance sheet, I would say about half the time that she sent them, maybe more than that, it would be in a worksheet, an Excel or Google Sheets worksheet, usually Excel, that had many tabs on it, and she would often say, "Look at this particular tab to see the updated balance sheet," or something like that. So I would, by default, do that. Sometimes I would look through the other tabs at a high level. Sometimes I wouldn't.
Yesterday you were asked about a discussion you had with Ms. Ellison about a venture investment in Genesis Digital Assets. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And that was a crypto mining company?
Yup.
Do you recall a discussion with Ms. Ellison about whether or not the investment should have been made?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you tell us that?
Caroline expressed, I remember her saying that she didn't think it should have been made. I think. That's what I remember her saying. Because of the capital usage, and I inferred some skepticism about the investment itself.
What did you say, if anything?
I had, in substance, that I thought it was good if hedged, that in particular, given the calculations that had been done by members of our team on GDA, it looked like we were going to be buying into it at less than the amount of money we thought that it would make as a company, but that amount would vary with Bitcoin's price. In other words, you could think of it as buying a future stream of Bitcoins at less than, as of then, the price of a Bitcoin, but that there was risk associated with it unless it was paired with removing that risk of Bitcoin price decrease by hedging.
Were you talking about a hedge of the general market or a hedge of something relating to GDA?
So in the GDA case in particular, there is actually something much more specific, which was, I had understood that there was going to be a roughly $2 billion Bitcoin hedge put on corresponding to the GDA investment, a hedge of roughly twice the amount that we had invested in Bitcoin.
Can we call up Government Exhibit 14 please, and go to row 2 and highlight that, please?
Do you recall being shown this yesterday in relation to the GDA investment? Yep.
Objection. I don't believe you was shown this spreadsheet.
Is it 14?
14, Your Honor. I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Can we go to the end of the column, please? This is in evidence, Your Honor. You can highlight the entry under Y and Z. It says, hedged with 2x BTC.
That refers to the expectation or the understanding that, in connection with the investment in Genesis Digital Assets, Alameda had put on a hedge with Bitcoin, as in sold Bitcoins and, in particular, sold twice the value of Bitcoins as the size of the investment. There are reasons why twice made sense in that case, which I could go into if you're interested.
No, I think that's fine. We can take that down. Do you recall being asked several questions yesterday about FTX providing for your use of a private jet?
I do, yes.
And I believe we were shown a photograph of you on the jet or a jet.
Very flattering one.
As CEO of FTX, did you believe that use of a private jet was a valid business expense?
Yeah, depending on the context.
Can you tell us why?
Yeah, I didn't believe it would be a valid business expense if used for recreational travel, for a vacation, and I did not use it for those purposes. But it was very logistically difficult to travel between the Bahamas and a few places, chiefly including Washington, D.C. I had to go to D.C. frequently in 2022. I think I spent more than a month there in aggregate, and I had meetings with senators, with regulators that I couldn't be late to. There were not very many commercial flights between the Bahamas and DC. They were often delayed or cancelled. And I had tight deadlines to make. And separately at that point in time my understanding was that the expense associated with it was, although large compared to the scales I would have thought about a few years earlier for the company or for myself, fairly small compared to the scale of the business at that point in time.
Let's move on, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Do you recall yesterday being asked a series of questions about shares in a company called Robinhood?
Yes.
The shares of Robinhood were shares that were acquired, correct?
They were purchased, yes.
Who purchased them?
Emergent Fidelity was the entity that purchased them.
Who owned Emergent?
Myself and Gary.
Do you recall being shown an affirmation that you had signed in connection with some litigation over Robinhood shares?
Yes.
Where did that litigation take place?
Antigua.
Why Antigua?
Robinhood was a U.S. company, but Emergent Fidelity, the entity that owned the shares in Robinhood, was an Antigua-based company. It was my understanding that it had been sued by some individual, not by a bankruptcy estate, in Antigua court.
Were you asked the following question and gave the following answer? Transcript 2711. And the purpose of this affirmation was to lay claim to the Robinhood shares, correct?
That wasn't how I understood it at the time. Do you recall giving that testimony? I do.
What do you mean by that, sir?
So my understanding at the time was a little bit hazy. But what I understood was that Emergent was being sued by a particular individual in an Antiguan court case, that it would be a logistical headache for everyone if that lawsuit proceeded without any statements from Emergent, and that this was not a sort of proper. This is not a process that, in my understanding at the time, was designed to return the Robinhood shares that were in Emergent to one of the various global bankruptcy estates for the purposes of customers and in fact might impede that process.
And answer this question yes or no, please. Yes or no, were you represented by an Antiguan attorney or an attorney in connection with the Antigua litigation?
Yes.
Let's move forward, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Can we call up Government Exhibit 248, please? Can I ask the government to call this up? I think the version you are using is redacted. I want to use that one. Would that be possible?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recall being shown this email exchange earlier this morning?
Yep.
To refresh everyone, this is an exchange on November 9th between you and someone named Ryan Pinder. You see that, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked questions about that?
Yes.
Who was Mr. Pinder?
He was the Attorney General of the Bahamas.
Why were you in communication with him on November 9th?
He and Christina Roll, the head of the Securities Commission, who is also CC'd on this, had reached out to ask questions about FTX, given what they described as the rumors that they had heard about turmoil and the various public statements we had made.
If we might call out number 6, the whole section underneath the block, and pull it out. Do you recall being shown news this morning, Mr. Bankman-Fried?
I do, yes.
And counsel showed you the second paragraph. Part of this: we have segregated funds for all Bahamian customers on FTX. This is you speaking, and we would be more than happy to open up withdrawals for all Bahamian customers on FTX so that they can, tomorrow, fully withdraw all of their assets, making them fully whole. If we could highlight in yellow the next sentence, please. Is it fair to say you went on to say, it is your call whether you want us to do this, but we are more than happy to and would consider it the very least of our duty to the country, and could open it up immediately if you reply saying you want us to. What did you mean by that?
At the time that I sent this email, I had interpreted a prior email sent to me by Mr. Pinder as implying that they wanted us to take this action or something similar. The Security Commission in the Bahamas was the primary regulator for FTX International, and we were headquartered in the Bahamas, so I felt beholden to them.
Objection. The question is, what did you mean by that?
Yes, strike that last part.
Finish your answer.
So I was responding, trying to clarify if that was what they had wanted us to do.
We can take this down. You mentioned two entities in the Bahamas yesterday, the SCB and the JPLs. Can you tell us again who those were?
The SCB is the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. It's the chief financial regulator in the Bahamas and the head regulator of FTX. The JPLs, Joint Provisional Liquidators, were a group of people appointed by the SCB to manage the future direction of FTX and its liquidity insolvency proceedings in the Bahamas.
After you stepped down on November 11th through December, did you continue to have communications with the SCB and the JPLs?
Yep.
What was your reason for doing so?
I wanted to help the company. I wanted to help the customers. I wanted to help make the customers as whole as possible. And they at least had expressed to me that it would be helpful for doing so for me to tell them what I knew and give them my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Bankman-Fried. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any recross, Ms. Sassoon?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused, Mr. Bankman-Fried. You may step down. Any additional evidence from the defendant?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests.
Is there to be a rebuttal case? I am reserving your motion for the time being.
Your Honor, may we take an early lunch break so we can confer? Even just a 5-minute break or the lunch break, whichever Your Honor prefers.
It depends how fast you want to eat.
Just a 5-minute break.
No one needs to bolt their food. 5 minutes. What's the story?
We are not planning on calling any witnesses, and there is one outstanding item, which is Government Exhibit 2534, which there was a foundation objection to yesterday because the witness did not recognize the document. Your Honor admitted it's subject to connection. We have been chatting with defense counsel. It sounds like they have some concerns. We can authenticate the document by calling that fellow from Google back up from Texas, but I prefer not to.
That really went over big.
Your Honor, if I might cut through this, we don't want the fellow from Texas to come. The issue we have is that the document on its face is, to us, appears to be a draft.
I, of course, don't have it in front of me, so I don't know what we are talking about. I lost total recall at about number 1800.
Sorry, Your Honor. If you look at the second to last page of the document, they are not numbered. It says, FTX token raise, note, March 21, 2019. This is still prospective and just a draft of what we might do. That date is before FTX was even launched. We don't have an issue with it being admitted if it is not being presented as a final version and something that was in effect after FTX was launched, but we don't think that the document supports it and there was no testimony to that effect. That's our concern, Your Honor.
On this, Judge, the witness was crossed about a different page relating to preventing clawbacks. If it would solve the issue, we would just redact the page that says draft on it.
With respect.
I don't think that solves Mr. Cohen's problem. The part of this that matters to the government. Please educate me.
Doesn't have page numbers, Your Honor.
I can count.
Several pages in there is a page that has a heading. How is FTX solving these issues? And it says, preventing clawbacks. The witness was questioned about that and questioned about the 3 items beneath that describing how the liquidation model works. We have not.
Don't you have this already?
This was offered subject to connection.
Yes, I understand that.
We don't think there is a basis to strike the testimony about this document which was shown to the jury, and we are not and have not made a representation that this document went to a particular person or was a final draft. He was questioned about his understanding of those terms and whether he disputed that FTX was marketed that way. We think, given that this came off his Google Drive and that a Google witness could authenticate it, and that doesn't seem to be the defense's issue, there is no reason not to admit it when the government is not misrepresenting how we are using it, and where we don't redact that page they are free to say this was a draft.
This was all about the distinction between preventing clawbacks and significantly reducing the likelihood of clawbacks, yes?
Also about the 3 tiers of the liquidation system, which the defendant on the stand said that, in substance, he agreed with how it was described here, but perhaps he would have described the insurance fund in slightly different words.
So what?
I see no basis to strike that testimony, Your Honor, which would be a consequence of not admitting this document.
Except you have not authenticated it.
The authenticity issue doesn't seem to be the objection from the defense. They seem to be prepared to stipulate that this came off his Google Drive. To the extent that this is at all relevant to closing.
It came off his Google Drive and what? And you have got metadata that would say that? Is that the point?
A Google witness could say, this is an authentic document. It was taken off of the defendant's Google Drive.
Mr. Cohen, presumably, rather than bring the guy back from Texas. No, we are not doing that.
You would be prepared to stipulate that, if called, the guy who came from Texas would have testified that if this came off the metadata it indicates it came off his Google Drive, no?
Yes.
Solves the problem.
It does, Your Honor.
Problem solved?
Yes. Logistically, the government plans to offer this one document in its rebuttal case.
It's in, subject to connection. What we are talking about is a hypothetical motion to strike it, which is now moot because you have a stipulation.
Your Honor has laid out.
Yes.
We are all set on this, it seems.
The stipulation solves the problem. It's in evidence. It has been connected, so there is no rebuttal case.
Correct.
Let's talk schedule for a minute since the jury is out there enjoying their 5 minutes. We will have the charge ready for you to look at whenever John Hamill gets back with the copies. The question is whether I send the jury home now or whether I hold them here for several hours, or however long it takes, in the hope of starting somebody's closing toward the end of the day. I'm disinclined to do that, but I'll be happy to listen to counsel.
I think it's good news that we are done, and we should do the charge conference and start tomorrow morning.
Any different view, Mr. Cohen?
We defer to the court.
Bring in the jury. I'll deal with the motion once the jury is out of the room, and then we will get the charge down. Defendant and the jurors all are present, as they have been throughout. Does the government have any rebuttal evidence to present?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation of evidence in this case. Here is what happens now. I will be meeting this afternoon with the lawyers concerning the legal instructions that I am going to give you. I am going to send you home for the rest of the day and see you back at 9:30. But don't get up yet because I have to have one further word with counsel at the sidebar about how we are going to proceed from here. I'm disinclined, if I think about it, to bring all these alternates in tomorrow only to send them home at 9:30. I think what I will do, unless somebody has a better idea, is to bring in alternates 1 and 2 and not discharge 3, 5, and 6. They are going to be subject to call if need be. Does that work for anybody?
Don't they need to hear the summations, Your Honor?
Of course they do. Thank you. That takes care of that. Folks, we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we will start right out with closing arguments. Folks, you have all earned your buttons. If there are any motions, I will hear them now.
Your Honor, we renew our motion for a judgment of acquittal.
Denied. One of my law clerks, do you have the charge yet?
No, the copying machine is running furiously. As soon as the copies are ready, we will bring them down. Charge conference, 1:45.
Luncheon recess. Afternoon session 2 p.m. We will mark as Court Exhibit X for identification a copy of the circulation draft of the proposed charge. As soon as I get organized, we will get started. Any objections or suggestions from the government from the beginning through page 5, line 12?
Yes, Judge. On page 1, line 18 and 19 and page 2, lines 6 and 7, the crime is described as, by misappropriating those customers' deposits. We would ask for it to be, by making false statements or representations to obtain money or property and by misappropriating those customer deposits to reflect the fact that the government is going to argue both affirmative misrepresentations and misappropriation.
Who is going to speak from the other side?
I will, Your Honor, Gail Dick. We object to charges that omit the misappropriation theory altogether.
You object to charges that omit the misappropriation.
I beg your pardon. Omit the misappropriation theory altogether.
I don't understand what you have just said.
I misspoke. Sorry. The indictment charges the misappropriation theory. It does not charge a misrepresentation theory. In our view, instructions that omit discussion of the misappropriation theory and focus on the misrepresentation theory are constructive.
We are going to have to work out a way of understanding each other. We are going to have you start by you speaking more slowly.
Sure.
Could we try that again?
Yes, we certainly can. It's our position, Your Honor, that the indictment charges solely a misappropriation theory. It does not charge a misrepresentation theory of wire fraud on customers. So instructions that reference a misrepresentation theory, in our view, are improper and a constructive amendment of the indictment.
Mr. Ruse, what do you have to say?
It's definitely not a constructive amendment because the speaking indictment outlines several categories of false representations, statements, promises made by the defendant, so there is certainly no constructive amendment. If they are referring to the description in the to wit clause, I think the law is clear that that does not bind the court in terms of considering how it can describe the indictment or the theory, so I think it's appropriate to do both.
Counsel, frankly, I didn't get your name. Tell me again.
It's Gail Dick.
Mr. Dick, to my recollection, and I've had the issue recently, Mr. Ruse is absolutely right with respect to the to wit clause. Is there any other basis on which you are objecting to submission of false statements?
Yes, Your Honor. In the speaking portions of the indictment, it does make reference to misrepresentations to lenders and to investors but not to consumers, customers.
You are going to address that?
I think, no. The answer is no. That's not correct. Not that I'm not going to respond. The answer is, that is not a fair characterization of the indictment. It describes his lies to Congress, the lies to the public.
Overruled. Your proposed language, Mr. Ruse, is page 1, line 18 to start with.
Right, Your Honor. We defer to the court on the specific language you want to use, but the idea being, the thrust of the wire fraud charge, which is by making material misrepresentations, or you can describe it as a representation or a statement or a promise to obtain money or property.
I am going to ask you to give me proposed language later on, so you have time to work it out. We will come back to that. Anything else on the section I inquired about? From the defense? Mr. Ruse, you are going to have to stand.
I was just going to say no, but I saw Your Honor moving on.
What about you, Mr. Dick?
Yes, Your Honor. On page 4, line 13, it reads, proof that the crime charged actually was committed or attempted. We do not believe attempted has been charged or proved. We would strike the words, and attempted.
I thought it said, or attempted.
Or attempted. I beg your pardon. We would strike those.
Mr. Ruse.
That's fine. Your Honor, at the bottom of that page, lines 22 and 23, it states in the indictment that the defendant aided and abetted the commission of the crime. The proofs at trial have been about principal liability, not aiding and abetting, and we would strike that.
Unfortunately, I believe that it cites 18 U.S. Code Section 2, which is, among other things, aiding and abetting. Overruled. Anything else on that section?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Page 5, line 13 through page 6, line 19. Government.
We have nothing.
Defense.
We have nothing. I won't repeat this every time, Your Honor, but I objected previously to what we view as a constructive amendment with respect to wire fraud on customers. To the misrepresentation theory, I won't repeat that objection every time.
Overruled. Page 6, line 20 through page 8, line 15. Government.
Yes, Your Honor. Related to the previous point, on the bottom of page 7, at line 23, this is after describing the misrepresentation theory. Rather than saying a scheme to defraud existed if the government has proved, we would submit that the instruction should say, a scheme to defraud also includes a scheme to fraudulently embezzle or misappropriate, and then picking up with property at the top of the next page.
Let me just see if it's charged in substance. Any response to that, Mr. Dick?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will charge it in substance as the government suggests. Again, I'd like to have specific language submitted.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense down to line 15 on page 8?
Yes, Your Honor.
We had one more, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry about that. In that same sentence, after it says, property belonging to another, there is an or there and then it gets into a definition of property entrusted to the defendant's care, which we think that there is incorrect because really this is a definition of what it means to be property entrusted to the defendant's care. So the government would suggest a period after another and then take the remainder of that sentence and move it to the bottom of this paragraph and have it just say, money or property is entrusted to the defendant's care. And then it continues as it is.
Any comment on that, Mr. Dick?
Not on that, although I do have a comment on this section more generally.
I'll come back to you in a minute. What the government is suggesting is that on line 8 we start a new sentence.
Money or property is entrusted, and then it just continues with the rest of the sentence. That's on lines 2 through 5.
We are picking up there 2 through 5. I follow. I will do that. Anything else from the government on this section?
not through line 15, Your Honor.
Mr. Dick, anything on your side?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to this definition, I will say loosely related to fiduciary duty, there is a concept that we think is important to include, and relying here on the Second Circuit's decision in Skelly. This is the motion of reliance, dominance, or control. I have some proposed language that I can read to you and then submit later.
You can read it.
It says, a fiduciary relationship involves discretionary authority and dependency, and at the heart of the fiduciary relationship lies reliance and de facto control and dominance.
Who is going to address that for the government?
Judge, I think the language, "you have great confidence and trust," also comes from some of the Second Circuit cases about fiduciary relationships or other relationships of special trust. And I guess the question with the defense citation is what exact language are they proposing from it? We are not opposed, I think, conceptually to defining this in a way, if the court wants to consider that, but we need to know what the language is that they are actually proposing. That doesn't sound like a jury instruction.
It doesn't.
We would be happy to submit some language, Your Honor. The concepts are drawn from the same body of case law, including Chessman.
That's all well and good. But if you are requesting a charge, as you know, it has got to be specific, and I have to conclude that the way in which you are requesting it is exactly consistent with the law, and I don't know what the language is.
I'm happy to submit the language in writing slightly later today.
Anything else through line 15 on page 8 from either side?
Your Honor, we just noticed, there is a typo on line 14 at the end of the line. The word, the, before, whether, should be stricken.
You are correct, I will make that change. Page 8, line 15 through page 9, line 23.
We did have some thoughts on this terms of service language. I don't know if it makes sense to hear the defense position because they have recently submitted briefing on this. I don't know if our concerns may be mooted if they have concerns.
Mr. Dick, how about you?
Yes, Your Honor. I have something higher up on page 9, if you would like to hear that now, and then we can turn back to terms of service.
Higher up on page 9?
Beginning on line 3, the click-wrap instruction.
All right.
It's our view that this click-wrap instruction is unnecessary. The conspicuousness of what is and is not contained in the terms of service has not been subject to proof at trial and it will confuse the jury and is unnecessary.
Of course, it has been subject to proof at the trial. It's right there on an exhibit. I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's right there. Back to you, Mr. Wren.
If the defense is proposing to cut this part, are they just proposing to cut this paragraph?
That's correct, the click-wrap paragraph.
Just that paragraph, not the first paragraph.
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Page 9, lines 3 to 11.
I think if you are going to cut that, you may need to cut the previous paragraph as well because that refers to some of the concepts that seem.
Is the government objecting to those two paragraphs or not?
We would, I think, not object to cutting both paragraphs.
That wasn't my question.
If the defense doesn't want them, the government is not asking for them, if that's the question.
No, that's not the question. Please listen to the question and answer it.
We would say, if the first paragraph is included, the second paragraph provides necessary context to the first paragraph. If both paragraphs are included, we would also ask that the court include the language about disclaimers that the government has proposed in its letters, which I could provide to the court. That's taken from the Weaver case.
We will come back to that. What's the defendant's position on this?
The defendant's position is that the introductory sentence to the last paragraph on page 8, first, my recollection that there is only one version of the terms of service, lines 18 and 19. We have no objection to keeping that in. We view the remainder with respect to click-wrap and the agreement as unnecessary, and we would ask that that be removed. So that would be.
Is there an objection to that or not?
The one I articulated, in our view, the click-wrap and the conspicuousness, is not a subject of proof at trial.
What exactly is the defendant's position? If I take this out, what's the jury to be told about the significance or the relevance, for that matter, of the terms of service?
In our view, Your Honor, that's taken up in the paragraph on page 9, line 12, and we did submit last night, Your Honor.
Yes, I got the submission late last night with 240 pages attached to it. I have not read all 240 pages yet.
Yes, Your Honor. In our view, the legal significance and the legal meaning of the terms of service are a proper subject for the jury to consider. Because it is a contract, its meaning is for the court to instruct the jury on.
Whether it is a contract depends, does it not, on whether clicking on the box formed a contract and, if so, what the terms of that contract were. Isn't that true?
Point taken, Your Honor. In that event, I would be happy to submit this later in writing. On page 8, the sentence after the first. This would go from lines 19 through 22. There is evidence that a prospective consumer had to click on a box that said I agree to the FTX terms of service in order to open an account. We would keep that in, which, in our view, establishes the formation of a contract, and the meaning of the contract. We would then turn to the paragraph on page 9.
Which paragraph on page 9?
The one beginning the third point online.
Which doesn't address the meaning of the contract.
It doesn't, in fact. That's what
you want. You want to say there was a contract and you don't want to address the meaning of it.
No.
You just want to wing it on closing.
No, Your Honor. In fact, the meaning of the contract is the subject of the submission we made last night.
Yes, I know, but I am not going to charge that.
Okay, then the terms of the contract.
That submission was untimely, it's incomplete, it does not state the relevant law, it may not apply the right law. It has all kinds of problems that I've only touched on.
Understood, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's the government's position that the core important point for the jury to be instructed on is what the court has on page 9, beginning on line 12, that this is a criminal wire fraud case and not a civil breach of contract case.
You said that already, I understand that. There is no evidence whatsoever in the record, am I right, as to what the terms of service actually were before May 22, 2022. Isn't that so?
I believe that's correct, Your Honor. There is reference to existing prior drafts, but I do not believe they are in evidence.
There is reference in the testimony, but certainly not a document and, to my recollection, certainly not even testimony as to what those terms were. Yes?
I think that's right. I'm reminded by my colleague, there may have been some general description in Can Sun's testimony.
Can Sun's testimony, I believe, was to the effect that when he came aboard, there had been one or more prior documents which are terms of service, that there was a draft of a new one in progress, that the new one was finished under his administration, and that it went live, so to speak, became operational in May of 2022, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And he said something to the effect that there were some things in what went before that were in the May draft, but other things that weren't, something to that effect. Isn't that so?
I think that's largely accurate.
So there is no evidence as to what the terms of service substantively said before May of 2022. That being the case, there is no evidence of a contract before May of 2022 because, ClickWrap validity or not, there is no evidence as to whether the ClickWrap approach was used before May 22, although maybe someone could infer that, but certainly no evidence as to what they were agreeing to then. Yes?
Yes.
Now, then we come back to May of 2022. I understand that the defense wants me in one way or another to say that this was a contract when somebody clicked on the box after May of 2022. Aren't there issues of fact in that regard for this reason? If the clicking was not legally effective to form a contract between the customer and FTX, then the governing law clause in the terms of service has no bearing whatsoever. There has been no proof in this case, apart from that clause, as to whether there was ever a contract that whatever this relationship was, it was governed by English law or anything else, right?
There has really been no discussion of that.
Nothing. So what we have here is a situation in which the existence of a contract in the May 2022 period, putting aside for a minute the precise terms, depends on the circumstances in which a so-called click-wrap agreement is effective to form a contract, yes?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And in the absence of proof that foreign law, whether that's New Jersey or Antigua or the United Kingdom or Nauru, and that foreign law is different than the law of New York, the court is bound to apply New York law. Yes?
Well, Your Honor, there is no need for the court or the jury to consider any substantive contract law because, as articulated in cases like Weaver, in a criminal federal wire fraud case, the jury should consider all of the evidence of the relationship between parties, not just whether there was or was not compliance with the literal terms of the contract.
But if there is no contract, they can't consider an alleged contract, right?
Your Honor, they can consider all of the ways in which the parties made representations and communications to each other. The terms of service are a form that was available to customers. For example, there was evidence that Consun sent the terms of service to Sculpture, which was a prospective customer at FTX, when they were asking questions about how their assets would be treated at FTX. So the question there is not whether Sculpture entered into a contract when it became a customer, but what it understood its assets would be treated as on the exchange.
Now I think I am beginning to understand your point. Mr. Dick, any response to that?
Well, it's, at a minimum, conceded by the government that the terms of service, whether considered as a contract or as a series of representations, are relevant. So those contents, I think, are properly before the jury. And as Your Honor is alluding to, whether or not it was in fact a contract is certainly relevant to the nature of the relationship between the customers and FTX. So our view is,
whether or not it was a contract depends on whether the click-wrap agreement is sufficient for contract formation, isn't it?
I take Your Honor's point on that.
Given what I said about no proof of foreign law and no ruling by the court on any foreign law, I apply the law of New York to whether there was a contract, as opposed to some idle communication that was headed terms of service. Do you agree with that too?
I do.
So the government's point is, they would like to drop essentially the carryover paragraph on page 7. Is that right, Mr. Wren?
What we said is that we would certainly be fine with dropping both the paragraph beginning first that's on page 8 at line 18 and then the next paragraph that begins on page 9 at line 3, or include both with the government's proposed disclaimer instruction. Either one, we think, is acceptable.
I'm sorry, I think I said page 7, but I didn't mean page 7. I meant page 8, but you picked that up.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you would drop the paragraph beginning on 8, line 18 through 9, line 11.
To be clear, we don't object to the court's views on this. If the court thinks it's appropriate to include these paragraphs, we don't object to that. What we had a problem with was the defense suggestion that just cut one of the two paragraphs. So we are happy with cutting both or with keeping both with our proposed addition. Are you?
Given that position now, Mr. Dick, where?
I don't want to keep belaboring the point, Your Honor, but for record purposes, it is our view that there was a submission in English law.
It's your position that what?
There was a submission with respect to the meaning of English law.
Yes, I know there was.
That being so, we reviewed the contract, the terms of service, should the jury find there to have been a contract, to be relevant, its terms, under English law, to be relevant. And in that event we would actually keep the language with respect to click-wrap because Your Honor has pointed out, as to contract formation, that language lays that groundwork.
I am going to leave it with the change the government suggested.
Just for record purposes, Your Honor, on the Weaver instruction, the disclaimer instruction.
The Weaver instruction, where do I find that language?
Your Honor, a version of it is in the letter that the government filed on October 19 at page 3, but I could also provide it to the court now.
In your view, it would go where?
It would go after line 11 on page 9. In considering whether a statement or omission is material, let me caution you that a clause in a contract or a disclaimer cannot render any misrepresentations, including any oral misrepresentations, immaterial as a matter of law.
Mr. Dick.
Our views on this were set out in our letter of October 24. We view that instruction as unnecessary.
I am going to guess now, 200 pages of submissions in letters and proposed jury instructions, and if you're seriously advocating this position, you are going to have to tell me what it said.
In brief, Your Honor, an instruction with respect to disclaimers we view as unnecessary and potentially confusing. The terms of service, again, in our view, formed a contract with substantive provisions. Rather than purely disclaimers with respect to prior disclosures regarding risk and those substantive procedures, we believe the jury would be tempted to disregard by the government's proposed instruction.
I think your position on this is in some respects inconsistent with what you said a minute ago about contract formation, and disclaimers are in fact substantive provisions of contracts. So I am not going to adopt your suggestion, and I am going to charge, in substance, what the government said about disclaimers. There was something else after disclaimers.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me caution you that a clause in a contract or a disclaimer cannot render any misrepresentation.
When I go back upstairs and try to find the specific language, it's in your October 19th letter. Page what?
I have it here, page 3 from our letter.
Oh, well, how wonderful.
I believe that's more or less almost word for word of what was approved in Weaver.
Now, I think we got through page 9, line 23. Did we get that far?
We had one more on page 9, Your Honor.
Okay.
Beginning on line 18, there is a sentence that begins, and if the government has proved such a relationship of trust and confidence, it says, you must determine whether or not the government has proved that FTX customers were materially deceived or misled. The issue there is that seems that the government must prove misrepresentation and misappropriation, as opposed to what the law is, which is that it's an alternative theory. Because there are other places in the instructions where both alternatives are set forth, we think that sentence can just be cut. Separately, the instructions adequately define both misappropriation and material misrepresentations.
Mr. Dick.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
That's out. Anything else through page 9, line 23 from either side? Hearing none, we will move on. Line 9 to 24 through page 11, line 7. Government.
We are on page 10 now, Your Honor.
We are on page 9, starting with line 24 through 11, line 7.
Again, in keeping with the theme, on page 10, line 5, at the end of the line it says, that is sufficient to establish. We would propose the word also there.
Any objection to that, Mr. Dick?
No, Your Honor.
I'll make that change. Anything else from the government through page 11, line 7?
No, Your Honor.
Defendant.
I beg your pardon. The end point of your current request?
11, line 7.
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
I think the hard part is over. Page 11, line 8 through page 14, line 14. Government.
Your Honor, the government has previously briefed the issue of the appropriate definition of willfully with respect to each of these crimes. It's our view that in the context of the wire fraud and securities fraud and commodities fraud charges, all of which are going to use the same definition of willfully, there is not a requirement that the defendant act with knowledge that one's conduct is unlawful. We think that's the heightened willfulness standard, and the willfulness standard that applies to these crimes. To act willfully means to act voluntarily and with wrongful purpose.
Mr. Dick.
With respect to the wire fraud counts, Your Honor, we don't have any objection to that.
We will strike, with knowledge that one's conduct is unlawful. I did not misspeak. Through the end of line 17 and insert, voluntarily and with wrongful purpose. That picks up your point, Mr. Wren?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else through 14, line 14?
Similarly, on page 12, at lines 23 and 24, there is a sentence that says, good faith is an honest belief by the defendant that his conduct was not unlawful. I think that's the inverse of what we just discussed and imports an incorrect willfulness standard into the good faith instruction.
And, therefore,
that sentence should be stricken.
Mr. Dick.
In our view, the sentence under discussion, which goes from lines 23 to 24, on page 12 should read, Good faith is an honest belief by the defendant that his conduct was not unlawful or improper. The inverted proposition Mr. Wren was referring to, we don't think is applicable, an honest belief that one's conduct was not unlawful.
Picking up the language that we just adopted on page 11, would it solve the concerns to say, good faith is an honest belief by the defendant that his conduct was not wrongfully intended?
That would be fine with the government, Your Honor.
Mr. Dick.
Your Honor, we would ask for the original charge, conduct was not unlawful. We think that's proper.
Overruled. Anything else from either side to and including page 14, line 14?
Nothing further from the government, Your Honor.
Mr. Dick.
Your Honor, on the top of page 13, there is what's been called the no ultimate harm instruction beginning on line 3. It's the sentence, however. We made a submission that we don't view that as necessary here. To the extent that the evidence shows Mr. Bankman-Fried believed customers would never be harmed, including in the short term, which is what we submit the evidence shows, this instruction is not necessary, and that's in our prior submission.
Your Honor, there has been quite a bit of evidence for them in the defense case about a belief that the companies would be able to repay the customers.
Overruled. Mr. Dick. Anything else from either side to page 14, line 14? Hearing none. Page 14, line 15 through page 15, line 13. Government.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Dick.
Nothing, Your Honor.
15, line 15 to 16, line 16.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing from us either.
Thank you. 16, line 17 through 19, line 7. Government.
Your Honor, on page 19, at 4 and 5, this is in respect to the aiding and abetting instruction. The prior sentence explains what the jury must find in order to convict the defendant on an aiding and abetting theory, but then the next sentence suggests they may not find the defendant guilty of the substantive crime if they don't find aiding and abetting, which suggests.
You're right.
It should read, if, however, you do not so find, you may not find the defendant guilty of that substantive crime on an aiding and abetting theory.
You're absolutely right. And on page 3, the word must should be changed to should.
That's fine with the government, Your Honor.
I assume it's fine with the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 19, line 8.
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
With respect to page 3 earlier on aiding and abetting.
Page 3.
It is our position that that is not in the case that has been tried.
I'm sorry. Page 3.
Just on the aiding and abetting charge, Your Honor. It's our position that the case that has been tried is not an aiding and abetting case and this instruction is unnecessary. Your Honor's earlier point about the statute and the aiding and abetting charge is taken, so we could just, for record purposes, record our view that the aiding and abetting charge.
I take your point. What about that, Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, there has been quite a bit of evidence that other people committed substantive crimes and that the defendant took various acts in furtherance of that. For instance, Ms. Ellison testified that she sent fraudulent balance sheets to lenders after consulting with the defendant. A jury could certainly conclude that even if they don't find that the defendant caused her to do that, such that he's guilty as a principal, he nonetheless aided and abetted her by reviewing the balance sheets. That's just one of many examples in which the defendant communicated with others in furtherance of substantive crimes that they were committing.
Why isn't that right, Mr. Dick?
Those are conspiracy charges, Your Honor, not aiding and abetting charges.
Well, I don't think that's right, is it? Because I certainly take your point that it could be a conspiracy charge. But if the crime was then actually committed by someone else, the defendant's conduct, Mr. Wren argues, could be viewed as aiding and abetting that person in committing the substantive mail fraud and wire fraud offense.
I understand Your Honor's point. In our view, that has not been what the case has been about or what the proof at trial has been about, but we can record our position for the record.
Your position is recorded. Overruled. Page 19, line 8 through page 21, line 24. Government.
Nothing from the government, Your Honor.
Defense.
Nothing from us either, Your Honor.
Thank you. Page 21, line 25 through page 24, line 17. Government.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Dick.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Page 24, line 18 through page 29, end of the page. Government.
We had one issue that comes up on page 28 at lines 24 and 25.
Yes.
The law does not require the government to prove an overt act that is alleged in the indictment. It only needs to prove an overt act. We would suggest striking the words alleged in the indictment. So that sentence should read, the government may satisfy the overt act element by proving an overt act, but it is not required to prove the particular overt acts alleged in the indictment.
I hate to tell you how many times the charge has been given in these precise words. I understand that as a matter of drafting what you propose sounds harmless, but what's here accurately states the law. Your point is overruled.
Your Honor, we think that the issue is the law does not require the overt act that's set forth in the indictment to have been proven.
Yeah, and how is that not covered in the sentence that begins on line 24?
Well, the sentence on line 24 says that we may satisfy it by proving an overt act alleged in the indictment.
Keep reading.
But it is not required to prove any of those particular overt acts.
Right.
I take your point. I think that's fine. Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, anything from the defense on this section?
Yes, Your Honor. On page 27, lines 6 and 7, willfully, in the context of securities fraud, our charge proposed and it's our position that, willfully, in this context requires a specific intent to violate the securities law.
Mr. Wren?
That's not correct under the governing law. I'm not sure what authority the defense is looking to.
Mr. Dick, maybe you'll enlighten us?
Certainly, Your Honor. Two cases that I'm thinking of. United States versus Cassese, 428 F3D 92, 98. 2 DCIR 2005, and United States versus Peltz, 433 F2D 48, 55. 2 DCIR 1970.
Give me the second one, please.
Yes, United States versus Peltz, PELTZ, 433 F2D 48, 55. 2 DCIR 1970.
Let me take a look.
Your Honor, with respect to the Kaiser case, 609 F3D 556, 569, specifically held that willfulness does not require a showing that the defendant had awareness of the general unlawfulness of his conduct.
Does not require?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Awareness of the general unlawful nature of his conduct?
That's right, but rather that he had an awareness of the general wrongfulness of his conduct, which is what we discussed earlier in the context of the wire fraud charge. One other authority for the court, Judge Rakoff gave an instruction along the lines of what we've suggested in United States versus Petit, and the Second Circuit just recently affirmed that. That's United States versus Petit. The citation for the Second Circuit case is 2022 WL 3,581,648 at *4.
All right, now give me a couple of seconds to look at these authorities. Mr. Dick, Peltz and Cassese, if it adopted the standard you said at all, did so for insider trading cases alone, isn't that right?
I think I disagree, Your Honor, and if one looks at the Kaiser decision, it seemed to say that for insider trading cases only, the specific intent I mentioned, intent to violate the securities law, was not required, but for a misrepresentation on investors' theory, it was required.
Mr. Wren, what about it?
I believe he actually has that backwards. I believe in the insider trading context. I don't have the case in front of me, Your Honor, but as I recall, the insider trading cases sometimes do have a stronger willfulness instruction than the more general misrepresentation on investors' cases. So on my recollection, that's what the Kaiser case says. It certainly was the case in Petit that the Second Circuit recently affirmed an instruction that the defendant acted deliberately and with a bad purpose and said that there was no further instruction required for willfulness. Petit, I believe, was not an insider trading case. It was just a general securities fraud case.
The government is right on this, so that it will stand as written. Anything else on this section from either side, Mr. Dick?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wren?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Page 30, line 1 through 34, line 10.
Very minor, Your Honor. On page 30, at lines 14 and 15, it says, this counts 6. I think just the word, this, should be stricken in both places. It is very minor. I'm not going to change it.
Yes, Your Honor. A couple of items.
Yes.
On page 33, beginning on line 9, the instruction with respect to in connection with commodities fraud. That is, in connection with commodities trades, the court's instruction reads, one way the government may prove a sufficient connection to the United States. I beg your pardon. I'm on the wrong page. I'm on page 32. I apologize, Your Honor. This is in the middle of page 32, beginning on line 11. The charge proposes that the in connection with requirement would be met as long as there was some nexus or relation between the alleged fraudulent conduct, and the swap or contract of sale of a commodity, and in the next sentence, on line 15, it suggests that that connection requirement would be met if the fraudulent conduct touched upon a swap or a contract of sale of commodity. In our view, under the Brady standard, that's insufficient.
Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, again, I don't have the cases in front of me, but I believe that this is consistent with the government's proposed instruction, which drew from some of these same authorities that the court has drawn from, so unless there's a specific authority the defense is citing, I think these are correct.
What specifically do you rely on, Counselor?
With respect to the requirement in general, we're relying on.
With respect to this point.
Yes, to this point. To the in connection with requirement. We were relying on Dabbitt versus Merrill Lynch, Second Circuit of 2005, which required an integral relationship between the fraud and commodities trades.
Citation, please.
395 F3D 25.
I'm sorry, 395?
Yes, 395 F3D 25, 37. I'll note that that case, Dabbitt, was overruled on other grounds, specifically, the scope of preemption under SLUSA.
All right, I'll take a look. What language are you asking for here, Mr. Dick?
The connection must be integral to and not merely incidental to.
I'm not going to charge it in those terms. I'm going to leave it as it is. While I understand that there is identical language in Dabbitt, quoted from another case, reading Dabbitt overall, I think the instruction I propose to give is consistent with the case law. Certainly, Dabbitt did not purport to adopt the view that would be reflected if I charged it in the precise terms the defense is requesting. It takes it out of context. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. On page 33.
Yes.
In the paragraph beginning on line 9, with respect to extraterritorial conduct, with the territorial application of the statute. Written, the charge would have that element, the territoriality requirement, satisfied by a showing that some conduct relevant to the offense charged in count 6 occurred in the United States. In our view, there should be additional language in that sentence, saying, and that the fraudulent conduct was not predominantly foreign.
Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, that would be inconsistent with a number of recent cases that say that as long as there is domestic conduct in the United States, that's sufficient for facing jurisdiction on this particular provision of the commodities law. For instance, in Ray Platinum and Palladium antitrust litigation, 61 F. 4th 242, 267, 2 DCIR 2023, it held that it was proper to apply the Commodities and Exchange Act domestically where the plaintiffs alleged domestic conduct by the defendants that violated the CE.
What are you relying on, Mr. Dick?
I was relying on the predominantly foreign phrase from Prime International, which the Platinum and Palladium case and others have cited and relied upon.
What's the citation?
I beg your pardon. Just give me one moment. I'll find it for you.
And Mr. Wren, the case you were citing was 62 or 67?
It was 61 F 4th 242, 267.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. I do not have that citation. I'd be happy to provide it shortly after the conference, but I simply don't have it right here.
Okay, let me just read the government's case. To digress for a moment, I note on page 31, line 27, where it says, interstate commerce. I think it should say, interstate or foreign commerce. Anybody disagree with that?
No, Your Honor, that seems correct.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, getting back to where we were. I'll ask the defendant to submit the authority to my chambers, unless you have it now.
I do have it now.
Good.
The citation is 937 F3D 94, 107.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dick, I hate to do this, but restate your point on this, your language?
Yes, Your Honor. This would be beginning on line 11 of page 33. The end of that sentence currently reads, some conduct relevant to the offense charged in count 6 occurred in the United States, and I would propose adding, and that the fraudulent conduct was not predominantly foreign.
That sounds right to me, Mr. Wren.
Your Honor, I have that Platinum and Palladium case, which seems to indicate that just an allegation of domestic conduct is sufficient.
Well, so you'd better point me to exactly where, because
there's language there in which the court upheld domestic application of the statute, and it says, because plaintiffs also allege domestic conduct by the defendants, which I don't believe that case has further language requiring, predominantly.
All they're saying is that the complaint said there was domestic conduct. That can't be taken, I think, in this context to mean that any claim of any domestic conduct is enough, can it?
Your Honor, the Commodities Exchange Act 1 do believe does criminalize commodities fraud if conduct committed in furtherance of the offense is committed within the United States. There is very specific law about when it's appropriate to have purely extraterritorial application of the law.
Yes.
But
so what part of the C says that action in furtherance in the United States is enough?
So, Your Honor, what we would point to is 7 U.S.C. Section 2, subsection I, which defines the, oh no. I apologize, Your Honor. That's incorrect. That's relating to swaps, which is the next paragraph. I'm actually looking at CFTC's Rule 180.1, which is what defines sort of the scope of commodities fraud that the CFTC.
What title of the CFR is that?
I believe that's 7 CFR 180.1.
180.1?
I apologize, Your Honor. I think it's 17 CFR.
17. I don't think that really supports you. So give me your language, Mr. Dick. I'm going to adopt it.
Yes, Your Honor. This would be page 33, line 11, beginning right after the word states. That is at the beginning of the sentence. And we would propose, and that the fraudulent conduct was not predominantly foreign.
But this is a conspiracy count, yes?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Which changes it. I would adopt your language if it were a substantive count. Doesn't it change it?
I believe this is as to the object element of the conspiracy, which does have to be specific. It doesn't mean that Mr. Bankman-Fried's conduct has to have been here or there. The fraudulent conduct as a whole, that is, the object of the conspiracy, must be predominantly foreign.
Well, then shouldn't it read, and that the fraudulent conduct that was the object of the conspiracy would not have been predominantly foreign?
I would agree with that, Your Honor, yes.
Mr. Wren?
No objection given that the court has overruled our earlier position.
Okay, we're done through page 34, line 10, right?
With apologies, on this very hard-fought page, one last issue, Your Honor. In the bottom paragraph on page 33, beginning on line 15, actually the sentence that begins on line 20, which says, in assessing this issue, you may also consider whether conduct in furtherance, etc. This is essentially saying, if conduct had an effect on commerce in the United States, it may satisfy the territoriality requirement. In our view, this sentence from here to the bottom of the paragraph actually belongs at the end of the prior paragraph that begins, one way the government.
To swaps, which is the beginning of this paragraph. Swaps, the conduct may be foreign provided there is a direct and significant effect on U.S. commerce. With respect to commodities other than swaps, the standard is the one that's quoted at the bottom of this paragraph. You've lost me.
Yes, Your Honor. So for swaps, there is a specific carve-out or a specific rule saying that extraterritorial conduct is covered by the statute, provided there is a direct and significant effect on United States commerce. That is the rule that's quoted in the first lines of this paragraph, 15 to 20. For other commodities, an effect on United States commerce may be a way of proving a territorial application of the statute, but it is not the direct and significant allegation. It is the language that we believe is set forth beginning on lines 20 to 25.
Mr. Wren?
Your Honor, I think actually we agree with the defense on this point. I think that lines 20 to 25 should be moved up and come at the end of the previous paragraph.
Okay, I will move it into the prior paragraph. That solves the problem all around?
It does for us, Your Honor.
Okay, page 34, line 11.
Just one note, Your Honor? Sorry, going back to page 31, we noticed on line 5, it also needs to be interstate or foreign commerce.
Thank you. Page 34, line 11 through page 39, line 10. Government?
The one thing is on page 38 at lines 8 and 9.
Yes.
We found it a little confusing where it says, the government must prove that a person would have agreed to conduct financial transactions with the knowledge that the would have, I think it seems a little confusing. We would just suggest specifically, the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt an agreement to conduct financial transactions with knowledge.
Sounds like an improvement, Mr. Dick?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else on that section, from either side?
Nothing from us.
Okay, page 39, line 11 through page 42, line 9.
We had a similar issue at the top of page 41, Your Honor, where there were just a number of sort of subjunctive phrasings of would.
So tell me how you would propose to fix it.
So starting at line 1, we would suggest, I instruct you that the government is not required, rather than would not be required.
Yes.
In line 2, that the person in question knew, rather than would have known. On line 3, the government is required, rather than would be obliged. On line 4, that the person in question knew, again, rather than would have known. And then on line 7, again, just strike would have known, and put knew and strike would have before involved.
Mr. Dick?
We found Your Honor's instruction as written perfectly clear, so we don't think this is necessary.
This is just parallel to the change we just made, isn't it?
Understood, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay, I'll adopt those suggestions, without objection. Conscious avoidance. Is the government seeking that or not?
Yes, Your Honor. We think that there is clearly a basis for a conscious avoidance instruction.
And it is?
Yes, Your Honor. To take just one example, earlier this morning, the defendant testified that he overheard references to the fiat account and chose not to ask any further questions, which in and of itself would be a basis for deliberately avoiding knowing a truth that was apparent to him. And there were a number of other instances in his testimony where he acknowledged being aware of facts that should have given rise to knowledge but avoided learning more. In addition to the defendant's own testimony, there was testimony in the government's case in chief regarding this. For example, Nishad Singh testified that the defendant made up excuses to avoid meetings where the financial hole at FTX was discussed, suggesting that the defendant was deliberately avoiding that knowledge. And so there's a basis for the instruction.
Mr. Dick?
Judge, Your Honor, in our view, the evidence, The government has sought to prove direct or actual knowledge, which is not the right factual predicate for a conscious avoidance charge, and we would object.
Why not? Why isn't it? The government's position is he knew or he blinded himself to it. That's true in every case, or almost every case, where there's a conscious avoidance charge.
In our view, the government has tried to prove that he knew that there was actual or direct knowledge.
So what?
We don't think a conscious avoidance charge is warranted.
Do you have any case law that supports that?
I don't with me. No, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. I mean, to take the textbook example of a conscious avoidance charge, defendant is observed standing on the corner of some busy intersection and somebody comes up to him and says, "Do me a favor, would you take this suitcase across the street to the barber shop? And if you make it across the street with the suitcase, I'm going to give you $2,000. And here's the $2,000 bills torn in half. You get the other half when you come back." And the government seeks to prove that the defendant knew the suitcase was full of crack cocaine, and their alternative position is, if he didn't know it was crack cocaine, well, then he certainly blinded himself to the fact that there really were drugs in the suitcase. Classic case. That's the definition, isn't it?
That hypothetical does reflect the definition, Your Honor. We don't think this charge is necessary here.
Okay, overruled. Venue. Are we really going to have a venue instruction? Is that going to be necessary or not? I understand the government's position. Mr. Dick?
We submitted it in our proposed charges, Your Honor, and we do think it's important.
Okay, any objection to the venue charge as I've stated it here?
We just had one minor thing on line 15. I think it should be, this district, as opposed to, the district.
I think we can make that change.
Although this is the district, Your Honor.
Of course it's the district. The sovereign district, right? That's your office's position. Any problems with the venue charge, Mr. Dick?
None here, Your Honor.
Or the variance in dates?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Section 3. Anything from the government?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
Section IV. Anything from the government?
Your Honor, on the top of page 49, the first 3 lines relate to stipulations of testimony, which I don't believe there are any in the case. All the stipulations are of fact, so we would strike those first 3 lines and then get rid of, moreover, beginning on line 4.
Well, you made a stipulation of testimony out of the presence of the jury this morning. Do you want that presented to the jury or not?
I don't think we intend to present that to the jury, but if the defense intends to, we're open to keeping this language.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right, look, let's not take a lot of time. The first paragraph on page 49 is stricken. Anything else on the last section?
Page 53, Your Honor.
Another quarter is heard from.
Just to keep it moving. Sections J and K referred to, at least one witness, and at least one witness. I think it was just one witness for each.
Fine. Anything else in IV?
Your Honor, on page 49, falsus in unum, we view that as unnecessary here. The general credibility charge covers the ground, we believe. We understand that charge is disfavored, although it is in the court's discretion, and it is unnecessary here.
Overruled.
Your Honor, on page 53, there is an instruction regarding expert witnesses. Because the expert witnesses weren't qualified on the record, I don't know if they should be identified or.
Do we need this charge at all?
Your Honor, I think it is helpful because the testimony given by the experts was so different from other witnesses in the case and was based on, in part, their qualifications and their methodologies, and so an instruction explaining that as a basis for admitting that testimony we think is typically given and is appropriate.
Look, I'm willing to give it. I'm just trying to make this less than a 3-hour read to the jury.
I understand. They don't have to be named, Your Honor, if the court prefers not to.
I do prefer not to, unless both sides want it. Identification.
Your Honor, we don't believe it's necessary, but we do want the instruction.
Okay, fine. Anything else?
Your Honor.
Through 56? Let's go to that.
Yes, on the bottom of page 54, with respect to the relevance of the campaign finance violations, because Mr. Salami is not charged as a co-conspirator in the crimes charged in this case, we think that should only refer to his relationship of mutual trust with Mr. Singh and so should strike Mr. Salami.
No objection.
Okay, done.
However, Your Honor, in that same section, there are a couple of references to alleged violations of the campaign laws, and that's on line 15.
That's correct. You want to take out the word alleged.
Violations of the campaign laws, Your Honor. It's the campaign contributions that are in evidence here. The government, prior to trial, said they would not seek to prove that the campaign contributions were unlawful. They did not seek to prove that. It's not in evidence, and we submit that language is improper.
Mr. Wren?
So the complication here, of course, is that Nishad Singh, who testified under a cooperation agreement with a charge of conspiring to violate the campaign finance laws, was crossed on that charge and then said on redirect that he conspired with the defendant. Your Honor appropriately gave a limiting instruction, and this is not a point we're going to press at the close of the case, but I think it's not totally accurate to say that we were limited just to a discussion of donations, given what the cross did.
Suppose I struck the word alleged, and after violations, inserted Mr. Singh. Does that solve anybody's problems?
We would not object to that, Your Honor.
Does that solve your problem? I know you don't want to commit to anything. I understand that. I'm asking you a direct question. I'd like a direct answer.
I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were speaking to me. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, government okay with that?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have an alternative proposal.
What's your proposal?
We think to avoid kind of characterizing it one way or another, instead of alleged violations of campaign finance laws, we could say, alleged political straw donations on line 15 and also on line 23. The problem with limiting it to Mr. Singh is that, as the testimony came in, clearly it related to a coordinated conspiracy between the defendant and Mr. Singh regarding those campaign donations. I think limiting it to Mr. Singh might leave a misimpression.
Why don't we deal with this by simply adding at the end of the paragraph that, I remind you that the defendant is not charged in this case with any violation of the campaign finance laws.
The government wouldn't object to that, Your Honor.
Does that solve the problem?
It does, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm assuming there is nothing else up to and including page 57, line 22. Do we need the charges in paragraphs T and U at all, 57 and 58?
Your Honor, we certainly think that U should be included. With respect to T, I guess we don't think it's needed, unless the defense closes by reference to certain investigative techniques which are not employed here, which obviously we don't yet know if that's going to happen yet.
Mr. Dick, what about it?
Paragraph T we do not view as necessary.
I'm sorry?
Paragraph T we do not view as necessary. We also don't think that U is necessary.
T is out, and you are not going to make that argument. What are the false exculpatories that you are relying on?
For example, Your Honor, the Good Morning America clip where he said this was permitted by the borrow, lend program and other statements that were elicited that he made after the collapse to justify the conduct.
The defendant's objection is overruled. That's enough. Anything else through the end of the draft charge?
Judge, in V, line 19 on page 58, it says, communications sent and received over the messaging applications Signal and Slack. I think the way the evidence came in is that the government just argued or you heard evidence about the defendant deleting or causing to be deleted Signal, so we could delete and Slack.
I am sure Mr. Dick has no objection to that.
None, Your Honor.
Anything else through the end of the draft charge?
Just one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you.
One thing that's not in here. Your Honor gave an instruction on the limited purpose of prior consistent statements about halfway through the trial. We thought it might be appropriate to just repeat the same instruction or something close in Your Honor's final instructions.
Prior consistent statements?
Correct. It was in the context of those all-hands meeting recordings. Right before they were played, Your Honor gave a legal instruction about how the jury should consider those.
Well, I'm sure it was profound, but I can't remember it. Can you point me to where it is in the transcript?
Ms. Sassoon is pulling it right now. I believe Your Honor used a modified version of the Third Circuit's model instructions at the time.
I need more help than that.
Transcript 1141.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. What do you say to that?
As long as it's consistent with the instruction Your Honor gave before, we don't object.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the last.
If it is consistent, if it's the instruction Your Honor gave during trial, we do not have an objection.
I'll insert it in substance. Now, let me get a yellow pad. I just want to make sure that I know for certain what we have, for want of a better term, left open. On page 1, line 17, the government owes me language about misrepresentation and false statement. That also applies to page 2 around line 6, as I remember it. Then at page 7, on to 8, we have the requests by the government for something out of Weaver, right? Or have we adequately covered that?
I think that was at the end of the paragraph on page 9 where the Weaver instruction was. On page 7 and 8, we had proposed some instructions.
Give me just 1 second. On page 9, I had agreed to add the language, in considering whether a statement or omission was material. Let me caution you that a clause in an investment contract or disclaimer cannot render any misrepresentation, including any oral misrepresentation, immaterial as a matter of law. That's the Weaver instruction.
That's the Weaver.
Is there anything else on 7 and 8 that I'm waiting on you on, or did the movement of the entrusted language in paragraph 8 to the end of that paragraph take care of whatever we had discussed?
I think you had asked us to propose a slight change to the sentence that runs from the bottom of page 7 to the top of page 8 to reflect that a scheme to defraud also includes a scheme to fraudulently.
Yes, you are right. That's 3 things that the government owes me. I think that's it. The defense, I don't think I'm waiting on for any language or authority, right?
I believe that's correct.
Can the government get this stuff to me by 4:30?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Any comments by either side on the draft verdict form? My law clerk reminds me of his understanding that the defense was going to submit proposed language based on Skelly with respect to page 8, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. I had forgotten that. We will do that by 4:32.
Thanks, John Hamill. The draft verdict form has been distributed, yes?
I don't believe we have it, Your Honor.
John Hamill has been very busy today.
Sorry, that's my computer, not my phone.
You're lucky, not having brought your toothbrush. We will mark a copy of the circulation draft court exhibit Y for the record. Does anybody have anything on the verdict form?
Nothing from the government, Your Honor.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, Your Honor.
Let's just take a minute to talk about closing argument. Where do we stand on how long you expect to be?
I think somewhere between 2 and 3 hours, probably closer to the 2 than the 3 range. That's for the principal summation, not for the rebuttal.
Mr. Cohen. 2 to 3 hours, Your Honor.
It would, of course, be highly desirable to get both arguments in tomorrow, which I think may be hard, but I think it's in everybody's interest. And we normally get around 5 hours of testimony. We can shorten the lunch break a little, which I will try to do, but I leave it in your hands. Then we will hear on Thursday the rebuttal closing. How long do you think, folks?
Your Honor, that will depend in part on the defense closing, but I would estimate 45 minutes.
Okay.
To make sure I understand, that will be scheduled for Thursday?
I am told we have somewhere roughly 5 or 6 hours of closing arguments tomorrow. If that's the case, there is an outside chance, unless you want a commitment, in which case I'll give it to you, we can start Thursday. But bear in mind that if the closings, including the rebuttal, go into Thursday, then we have the rebuttal argument and delivering the charge. This charge, as you know, is about 60-some pages long. I am not going to be able to read that in a half hour. It's going to take a long time.
Your Honor, what I would propose, if the court is amenable, is to begin the rebuttal, if defense closing ends by 3:30, but otherwise plan for Thursday so that there isn't a risk of keeping the jury past 4:30 and grumpy.
Sound fair, Mr. Cohen?
I'm sorry. I am not sure I follow Your Honor.
Ms. Sassoon proposed that she will give the rebuttal closing tomorrow if you wind up by 3:30. Otherwise, she will start first thing Thursday morning.
In other words, if I run later, I am not going to get limited. She will just start.
You are not going to get limited. I am not limiting anybody here. It's just a matter of how the day goes and what each side does. Then, of course, it seems to me that if we wind up with the rebuttal going into Thursday, we probably finish the closing just before or in the half hour or hour after lunch, and the jury will get the case sometime in the afternoon. And then, in light of juror number 3's flight, we would break until Monday, unless somebody has a better idea.
If the jurors wanted to stay later on Thursday to deliberate longer, we would have no objection to that.
Yes, thank you. I assume you don't either.
We don't object to that. It's also possible to seat the alternate, Your Honor. We would like to have the jury come in on Friday.
Given where we are, I would be willing to do that if both sides agree to do that. I am inclined to think not otherwise.
At this point, we are not prepared to seat the alternate.
We would be amenable to doing that.
Well, I am not foreclosing you from making an application if you think you can justify it. I don't have a view one way or another about whether you can justify it. If it's done by consent, that's one thing. If it's not by consent, that's another issue for me to decide. That's where we are.
One quick question, Your Honor. If I have no exhibits or need for a monitor during rebuttal, is it possible to use the smaller podium in front of the jury?
What smaller podium are we talking about?
I know some courtrooms have access to a more easily moved podium that doesn't have a monitor affixed to it. I would feel more comfortable there if the court were amenable to it.
I would feel more comfortable if you would use that one.
Understood.
That may be why there isn't another one in this room. Yes, Mr. Wren.
One more thing, Your Honor. It is our understanding that the court's practice is to send the indictment back to the jury. We wanted to confirm that.
It is. Anything else? It's also my practice to keep you in or in the environs of the courtroom while the jury is deliberating, except for a designated lunch period every day.
Your Honor, with Your Honor's practice of sending the indictment back to the jury, is it just the charging language, or does it include the speaking portions of the indictment as well?
The whole indictment.
The forfeiture allegations as well?
Good question. Normally, I do, but it's never come up before, that I can remember.
Your Honor, if you would give us maybe just the evening to think about whether we want to make any application with respect to redacting the indictment, we would appreciate it.
Sure, no more letters.
Of course, Your Honor.
Except by 4:30.
Except by 4:30. That's it, folks. See you in the morning. Be seated, please. Sorry to bring you all back, but when I went back to consider some of the points raised in respect of the charge, I was reminded that the government, in its letter of October 25, docket item 334, seemed to me to take the position that the government would be required to show a false statement in order to prevail on the misappropriation theory. Specifically, there was an objection by the defense to a sentence in a proposed charge by the government that the government was not required to show that the defendant made a misrepresentation or false statement in order to fraudulently embezzle or misappropriate, and the government agreed to remove the sentence requiring proof of a false statement. And then we constructed the charge that we were discussing earlier, Court Exhibit X, on the basis that the government would have to prove a false statement, but the government objected to all the statements in the charge that so indicated. And the defense said they were fine with removing the sentence the government objected to. And I just thought it was significant enough to bring you all together and find out whether I just am incapable of understanding the letter the government sent me or whether something else has gone awry in this process.
Your Honor, it has been the government's position throughout that the misappropriation theory does not require proof of a false statement or misrepresentation. I unfortunately actually don't have a copy of that particular letter. I think that was in the context of a dispute over some particular language in the defendant's proposed instruction that ended up not being included in any event, but like I said, I don't have the letter in front of me, unfortunately.
Borrow my copy. Page 2, first full paragraph.
This was in relation to the special verdict. So, Your Honor, as we say on the first page of the letter, there is not a need for a special verdict form. I think we were addressing the possibility that if the court was concerned about that, a sentence that previously appeared in our proposed instruction could be removed. I don't believe that sentence is actually in the current instruction.
No, but it isn't, because in light of what you said in the letter, the proposed instruction that we discussed earlier, Court Exhibit X, takes the view that I took the government to be expressing in its letter.
So are you particularly highlighting the sentence that we proposed to strike on page 9, I think, is where that.
Page 9 of what?
Of the charge that the court circulated earlier.
Well, it occurs in relation to page 1, lines 17 and 18, page 2, lines 5 to 7, and page 7, lines 22 through page 8, line 1. And also the sentence on page 9, lines 18 to 21.
So, I mean, in each case I think what we had proposed is a correct statement of the applicable law. If the issue is
what you have proposed this afternoon, and we'll mark it Court Exhibit X1 to indicate the proposed language you sent me after the earlier charge conference, is, to my way of thinking, inconsistent with your letter to me of October 25th.
So again, I think as we said earlier this afternoon, what we're proposing is that the misappropriation theory is an alternative way for the jury to convict.
I know you're now saying that, and I know that the suggestions you made during the charge conference reflect that view, which I regard as a view you abandoned for the purpose of eliminating a dispute or a disagreement about a special verdict and about the problem, of there being two alternative theories on which you were proposing to convict the defendant as a principal on the wire fraud count.
I take your point as to this paragraph in the letter, Your Honor. I'm not sure, I think our view that we've expressed today is the view that we have adopted previously in the case, and the view that
you did. You adopted it earlier, and then you bailed out of it.
Your Honor, I guess the question that this raises is, if the court is proposing that to do the alternative instruction requires a special verdict form, in that context, I think we would evaluate whether it makes sense to have a special verdict form and whether, we'd rather have a single instruction without a special verdict form, I think that was the context in which this was drafted.
Believe me, I know what the context was. I've heard enough about context in the last 5 weeks to last me a very long time. But that's another matter.
So I don't view us as having abandoned any prior positions. And again, if we're put to the question of whether the instruction as we proposed it today requires a special verdict form, we would ask that, the court give us an opportunity to consider that issue. That wasn't the context in which we discussed the instructions this afternoon.
Let me hear from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now that Your Honor has pointed it out, we agree with Your Honor's analysis, and we think we should go back to the language that Your Honor originally drafted before the modification to 17 and 18 because otherwise, as Your Honor points out, we'd be in a special verdict form situation where I don't think either side wants to be.
Your Honor, I think that we would have to consider, I think we are open to going back to some of the original language in the original charge, if the court believes that that would require a special verdict form, which as we said in our letter, we don't think it would. But I think that at least with respect to some of the language, rather than saying what the government's burden is as to one of the theories, there was a suggestion the government would have to prove both separate theories, and I think that was our primary concern.
Well, look, I'm the one who introduced the term, special verdict, and as I know I pointed out on the record, that was a misnomer on my part. It's not a special verdict that's in other kinds of cases. It would be special interrogatories. And it would raise other issues. And I'm not professing to know the answer to the question of whether it would require special interrogatories or what the consequences of posing special interrogatories would be. Where I am is that we had a deadline for proposed charges. We had a second deadline for amended proposed charges. We have had a blizzard of letters and so forth, and 6 days ago today, the government took the position that it took in their letter, and after we have gotten to the point of being about 15 hours from closing argument and an hour or more after the conclusion of the charge conference, subject only to you giving me some proposed language on 1 or 2 points, all of which are implicated by this, and a request to the defendant for something also. Now all of a sudden, to my perception, you're, whether you intended it or not, backing off the position you took 6 days ago, and I don't see why I should put up with it. I don't mean put up with it in a sense that I'm carping or anything, but the fact is, it just seems to me too late in the game to undo what's been done.
Your Honor, if that's the court's position, we understand it. It was certainly not our intention to change positions. I think there was a context in which we were suggesting a particular sentence in our proposed requests to charge didn't need to be included, and then when we got the court's request to charge, we proposed certain language we thought would clarify.
I'm not saying anybody acted in bad faith with respect to this charge. Not a bit, but I think that's where I am. I know it's where I am. And so on those points, on pages 1, 2, and 7 and 8, I'm going to charge as I initially proposed, save with respect to moving what is the second very large clause at page 8, lines 2 to 5, into a separate sentence at the end of that paragraph. That was not controversial, but the charge is I think making clear that the government has to prove a false statement in order to prove misappropriation. And that's how it's going to go to the jury. Now this ought not to be much of a problem for the government because God knows there's more than sufficient evidence of both, to get to the jury, obviously. And it's a matter, in significant measure, of ordering the trial in a way that is consistent with what everybody has said with good intentions and avoiding other unintended consequences that might follow from allowing the government to change its position here, whether or not the position they took was exactly what they thought they were taking. So that's the answer. Now should I have somewhere a letter from the defense on the one point I was going to get a proposal for, as to language?
We didn't file it on the docket, but we can hand up a copy right now.
Okay. Hand it up and we'll get this all put to bed. And you've seen this, Mr. Wren, right?
I just was handed it by the defense.
Well, why don't you take a minute, and I'll get the case they cite up on my computer, assuming my computer is going to work. And we'll mark the letter that defense counsel handed up Court Exhibit X2 for identification. Ready, Mr. Wren?
I don't actually have a copy of Skelly, but I can address more generally the principles without seeing whether Skelly requires this language. I'm doubtful it does in light of the fact that the instruction that has been proposed by the government and I think is broadly in line with the court's proposed instruction is modeled on this court's instructions in Gatto and Blaschak, both of which were in 2018, post-dating the Skelly case. And those instructions rely primarily on the leading Second Circuit case, which is the Chestman case, that requires just language regarding a relationship of trust and confidence. I don't believe there's any need to insert this additional language from Skelly. I think requiring a relationship of trust and confidence to be proven is sufficient to instruct the jury on the nature of the relationship of trust that the government has to prove.
Defense want to be heard on this any further?
I don't think there's much to add, Your Honor.
Your Honor knows, having looked at Skelly, there was reversal there for giving an instruction very much like what's currently based on Chestman and in the court's proposed charge, but without this added language, which is with respect to reliance, dominance, and de facto control.
Yes, I don't regard the adaptation of language from Skelly as a fully accurate assessment of the holding of Skelly, but even if I did, Skelly cites Chestman approvingly. Chestman is an en banc decision. It deals not only with the elements of fiduciary duty but also of its quote-unquote, functional equivalent. It is, in my view, somewhat broader than Skelly and still controlling in the circuit, and it goes beyond the proposed instruction by the defense. So I'm not going to give that charge. So I think we are now set. We all know where we are. And I will see everybody in the morning. Have a good evening.
All rise.